Chapter 571. Sister Mingzhu, there's a person on that mountain. Li Xiaoke and the others had just climbed up the mountain when she suddenly saw a person lying on top of a mountain, not far away. She called out softly, "Brother Li Xiaoke." Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, the other three all turned around and looked in the direction she was pointing. The mountain they were standing on just happened to be much higher than the mountain Fang Chen was lying on, so they immediately saw him. Yes, why would there be someone on the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks? Li Cheng was a bit puzzled. Could it be a lone cultivator who came to the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks to train and got injured? Li Xian's eyes turned. Li Mingzhu didn't say anything. She thought for a moment and said, "Let's go take a look." Normally, no cultivators would come to the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks. Even Li Mingzhu and the others came because they were from Kaiyang City's Li family. Kaiyang City was the closest city to the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks in the Five Elements province. Whoosh 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 soon, the four of them arrived at the mountain peak Fang Chen was on. When they saw Fang Chen's appearance, they couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Just how injured is he? Li Xiaoke was shocked to see Fang Chen's miserable appearance. Li Xian and Li Cheng were also shocked to see Fang Chen's appearance. This person's entire body didn't seem to be intact at all. Even Li Mingzhu was a bit flabbergasted. This cultivator's internal organs, including his frontal bone, were all shattered. Just what had he experienced? Could it be the Flame Leopard King who did this? Li Cheng suddenly asked. Li Xian shook his head and directly denied it. Impossible. If it was the Flame Leopard King, it would definitely leave claw marks on his body. But although there are many wounds on his body, there are no claw marks at all. I don't think he was killed by the Flame Leopard King. His frontal bone is shattered and there's a large hole in his chest. His internal organs must have been shattered as well. He's probably already dead, said Li Cheng. Li Mingzhu, who had been staring at Fang Chen, suddenly had a complicated look in her eyes. Then she approached Fang Chen. "Mingzhu, what are you doing?" asked Li Xian directly. "He doesn't seem to be dead yet," Li Mingzhu said softly. "What? He's still not dead despite being injured like this?" Li Xian and Li Cheng were instantly shocked. If Fang Chen really didn't die, then it would be too miraculous. Even if it was a spirit vortex realm expert, with such injuries, he would definitely die. Li Mingzhu approached Fang Chen and squatted down. She gently placed her fair fingers on Fang Chen's chest. As expected, Li Mingzhu felt a faintly discernible fluctuation. This further proved what Li Mingzhu had said before. His heart was still beating, and he was indeed not dead. At this time, Li Mingzhu began to carefully observe Fang Chen. Up close, she could see that Fang Chen was a young warrior. Why would such a young martial artist suffer such heavy injuries? Li Mingzhu could not understand. Could it be, at this moment, Li Mingzhu thought of something. "Mingzhu, even if this person isn't dead, he's not far from death. Our goal this time is to find the Flame Leopard King. Let's not waste any more time," Li Xian urged. "That's right, Mingzhu. Let's go," Li Cheng said. Hearing her two cousins, Li Xiaoke retorted, "This person is so pitiful. He's seriously injured, and his frontal bone is shattered. He's still not dead. How can you bear to just leave like this?" Hearing this, Li Cheng and Li Xian were speechless. Li Xiaoke was not old, but she was famous for being soft-hearted. In Kaiyang City, she would feel sorry for the beggars on the roadside and would give them some money at any time. However, Li Xiaoke was one of the best in the younger generation of the Li family. The Li family had always seen her as the next Li Mingzhu, so they doted on her. Whenever Li Xiaoke went out to train, she would definitely bring back many injured warriors. Li Xiaoke could not bear to see these warriors die, so she brought them back to the Li family to ask for help in treating them. At this moment, hearing Li Xiaoke's words, Li Xian and Li Cheng were speechless. It seemed that they would have to bring along a sick person for their next mission. "Sister Mingzhu, let's bring him back," Maybe we can treat him, Li Xiaoke said sweetly. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu nodded and said, okay. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke was very excited. She ran in front of Li Mingzhu and hugged her arm coquettishly. However, at this moment, Li Xiaoke discovered Fang Chen's lower body. She immediately screamed and covered her eyes with her white hands, turning her back. Him. Li Xiaoke's face was red, and she could not speak for a moment. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu shook her head slightly. She took out a snow-white shirt from her infinite space ring and covered Fang Chen's body. Then, she turned to Li Xiaoke and said, Xiaoke, we are going to look for the Flaming Leopard King. If we bring him along, it will definitely affect our progress. How about this? We will look for the Flaming Leopard King first. After we find the Flaming Leopard King, we will come back here to bring him back. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke nodded and said, okay. Finally, the four of them left the place. Fang Chen was unconscious the whole time. His body was battered and exhausted. The blood around his bones had long dried up, and his organs were shattered. Only his heart was beating imperceptibly. Li Mingzhu and the other three left the mountain peak where Fang Chen was and went straight into the depths of the Luoying mountain peak. As the four of them went deeper, they felt a tense atmosphere. Mingzhu, don't tell me we really met the Flaming Leopard King? Li Xian asked. Although their goal was to find the Flaming Leopard King, it would be troublesome if they really met it. The atmosphere here is very tense. Something is wrong, Li Qing said. They had been to the Luoying mountain peaks many times, but this time, the feeling was very different. Perhaps the Flaming Leopard King would really appear. Li Xiaoke blinked her small eyes and looked around curiously. Although she looked weak, she was actually a powerful warrior. In Kaiyang City, she was considered one of the best of the younger generation. She had condensed 9 flashes of true qi. In the younger generation of the Li clan, she was second only to Li Mingzhu. At this time, Li Mingzhu looked around, her cold eyes constantly searching. Finally, she locked onto a position and said, let's go this way. Li Mingzhu was very brave and led the way at the front. Li Xian and the other two followed closely behind. After walking for about an hour, Li Mingzhu finally stopped because what appeared in front of her was a cheetah surrounded by flames. Flaming Leopard King! Li Xian shouted. It really is the Flaming Leopard King! We actually found the Flaming Leopard King! Li Qing cried out involuntarily. Ever since the Flaming Leopard King appeared a few decades ago, no other Flaming Leopard King had appeared in the Luoying mountain peak. But this time, they actually saw the Flaming Leopard King. Roar! The Flaming Leopard King's body was surrounded by flames, and its aura was very powerful. When it saw the 4 humans, its eyes were filled with rage, as though it wanted to kill them all. The Flaming Leopard King's attacks are very fierce. The 4 of us will attack together and use a roundabout tactic. Don't get close to the Flaming Leopard King, Li Mingzhu ordered. The other 3 nodded and entered battle mode, ready to attack at any time. Roar! The Flaming Leopard King sensed the threat from the 4 of them. It roared and took the lead to attack. Its 2 claws fiercely extended and boundless flames directly drilled into its claws. Seeing the Flame Leopard King's ferocious attack, Li Mingzhu tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and leaped into the air. She immediately unleashed a fierce attack and clashed with the Flame Leopard King. Soon after, the other 3 also made their move. The Flaming Leopard King was very powerful. Even with the 4 of them working together, they were only barely able to suppress one Flaming Leopard King. After a bitter battle, Li Xian couldn't help sighing. Luckily the 4 of us are working together. If we were alone, we wouldn't be able to defeat the Flaming Leopard King. Yeah, this Flaming Leopard King is too powerful. Even Li Mingzhu wouldn't be its match in a one-on-one fight, said Li Qing. On the side, Li Xiaoke was constantly waving her palms, emitting a terrifying aura. Of the 4 of them, Li Mingzhu's attacks were the strongest. Each of her attacks would hit the Flaming Leopard King's weak point. After fighting for half an hour, the flaming leopard king let out a miserable cry and finally fell to the ground unwillingly. After the flaming leopard king died, the boundless flames on its body instantly dissipated. Seeing the flaming leopard king die, the four of them stopped attacking. Li Xian and Li Qing stood there panting, their foreheads full of sweat. "We finally killed it," said Li Xian. The flaming leopard king's body was full of treasures. Of course, Li Mingzhu was most interested in the flaming leopard king's heart. It was said that the flaming leopard king's heart contained boundless fire element. Warriors who obtained it would benefit greatly. In a short while, the flaming leopard king was dissected by the four of them. Li Mingzhu took the heart, Li Xiaoke took the claws, and Li Xian and Li Qing each chose the parts they needed. Then, they put the remaining flaming leopard king meat into their interspatial rings. The harvest this time was perfect. Even the usually cold Li Mingzhu let out a rare smile. "I really didn't expect that we would actually kill a flaming leopard king." Li Xian felt like he was dreaming. "When we go back this time, I will definitely be able to condense the 9th layer of true qi," said Li Qing confidently. The flaming leopard king that hadn't appeared in dozens of years was encountered by them. It would be strange if they weren't happy. "With the flaming leopard king's heart, my strength will increase again. I won't have to be afraid of Yang Xiujian in the large competition in a month's time," said Li Mingzhu secretly. At this time, Li Xiaoke said, "We've finished killing the flaming leopard king. Should we return?" Actually, Li Xiaoke was thinking about Fang Chen. "Let's go back," said Li Mingzhu. Chapter 572. Kaiyang City was a small city in the core region of the Five Elements state. It was also the closest city to the Four Great Ridges. The Luoying mountain range was near Kaiyang City. A small city like Mizar City was nothing in the vast Five Elements province. The overall strength of Kaiyang City was the weakest in the Five Elements state. The younger generation disciples here were only at the peak of the condensing reality realm. It was said that in the Five Elements state's big sect, some of the younger generation disciples had already reached the spirit whirlpool realm. In the Four Great Ridges, the spirit whirlpool realm was considered an absolute powerhouse. But in the Five Elements state, the spirit whirlpool realm was nothing. This was the difference between the Five Elements state and the Four Great Ridges. Although the Four Great Ridges belonged to the Five Elements state, the local warriors of the Five Elements state never acknowledged the Four Great Ridges. They felt that although the Four Great Ridges belonged to the Five Elements state, they were just barbarians from a remote area. They disdained to associate themselves with these barbarians. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know any of this. He was still unconscious. There were 3 big families in Kaiyang City, and the Li family was one of them. Li Mingzhu and the other 3 returned from the Luoying mountain range and brought back a lifeless warrior. Everyone knew that Li Xiaoke must have brought him back. Everyone was already used to Li Xiaoke's behavior. On the streets of Kaiyang City, Li Xian and Li Qing supported Fang Chen, while Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke led the way. When they were about to reach the Li family mansion, a mocking voice entered their ears. "Li Xiaoke, you really save anyone. What's the use of bringing back a dead person like this?" Hearing this, Li Mingzhu's eyes were filled with coldness. She turned her head and looked at the man holding a fan. She said coldly, "The Li family's matters are not up to your Yang family to tell us what to do." Li Mingzhu, why are you so arrogant? If you have the ability, go and be arrogant with Big Brother Xiujian in the Kaiyang City tournament in a month," the Yang family warrior said coldly. Scram. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu spat out a word. The cold voice entered the ears of the surrounding people. The voice contained a majestic spirit qi, and it caused the Yang family warrior to retreat. "You, Li Mingzhu, just you wait." Li Mingzhu actually dared to humiliate him in front of so many people. Yang Fang felt humiliated. Although his strength was not as good as Yang Xiujian, he was still a martial artist with 9 strands of true qi. In the face of Yang Fang's anger, Li Mingzhu did not care at all. The only person in the younger generation of the Yang family that could make her feel apprehensive was Yang Xiujian. Li Mingzhu and the other three brought Fang Chen into the Li clan residence. In the courtyard of the Li clan manor, the Li clan elder was all smiles when he saw the return of the 4 members of the Li clan. "Mingzhu, how was your harvest this time?" asked an elder with a smile. "Elder, we encountered the Flame Leopard King and successfully killed it," Li Mingzhu said honestly. "What? You really encountered a Flame Leopard King?" The elder's face was filled with excitement. Li Mingzhu nodded. The elder became even more excited and hurriedly asked, "Then what about the Flame Leopard King?" "We dissected the body of the Flame Leopard King and took away some useful things. The rest are in Li Xian's space ring," Li Mingzhu said. Then Li Xian took out the Flame Leopard King's meat and handed it to the elder. The elder received it with a smile. "The Flame Leopard King's entire body is a treasure. Just this meat is enough to strengthen the Li clan's younger generation. This time you've really done a great service." The elder put away the Flame Leopard King's meat and smiled. "You brought back the Flame Leopard King's meat for the Li clan. The Li clan must reward you. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Li Mingzhu and the others didn't say anything. They had already obtained the things they needed. Now the most important thing was to go into seclusion. But just at this moment, Li Xiaoke opened her mouth. Her snow-white hand pointed at Fang Chen on the ground. "Elder, when we went out this time, we encountered him in the Luoying mountain peak. Elder, can you save him?" Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, the elder finally noticed Fang Chen. When he saw Fang Chen's injuries, he frowned. "This child has no life left. Why did you bring him back?" "Elder, he's still alive," explained Li Xiaoke. The elder shook his head. "All his meridians are broken. His organs are shattered. His skull is broken. There's no way he can survive." "Elder, he's definitely alive," said Li Mingzhu. The elder raised his head and looked at Li Mingzhu. "Mingzhu, you're saying he's still alive?" Li Mingzhu nodded and said, "Elder, place your hand on his heart." When the elder heard this, he followed Li Mingzhu's instructions and placed his hand on Fang Chen's heart. His originally expressionless face instantly revealed a complicated expression. "How is this possible?" cried the elder. He had just used his spiritual sense to check this person's body and confirmed that he had no life left. But why was his hand able to feel this person's heartbeat? His meridians are broken. His organs are damaged. His bones are shattered. To be able to survive with such injuries is simply a miracle. At this moment, the elder was completely stunned. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen someone survive with such heavy injuries. "Where did you see him?" asked the elder. "At the Luoying peaks," said Li Xiaoke. "It's truly a miracle that this person was able to survive," sighed the elder. Li Mingzhu glanced at the elder and said, "Elder, I'm guessing that he most likely failed to take the transportation formation. You're saying that he was sucked into the spatial turbulence and then fell here?" The elder was even more shocked. If what Li Mingzhu said was true, then this person's life force was too tenacious. "Elder, you have to think of a way to save him," said Li Xiaoke, pouting. "Elder, we just so happened to meet him at the Luoying peak. It can be considered fate. Please save him," said Li Cheng. The elder nodded. Doing his best to suppress his shock, he said, "I'll try my best." Hearing this, Li Xiaoke jumped up in excitement. "Elder, I'll go into seclusion first." Li Mingzhu turned and left. Li Xian and Li Cheng also left. Only Li Xiaoke stayed by Fang Chen's side, waiting for the elder to save him. Elder Li Han's position in the Li clan was very high. He was second only to the Li clan patriarch. He was also very strong. He was a spirit vortex realm expert. He had promised Li Xiaoke to save Fang Chen, so he would naturally help. Elder Li Han found a guest of the Li clan. This guest was a medical expert. He was also in charge of the injuries of the Li clan's warriors. "Guest Li, you're here. Elder Li Han's attitude towards Guest Li was very gentle. "Elder Li Han, why did you call me here?" asked Guest Li. Although he was a guest of the Li clan, Guest Li wouldn't easily help under normal circumstances. He would only help if someone in the Li clan was seriously injured. "Guest Li, this person is a warrior that I brought back this time. Can you help him?" Elder Li Han smiled. Guest Li turned to look at Fong Chen, who was lying on the ground. The more he examined Fong Chen, the more Guest Li frowned. In the end, his expression became completely serious. Soon, Guest Li finished his examination. "Guest Li, how is it?" asked Elder Li Han. Guest Li shook his head. "This person's meridians are broken, his organs are shattered, and his frontal bone is damaged. I have to say, this is a miracle. This is also the first time I've seen such a situation." "His situation is too special," said Guest Li. "Then can Guest Li treat him?" asked Elder Li Han. Guest Li shook his head. "I'm not confident, but I'm willing to try." To be able to encounter such a special situation in his lifetime, Guest Li also wanted to challenge his limit. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Guest Li." Elder Li Han nodded. Guest Li brought Fong Chen back to his courtyard and began treating Fong Chen. 3 days later, Guest Li found Elder Li Han and Li Xiaoke. "Guest Li, how is it?" asked Elder Li Han. Guest Li shook his head, his face expressionless. He sighed and said, "I have no other way." Hearing Guest Li's words, Li Xiaoke's expression changed. She was very disappointed. "Is there no other way?" Li Xiaoke asked unwillingly. Li Han also shook his head. "If even Guest Li can't treat him, then no one in Kaiyang City can." Guest Li was a medical expert. If even he couldn't treat a patient, then no one else could. At this moment, Li Han also gave up. He tried to persuade Li Xiaoke. "Xiaoke, you've never met him before. It's already good that you're doing this for him. Give up." Li Xiaoke kept shaking her head. This was her personality. She would be very sad when she saw a life disappear. "Bring him to my residence," said Li Xiaoke after a long time. In the past, some warriors that Li Xiaoke brought back couldn't be treated and eventually died. However, Li Xiaoke always placed them in her residence until they died. Hearing this, Elder Li Han didn't say anything. He arranged for a few servants to carry Fong Chen to Li Xiaoke's residence. Looking at Li Xiaoke's back as she left, Elder Li Han sighed. Xiaoke's personality isn't suitable for martial arts at all. The path of martial arts was very cruel. How could Li Xiaoke, who had a compassionate heart, survive in this cruel world? "Elder Li Han, you don't have to sigh. Xiaoke has a compassionate heart at such a young age. There are 2 extremes for such a person. Either she falls in the cruel and chaotic world, or she rises in the chaotic world," said Guest Li. "I feel that Xiaoke will rise and not fall." "I hope so," said Elder Li Han. Over the years, Li Xiaoke had saved countless warriors, but almost all of them were mediocre warriors. Elder Li Han didn't expect Li Xiaoke to save an almighty. Chapter 573. Fong Chen was very mysterious. Although he looked like he was about to die, his heart was still beating. However, as time passed, Fong Chen's heartbeat became slower and slower. Li Xiaoke knew that Fong Chen wouldn't be able to hold on. Although she really wanted to save Fong Chen, there was nothing she could do. In the end, Li Xiaoke couldn't bear to watch Fong Chen die. She let Fong Chen stay in her residence while she went into seclusion. This time, she had obtained the Flame Leopard King's Claw in the Fallen Flowers mountain range. She hadn't used it yet. Time passed bit by bit. Fong Chen's heartbeat became slower and slower. His soul was also dissipating. Even a medical expert with miraculous hands could not cure Fong Chen. At this moment, Fong Chen seemed to have been sentenced to death. There was nothing he could do. Half a month later, Li Mingzhu came out of seclusion. Her body was filled with a powerful aura. Her coming out of seclusion shocked the entire Li family. Even the head of the Li family personally went to greet Li Mingzhu. This time, although Li Mingzhu's cultivation base hadn't increased, her strength had increased a lot. After fusing with the Flame Leopard King's heart, Li Mingzhu's strength had almost reached the limit of the condensing reality realm. Mingzhu, did you gain anything this time? The head of the Li family asked with a smile. Li Mingzhu nodded. I gained a lot. At Li Mingzhu's level, it was very difficult to increase one's cultivation base. Even a small increase would make people happy. That's great. There's still half a month before the Kaiyang City tournament. Does Mingzhu have the confidence to defeat Yang Xiujian? Asked the head of the Li family. Li Mingzhu's eyes turned. Yes. After saying that, Li Mingzhu left. Her personality was like that. She didn't like to chat with others. She gave people a cold and aloof feeling. After Li Mingzhu came out of seclusion, she went to Li Xiaoka's residence. Seeing the dying Fang Chen, she put her small white hand on Fang Chen's heart. Soon after, she frowned slightly. In the end, she shook her head and sighed. Her red lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she shook her head and didn't say anything. Fang Chen's situation was very bad. If there were no accidents, Fang Chen would definitely die in less than a week. Now, his heart was beating very slowly, even slower than a child's. This made Li Mingzhu think that Fang Chen was dead for sure. However, Li Mingzhu didn't care about Fang Chen's life or death. Fang Chen was just one of the warriors that Li Xiaoka had saved. 5 days after Li Mingzhu came out of seclusion, Li Xian and Li Cheng also came out of seclusion. Their auras were very strong, and it was obvious that their cultivation seemed to have broken through. Sure enough, not long after, the news of Li Xian and Li Cheng condensing 9 flashes of true qi spread throughout the entire Li clan. This made the Li clan leader extremely excited. In the past, the Li clan had always been at the bottom of the Mizang City competition. Although they had Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoka, their overall strength was far from the other 2 clans. Now, the Li clan had 4 young people with 9 flashes of true qi. In this year's Mizang City competition, the Li clan would definitely be in the limelight. Li Mingzhu even had a chance to defeat Yang Xiujian and become the #1 person among the younger generation in Mizang City. At the moment, there were still 10 days before the Mizang City competition. Everyone's eyes were focused on the place where Li Xiaoka was in seclusion. As for Fang Chen, no one paid any attention to him. Even Elder Li Han had forgotten about Fang Chen. He was concerned about whether Li Xiaoka would break through during this seclusion. After another 7 days, Fang Chen's heart completely stopped beating. At this moment, Fang Chen's soul in his mind was about to collapse. There was only a little bit left. If this last bit of soul collapsed, his soul would be completely destroyed. In Fang Chen's mind, his soul was swaying and could collapse at any time. In his body, the golden heart had already stopped beating. See. The moment the golden heart stopped beating, faint sounds came from Fang Chen's body. When these sounds came, the golden heart, which had already stopped beating, actually started beating again. If the medical expert Mr. Li was there, he would definitely be extremely shocked. The heart, which had clearly lost all signs of life, actually regained its vitality and started beating again. At the moment, some cracks appeared around the golden heart. These cracks got bigger and bigger until the final layer of skin started to peel off from the golden heart. The golden heart was shedding its skin. As it did so, the golden heart became more and more active and started beating faster and faster. When the golden heart finished shedding its skin, a ray of golden light shot out from Fang Chen's chest and pierced the sky. In the meeting hall of the Li family mansion, the Li family patriarch led many elders to discuss the upcoming Mizang City competition. Just as Elder Li Han was about to speak, an intimidating aura suddenly filled the entire Li family mansion. What's going on? Elder Li Han asked anxiously. He could sense a sense of danger from that aura. What happened? The Li family patriarch asked loudly. Many of the Li family elders also stood up and walked out of the meeting hall. Immediately, everyone saw a ray of golden light that pierced the sky. "What is that?" an elder asked in shock. That ray of golden light was too shocking. It directly pierced the sky. Crash! When that ray of golden light pierced the sky at an extremely fast speed, it instantly disappeared. Immediately after, that intimidating aura also disappeared. The Lee family mansion regained its calm. All the elders looked at each other. They never would have thought that the aura that could intimidate even a spirit vortex realm expert came from Fang Chen. After a long while, the Lee family patriarch said in a low voice, "Could it be that an almighty is breaking through near our Lee family mansion?" The Lee family elders all nodded. This was the only explanation. After all, Mizang City was a city in the Five Elements province. From time to time, there would be experts from other cities passing by. Perhaps it was an expert breaking through. Without that oppressive aura, the Lee family elders once again returned to the meeting hall to discuss the competition. At this time, in Li Xiaoka's residence, Fang Chen's body was slowly changing. After the golden heart shed its skin, its color became brighter and brighter. A thick golden luster filled it. An invisible aura spread out from the golden heart and flowed into Fang Chen's limbs and bones. And Fang Chen's body was actually miraculously recovering. The golden heart revived and seemed to be healing Fang Chen's body. Wherever the invisible aura passed, the damaged wounds were actually slowly recovering. Although it was very slow, it was indeed recovering. At the same time, Fang Chen's body started to show signs of vitality. This was the first time in so many days that Fang Chen's body showed signs of life. If the medical expert, Mr. Li, was here, he would definitely be shocked. He had lived for so long and had seen countless seriously injured people on the verge of death. However, he had never seen such a miraculous situation like Fang Chen's. As the competition approached, everyone in the Li family focused their attention on Li Xiaoka's place of seclusion. No one would come to Li Xiaoka's residence. No one knew about the changes in Fang Chen's body. One day later, the wound on Fang Chen's chest had completely healed. His internal organs were also recovering. The Golden Heart's recovery power was getting stronger and stronger. At this time, the true qi in Fang Chen's Sea of Qi could finally circulate on its own. With the help of the true qi, Fang Chen's body recovered even faster. It could be seen clearly that Fang Chen's external injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his broken frontal bone was recovering quickly. Finally, when there was one day left before the competition, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" Fang Chen suddenly sat up and habitually looked around as he spoke in a low voice. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. Then, Fang Chen's body fell uncontrollably onto the bed. This is, when Fang Chen noticed the changes in his body, he was completely stunned. I remember that when I was teleporting, I was interrupted by the 100 Snake Valley Master and the others. I entered the spatial turbulence and then fell unconscious. How did I end up here? Intuition told Fang Chen that he had been saved by someone. Fang Chen's last memory was when he entered the spatial turbulence. Fang Chen had read about the continent's unofficial history. It mentioned the spatial turbulence. Ordinary warriors would definitely die if they entered the spatial turbulence. Of course, this was not a 100% thing. This was because there were always some warriors who were more fortunate than the heavens and would miraculously survive. However, such warriors were few and far between. In the past 100 years of the ancient Sword Continent's history, there had never been such a situation. Almost every warrior who entered the spatial turbulence had died. The spatial turbulence was constantly moving. So even if a warrior who entered the spatial turbulence died, their corpse would fall in some corner of the ancient Sword Continent. Fang Chen was also excited that he had been able to survive. To not die after entering the spatial turbulence, it seems the heavens are helping me. Fang Chen thought to himself. When he looked at the heart, he was completely stunned. Has the golden heart transformed? Fang Chen muttered to himself. At this time, the golden heart had undergone a heaven-shaking change. The golden heart was emitting an invisible aura that was helping Fang Chen recover his body. It seems that being able to survive the spatial turbulence definitely has something to do with the golden heart. Fang Chen looked at the golden heart and grinned. This time I have to thank you, said Fang Chen. The golden heart seemed to be able to hear Fang Chen's words. It immediately emitted a rich aura and restored Fang Chen's body. After Fang Chen woke up, his body's recovery was clearly accelerated. By night, his injuries were almost completely healed. Even his soul had been completely restored. Only his organs were seriously damaged and had yet to fully recover. As for his broken meridians, they had already been reconnected. Moreover, after reconstructing his meridians, Fang Chen felt that his strength had increased a lot. Chapter 574. On the last day before the grand competition in Kaiyang City, Li Xiaoke finally came out of seclusion. Seeing Li Xiaoke come out, the first thing the Li family members did was to ask her about her seclusion. "Xiaoke, how was it?" the Li family leader asked. Li Xiaoke said, "My cultivation didn't break through, but it improved a lot." Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, the Li family leader and many elders nodded in satisfaction. "Xiaoke, tomorrow is the grand competition in Kaiyang City. You just came out of seclusion, go back and have a good rest," the Li family leader said. Li Xiaoke nodded and returned to her residence. "I wonder how he is." Li Xiaoke came to the door of her residence and thought of Fang Chen. Then, Li Xiaoke opened the door and entered the courtyard. When she entered the courtyard, she suddenly felt a faint fluctuation of spiritual qi. Li Xiaoke was very confused. "Why is there a fluctuation of spiritual qi?" Li Xiaoke asked in confusion. Then, she entered. When she entered the residence, she was completely shocked. Fang Chen had already gotten up from the bed and was circulating his spiritual qi to heal himself. "You!" Seeing Fang Chen alive, Li Xiaoke was extremely shocked. When Li Xiaoke came back, Fang Chen woke up from his healing. Seeing Li Xiaoke's shocked expression, he smiled and said, "You saved me." Fang Chen's words woke Li Xiaoke up from her shock. She hurriedly said, "Yes, I saved you." How did you?" Li Xiaoke was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Fang Chen knew why Li Xiaoke was shocked. Coming out of the spatial turbulence, he must be covered in injuries. It was very scary. But now, he was sitting here alive. Normal people would be shocked. "Maybe I'm not fated to die," Fang Chen said with a smile. After a long while, Li Xiaoke finally calmed herself down. She looked at Fang Chen curiously and said, "How miraculous. Your injuries are so serious. Even our Li family's medical expert, Mr. Li, said that it is a miracle that your heart can still beat." Even the medical expert, Mr. Li, was helpless. "I didn't expect you to wake up on your own." Li Xiaoke's big eyes blinked. She walked to the bed and looked at Fang Chen curiously. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. At the same time, he was very grateful to Li Xiaoke. He was so seriously injured that most people would not care about him. He did not expect this little girl to bring him back and let her family's medical expert treat him. In the end, even though the medical experts were helpless, she still placed him in her residence. All signs indicated that this little girl was very kind-hearted. "I owe you my life," Fang Chen looked at Li Xiaoke and said solemnly. "You came back to life on your own. I didn't do anything." Li Xiaoke was very happy that Fang Chen came back to life. Although she was curious about how Fang Chen could survive such a desperate situation, Li Xiaoke did not ask. Perhaps Fang Chen had some miraculous encounter. "What is your name?" Li Xiaoke asked. "Fang Chen." "What about you?" Fang Chen asked. Li Xiaoke said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Where is this?" "This is my family," Li Xiaoke said. Then Fang Chen found out from Li Xiaoke that this was a city in the five-element state called Kaiyang City. The Li family was one of the three major families in Kaiyang City. Li Xiaoke was the leader of the younger generation in the Li family. She was the one who brought him back from the Luoying Peak. After hearing this news, Fang Chen nodded. He thought that the spatial turbulence would send him to other places. He did not expect that he would come to the five elements state. Originally, he had planned to come to the five elements state after dealing with the matters in the southern mountain land. He did not expect that he would come to the five elements state in this way. Thinking of this, Fang Chen sneered. This is good too. I will cultivate in the five elements state for a while. When my cultivation reaches the spirit vortex realm, I will go back for revenge. Fang Chen temporarily put aside the thought of revenge. His injuries had not healed, so how could he talk about revenge? Where are you from? Li Xiaoke asked. I came from the southern mountain land, Fang Chen said. After chatting with Li Xiaoke, Fang Chen realized that Li Xiaoke was not only kind-hearted, but also not scheming at all. She was very pure and kind. Therefore, Fang Chen did not hide anything from Li Xiaoke and told her directly. The southern mountain land? Is it the four great mountains? Li Xiaoke blinked. Yes, it is the four great mountains, Fang Chen said. Li Xiaoke seemed to be very curious about the four great mountains. She asked Fang Chen to explain some things about the four great mountains to her. Fang Chen smiled and began to explain to Li Xiaoke. During this time, Li Xiaoke could not close her mouth. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. After chatting, Li Xiaoke still looked as if she wanted to continue. She looked at Fang Chen and said, When I have time, I will find you to chat. You are so humorous. Fang Chen nodded and said, Anytime. Tomorrow is the Kaiyang City tournament. I am going to rest. You should rest early too, Li Xiaoke said. Fang Chen nodded and Li Xiaoke turned to leave. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly thought of a problem. Xiaoke, Fang Chen called out. Li Xiaoke stopped in her tracks and turned to Fang Chen. She asked, Is there anything else? Xiaoke, my injuries have not healed. I need some herbs. Can you get them for me? I will pay for them, Fang Chen said. This is a small matter. What herbs do you need? I will get them from Mr. Li, Li Xiaoke said. Then, Fang Chen wrote down some herbs and handed them to Li Xiaoke. She went to find Mr. Li. Mr. Li was in the courtyard. When he saw Li Xiaoke, he grinned and said, Xiaoke, why are you here instead of resting? Mr. Li, I need some herbs. Can you get them for me? Li Xiaoke took out the paper Fang Chen gave her and asked. Oh, let me see. Mr. Li was a little confused. He took the paper and said. When Mr. Li finished reading, there was a hint of confusion between his brows. He looked at Li Xiaoke and asked, Xiaoke, these herbs are used to treat internal organs. Why do you need them? Mr. Li asked, puzzled. Mr. Li, do you still remember the dying man I brought back from outside a month ago? Li Xiaoke said. Of course I remember. That guy should be dead, right? Mr. Li remembered Fang Chen clearly. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, Mr. Li, he is not dead. He is alive. What? He is alive? Mr. Li heard and asked in shock. After that, Li Xiaoke told Mr. Li about how she saw Fang Chen come back to life. Mr. Li's heart was in a state of shock. How is it possible? He is alive? Mr. Li could not accept this fact. Take me to see him quickly, Mr. Li said hurriedly. After a while, Li Xiaoke brought Mr. Li to the residence. When he saw Fang Chen sitting on the bed, alive and well, Mr. Li was completely confused. I have been a doctor for so many years. This is the most unbelievable thing I have ever seen, Mr. Li said slowly after a long time. Fang Chen, this is Mr. Li, the medical expert of the Li family, Li Xiaoke introduced. Guest Li. Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Mr. Li looked at Fang Chen in shock. He put his hand on Fang Chen's pulse. After a while, his face became serious. Kid, how did you come back to life? Mr. Li asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. He said, Maybe I am not fated to die. Mr. Li stared at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster. To be able to come back to life from such a situation was definitely a miracle in the medical world. How could Mr. Li not be shocked? However, after thinking about it carefully, there were many incredible things on the path of martial arts. In the end, Guest Li also controlled his mood. I just checked your injuries. They are basically healed. Only your internal organs have not fully recovered, Mr. Li said. Mr. Li, can you get those medicinal herbs? Li Xiaoke asked. Mr. Li nodded and said, medicinal herbs for treating internal organs are more precious. Although the Li family has them, they need spirit stones to buy them. Mr. Li's meaning was clear. Fang Chen nodded and said, how many spirit stones do you need? I will pay all of them. Then, Fang Chen touched his finger and realized that the interspatial ring was gone. Where is my interspatial ring? Fang Chen's expression changed greatly. When we brought you back, we did not find the interspatial ring, Li Xiaoke said. Fang Chen was very anxious. All of his wealth was in the interspatial ring. If the interspatial ring was lost, it would be a huge loss. Could it have been lost in the spatial turbulence? Chapter 575. Fang Chen's face was extremely pale after losing his space ring. He knew better than anyone how important the space ring was to him. Could it really have been lost in the space turbulence? Fang Chen's face was solemn. After pondering for a moment, he finally came back to his senses. Then, he clasped his hands apologetically to Guest Li and said, Guest Li, I seem to have lost my space ring. I'm sorry, I don't have any spirit stones now. I'll look for you when I have them. Hearing this, Guest Li nodded and didn't say anything else. Although he was very curious about Fang Chen's body, these herbs were very precious and they were all resources of the Li clan. As a guest, how could he give them away casually? You can look for me at any time. Guest Li left this sentence and left. He was really shocked by Fang Chen today. He was so injured that even he couldn't do anything about it. In the end, he actually came back from the dead and was still alive and kicking. This matter was beyond Guest Li's understanding. After Guest Li left, Li Xiaoke said a few words to Fang Chen and also left. Tomorrow was the grand competition in Mizar City. Li Xiaoke needed to recuperate and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Fang Chen stood alone in the courtyard, his face full of disappointment. After a long time, Fang Chen came back to his senses. His eyes flickered as he made a decision. He wanted to go to the Luoying Peaks and look for his space ring. There was only a little hope, so he had to work hard. In the space ring, there were all of Fang Chen's things. If it was lost, it would be a great loss to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen made this decision, he directly left the Li clan mansion. The sky was already dark. After Fang Chen left the Li clan mansion, he was very fast and left Mizar City in a short while. Fang Chen had also asked Li Xiaoke about the location of the Luoying Peak. After leaving Mizar City, Fang Chen directly rushed towards the Luoying Peak. The Luoying mountain range was an endless stretch of mountain peaks. In this mountain, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. However, these demonic beasts were generally very weak. Just like what Li Mingzhu and the others had said, martial artists usually wouldn't come to the Fallen Heroes' Peaks unless they wanted to try their luck and find the Flame Leopard King. As night fell, the Luoying mountain range was deathly silent. A crescent moon hung in the sky, illuminating the continuous peaks of the Fallen Heroes' mountains. On one of the mountain peaks, two warriors were sitting cross-legged on the ground and resting. Both of their cultivations were warriors who had condensed 7 flashes of true qi. Brother Tian, we've already spent a day tempering ourselves in the Fallen Flower Peak. Tomorrow is Kaiyang City's competition. Shouldn't we return? Asked a thin and weak man. These two people were disciples of the Yang clan, one of the 3 great clans of Kaiyang City. The thin and weak man was called Yang Feng, and the other man called Brother Tian was called Yang Tian. The strength of the two of them was very weak among the younger generation of the Yang family. They simply couldn't enter the eyes of the family. However, because the two of them were Yang Feng's lackeys, ordinary disciples in the clan were not willing to provoke them. This time, they came to the fallen heroes' peaks to temper themselves. "It's already late, we should return," said Yang Tian. Hearing Yang Tian's words, Yang Feng's face revealed a trace of a smile, and then he stood up. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw an ordinary ring not far from them. Under the sunlight, he could barely see the ring. "It's an interspatial ring." Yang Feng instantly discovered that it was an interspatial ring. His face revealed a trace of joy, and he hurriedly picked up the interspatial ring. "Brother Tian, this is an interspatial ring." Yang Feng looked at the interspatial ring and said. Yang Tian took the interspatial ring and looked at it, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Perhaps there was a treasure inside this interspatial ring. "Open it and take a look," said Yang Feng. Yang Tian circulated his spirit energy and prepared to open the interspatial ring, but he discovered that the interspatial ring actually had an owner. "Its owner is not dead yet," Yang Tian said in a low voice. "What's going on?" asked Yang Feng. Under normal circumstances, when an interspatial ring fell, it basically meant that its owner had died. However, the interspatial ring they found actually had an owner. "Forget it, let's take it back first." Yang Tian pondered for a moment and then said. They also did not know what was inside the interspatial ring, but in any case, they would take it back to the Yang family. Soon after, Yang Tian and Yang Feng left the mountain together. It took Fang Chen an hour to arrive at the Luoying mountain range. As soon as he entered the Luoying mountain range, he saw two figures walking towards him. In the dark night there were some houses with moonlight. Fang Chen could barely see that the two warriors were young, and their cultivation should not be high. "There's someone." Yang Tian and Yang Feng were moving forward when they suddenly discovered someone. The two of them instantly became vigilant. Soon after, the two of them continued moving forward. Under the situation where they did not know the origin of the other party, the two of them would not act rashly. Fang Chen also looked at the two of them vigilantly. Just as they passed by, Fang Chen suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of old ancestor bronze. His gaze was instantly attracted by this aura, and then he looked at the two figures. At this moment, Yang Tian and Yang Feng were about to leave the fallen hero's peak. Fang Chen was sure that his interspatial ring had been taken by the two of them. "Stop!" Fang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Upon hearing Fang Chen's shout, Yang Tian and Yang Feng stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. "Kid, are you courting death?" Yang Tian said coldly. "It's fine if we don't provoke you, but you actually took the initiative to provoke us. Are you tired of living?" Yang Feng sneered. Fang Chen walked step by step towards Yang Feng and Yang Tian and said, "You took my interspatial ring." Yang Feng and Yang Tian were startled when they heard Fang Chen's words. Then the two of them instantly recalled the interspatial ring they had obtained on the mountain peak. A strange smile appeared in Yang Tian's eyes and he said, "This interspatial ring is yours." Fang Chen's eyes burned when he saw the interspatial ring in Yang Tian's hand. "Yes, it's mine." "That's good. We were just worried that we wouldn't be able to open the interspatial ring. Since you took the initiative to appear, then you can remove your relationship with this interspatial ring now," Yang Feng reprimanded. After they saw Fang Chen's appearance clearly, they carefully recalled that there was no such young martialist in Kaiyang City. He should not be strong, so they wanted to use force to intimidate Fang Chen. "Return the interspatial ring to me." Fang Chen was expressionless as he said in a deep voice, "Kid, the interspatial ring is in our hands. It's ours." Yang Tian said, "That's right. In Kaiyang City, who would dare offend our Yang family?" Yang Feng sneered. "Return the interspatial ring to me." Fang Chen once more said in a deep voice, Kid, you're courting death. Even if I kill you, we can still open the interspatial ring. Yang Tian sneered. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. 7 strands of true qi revolved around Fang Chen as he punched. Seeing Yang Tian attack, Fang Chen's eyes emitted a golden light. He clenched his fist, and 5 strands of true qi revolved around him as he unhesitatingly punched out. Rumble! After the 2 fists collided, a deafening sound rang out, followed by a miserable cry. Brother Tian. He originally thought that Yang Tian would be able to easily kill this kid. But what shocked Yang Feng was that even someone as strong as Yang Tian was sent flying with a single punch. Furthermore, Yang Tian's appearance was heavily injured and his aura was weak. Brother Tian. Yang Feng ran over to Yang Tian and shouted, "You!" Yang Tian endured the pain all over his body and looked at Fang Chen in horror. "Return the interspatial ring to me," Fang Chen said. Yang Feng grabbed the interspatial ring and threw it to Fang Chen. "I've given you the interspatial ring. Can you let us go now?" Yang Feng said in horror. Fang Chen sneered, his face full of ridicule. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng knew that Fang Chen was going to kill him to silence him. He rolled his eyes and in the next moment, he helped Yang Tian up. While Yang Tian was not paying attention, he directly pushed Yang Tian towards Fang Chen. Then he jumped and disappeared into the darkness. Yang Feng. Yang Tian roared in anger when he saw this, but it was too late. Fang Chen's fist directly smashed his head. Fang Chen glanced at where Yang Feng disappeared. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and then left the Luoying Peak. The purpose of this trip was to find the interspatial ring. Since he had found it, he could go back. Fang Chen put the interspatial ring on his finger. Suddenly, Ancestor Bronze's voice sounded. "Kid, you're really lucky. You actually survived after entering the spatial turbulence." Ancestor Bronze's words were full of emotion. Fang Chen grinned when he heard this. He checked the interspatial ring and found that it was intact. When Fang Chen returned to the Li family mansion, he immediately looked for Li Baoqing. It was already very late, but Li Baoqing had not gone to bed yet. He was reading medical books to see if there were any records of Fang Chen's situation. After seeing Fang Chen, Li Baoqing smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" "Li Baoqing, I've found the interspatial ring and have enough spirit stones. Can you give me the herbs now?" Fang Chen said bluntly. Li Baoqing was a little surprised when he heard this, but he still nodded and said, "The herbs you want are large in quantity and high in price. The total value is 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones." 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones was a large amount in the southern mountain land, but it was nothing in the 5 Elements province. Any high-level condensing reality realm warrior would be worth more than this. Fang Chen nodded and took out 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones and handed it to Li Baoqing. Li Baoqing soon found the herbs and handed them to Fang Chen. Chapter 576. Kaiyang City could only be considered the smallest city in the 5 Elements province. The combat power of the warriors was on the low side. Moreover, the currency used in these places was still upper-tier spirit stones. Novels. If it was a slightly larger city, they would basically use upper-tier spirit stones. However, for Fang Chen, problems that could be solved with spirit stones were not a problem. He had a lot of spirit stones. Even the wealth of the Li family could not compare to him. This was his foundation. Therefore, Fang Chen was very nervous when he found out that he had lost his interspatial ring. Fortunately, his interspatial ring had been found. After returning from Guest Li's place, Fang Chen began to recover his internal organs. Although his injuries were almost healed, his strength had not fully recovered because of the damage to his internal organs. In the huge 5 Elements province there were many strong people. He had to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Fang Chen sat cross-legged. In front of him were a large number of medicinal herbs. The most precious ones were the heart-nourishing grass, the organ-refining grass, and the snow lotus grass. These 3 herbs could not be bought in the southern mountain land. Even if they could be bought, they would be sold for a sky-high price. The heart-nourishing grass mainly nourished the heart. The organ-refining grass could restore the internal organs. As for the snow lotus grass, it could be used to supplement other herbs and strengthen their medicinal power. It was already late at night. Fang Chen began to swallow the medicinal herbs. Fang Chen used 6 hours to finish the medicinal herbs that were worth 1,000,000 upper-tier spirit stones. At this moment, his body was filled with strong medicinal power. These medicinal powers gathered in his internal organs and began to restore them. Because Fang Chen's golden heart had transformed, its self-healing ability had become stronger. Therefore, after swallowing the medicinal herbs, his internal organs recovered very quickly. Time passed by slowly. Fang Chen's internal organs were recovering quickly. In Fang Chen's sea of qi, 5 streams of true qi were constantly rotating. This trip to the spatial turbulence was also a form of tempering for Fang Chen. Fang Chen had just returned from the gates of hell, and his golden heart had also undergone a transformation. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. When the first glimmer of light appeared in the sky, the medicinal power in Fang Chen's body was finally completely absorbed. At this time, Fang Chen's internal organs were almost fully recovered. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. Next, as long as he didn't get injured again, his internal organs would be completely healed in a few days. His injuries were almost completely healed, and his mood was much better. At least he now had the strength to protect himself. He couldn't say that he could defeat a martial artist with 9 flashes of true qi, but there was no doubt that he could defeat a martial artist with 8 flashes of true qi. At this moment, a coquettish voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen turned his head and saw that it was Li Xiaoke. Little Ku. Fang Chen smiled. Fang Chen, how are your injuries? Li Xiaoke asked as she looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded his head and said, I'm almost fully recovered. Today is the day of the Kaiyang City Grand Competition. Do you want to go and take a look? Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Sure. This was Fang Chen's first time in the 5 elements state. If he wanted to integrate into the 5 elements state as soon as possible, he had to understand the situation within the 5 elements state. Therefore, he would start from Kaiyang City. Let's go then, Li Xiaoke said. Then, Li Xiaoke led Fang Chen out of her residence and appeared in a courtyard where the guards lived. There were many guards in this courtyard. Some of them were strong, while others were weak. When they saw Li Xiaoke arrive, their eyes were filled with respect as they greeted her. Miss Li. How many times have I told you? Just call me Xiaoke, Li Xiaoke said. Miss Xiaoke, why are you here so early in the morning? Is there anything we can help you with? Someone asked. Li Xiaoke pointed at Fang Chen and said, He is a warrior that I recently rescued. Let him watch the Kaiyang City Grand Competition with all of you today. Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, everyone noticed Fang Chen. Then, they said to Fang Chen, Brother, all of us were rescued by Miss Xiaoke. In order to repay Miss Xiaoke for saving our lives, we decided to stay in the Li family mansion as guards. Fang Chen heard this and nodded his head. It seemed that Li Xiaoke had rescued quite a number of warriors. After sending Fang Chen here, Li Xiaoke left. She was the leader of the younger generation of the Li family. Naturally, she had to go with the higher-ups of the Li family. Kaiyang City, Central Square. This was the largest square in Kaiyang City. It was also the location of the annual Kaiyang City Grand Competition. In the central square there was a huge martial arts arena. This arena was where the younger generation of the 3 big families sparred. Around the central square there were 3 big areas. These 3 big areas were the areas where the 3 big families were located. Today was the annual Disciples Grand Competition in Kaiyang City. Many warriors came to the central square early in the morning to witness the competition. At 8 in the morning, the Yang family was the first to arrive. The group led by the Yang family head slowly arrived. Countless martialists started shouting when they saw Yang Xiujian in the crowd. Yang Xiujian, it's Yang Xiujian. I heard that Yang Xiujian had a breakthrough not long ago. He almost stepped into the spirit vortex realm. This time, he will definitely be first. Li Mingzhu of the Li family is not to be underestimated. She might be a strong opponent of Yang Xiujian. Among the younger generation of Kaiyang City, no one has forced Yang Xiujian to draw his sword. I wonder if Li Mingzhu can do it this time. After seeing Yang Xiujian, many warriors shouted. Yang Xiujian was one of the top experts among the younger generation of Kaiyang City. He had condensed 9 flashes of true qi at a young age. He was seen as the most promising warrior to reach the spirit vortex realm. Yang Xiujian was a sword cultivator. His entire body emitted a terrifying sword intent. Within Kaiyang City, when Yang Xiujian's name was mentioned, everyone's expression changed. Yang Xiujian's name resounded throughout Kaiyang City. Amidst the uproar, the Yang family members sat in the Yang family area. At this moment, one of the 3 big families of Kaiyang City, the Li family, also arrived. The Li family patriarch was in the lead. The 2 goddesses, Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke, followed closely behind. The moment the Li family arrived, they caused a huge commotion in the central square. The crowd was not surprised by the strength of the younger generation of the Li family, but by the goddesses, Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke. Among the younger generation of Kaiyang City, the 3 goddesses were Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke from the Li family and Lu Lianxue from the Lu family. The 3 of them were devastatingly beautiful. Each of them had their own merit. Even Yang Xiujian would be moved when he saw the 3 of them. Although the Li family was the weakest among the 3 big families, they had 2 goddesses who were highly praised. Fang Chun stood at the back of the Li family group. After feeling the warm atmosphere, he could not help but be speechless. It seemed that beauties were the most popular everywhere. Li Mingzhu was still cold. Her entire body emitted a cold aura as she walked straight to the Li family area. Li Xiaoke, on the other hand, greeted the crowd with a smile. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke, from the Li family, are definitely devastatingly beautiful. One family actually produced 2 goddesses. It really makes people jealous. Yeah. Look at Kaiyang City. How many young talents are chasing after Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke? The crowd in the central square sighed. After the Li family arrived, the Lu family followed closely. The Lu family had 2 prides, Lu Feiwen and Lu Lianxue. Both of them were equally matched. However, Lu Lianxue's popularity completely surpassed Lu Feiwen's. Within Kaiyang City, whenever someone mentioned the Lu family, they would be talking about Lu Lianxue. No one would talk about Lu Feiwen. Lu Lianxue, one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. Fang Chen followed the gaze and instantly saw Lu Lianxue in the crowd. She is indeed beautiful. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Lu Lianxue had a seductive aura in her bones that made people unable to stop looking at her. Lu Lianxue wore a snow-white dress. On her charming face, there was a faint smile. Her beauty was different from Li Mingzhu's and Li Xiaoke's. Li Mingzhu was cold, while Li Xiaoke was gentle. Lu Lianxue, Fang Chen's evaluation of her was seductive. After Lu Lianxue arrived, everyone looked at her absent-mindedly and shouted her name one after another. Lu Lianxue, on the other hand, smiled slightly and sat in the Lu family area. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Lianxue. He thought to himself, "This girl is very dangerous." After the 3 major families arrived, the grand competition of Kaiyang City was about to begin. The 3 family leaders stood up one after another. The first to speak was the Lu family leader. This year's grand competition of Kaiyang City will be the same as before. What do you think? Agreed, the Yang family leader said. The Li family leader also nodded and said, agreed. Then, the grand competition of Kaiyang City will now begin. The 3 major families had held the grand competition for countless years. All the warriors knew the rules of the grand competition, so there was no need to say anything. Moreover, there was no need for a referee. The three family leaders were the referees. At the beginning of the grand competition, it was a battle between the weak young warriors. The top warriors of the younger generation did not care about this at all. The final stage would be the most intense. On the martial arts stage, the battles were very intense. One by one, the young warriors went up the stage to fight. In the Yang family area, Yang Feng kept staring at the goddesses Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke. His eyes were filled with greed. He was fantasizing about how good it would be if he could get the two of them one day. At this moment, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the back of the Li family area. Suddenly, he saw a figure that he would never forget. It's him. Yang Feng instantly recognized Fang Qin. He looks exactly like the warrior who killed Yang Tian that day. So he's a disciple of the Li family. When Yang Feng recognized Fang Qin, his heart was filled with anger. Then, Yang Feng walked towards Yang Feng and told him everything about how Fang Qin killed Yang Feng. Yang Feng was instantly enraged. Chapter 577. When Yang Feng learned that Fang Qin had killed Yang Feng, he was infuriated. He immediately charged onto the martial stage. At this moment, a Li clan disciple who had just won a battle was attacked by Yang Feng before he could even say anything. Scram! Yang Feng roared in anger and punched out, sending the disciple of the Li clan flying. Seeing Yang Feng attack, the Li clan's expressions changed. Li Xian was the first to stand up, his expression grave. Yang Feng, what's the point of attacking a disciple weaker than you? Yang Feng ignored Li Xian's question and narrowed his eyes at Fang Qin. He roared, "Brat, do you dare fight me on the stage?" Following Yang Feng's gaze, everyone was shocked to see that the person Yang Feng was talking about was actually a guard from the Li clan. The Yang clan's expressions also changed. Yang Feng had openly attacked a guard from the Li clan. If news of this spread, he would become a laughingstock. Yang Feng. Yang Xiujian came to the central square and spoke for the first time. Hearing Yang Xiujian's voice, Yang Feng turned to look at the Yang clan's area. He killed my Yang clan's Yang Feng. How can my Yang clan let him off? Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Fang Qin in shock. They also hadn't thought that a guard from the Li clan would be able to kill Yang Feng from the Yang clan. At the same time, everyone was guessing the identity of this guard from the Li clan. Just who was he? Why would he kill Yang Feng? When the Yang clan's members heard this, their expressions instantly darkened. Yang Xiujian slowly sat down, no longer saying anything. His meaning was very clear. He supported Yang Feng's actions. Anyone who dared to attack and kill a Yang clan disciple would definitely die. Fang Qin was amongst the guards, quietly watching the battle. Suddenly, he sensed everyone's gazes. His expression constantly changed, and he stared at Yang Feng. "Brat, you have the guts to kill someone from my Yang clan, but you don't have the guts to fight? Are you going to be a coward for the rest of your life?" Yang Feng arrogantly shouted. At the same time, a wild aura was released from his body, directly suppressing Fang Qin. At this time, the Li clan's members looked at Fang Qin. No one was more shocked than Li Mingzhu and the others. A trace of astonishment flashed across Li Mingzhu's eyes. "He's actually alive!" Li Mingzhu's heart was filled with shock. Li Xian and Li Qing stared at Fang Qin as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real. Even Elder Li Han, who had seen Fang Qin before, was shocked. Back then, Fang Qin had already lost his vitality. Why was he standing here alive now? Just as everyone was puzzled, Yang Feng finally made his move. Fang Qin clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. He punched out and a fist aura appeared in the sky. It carried a powerful fist intent and blasted towards Fang Qin. The speed of this punch was so fast that before anyone could react, The fist aura had already appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes were solemn. He circulated his genuine qi and prepared to resist. However, just as he punched out, he suddenly felt a powerful aura invading his body. Pucci! Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. He couldn't even block one of Yang Fang's punches. It seemed he was also a useless person. Elderly Han shook his head slightly. He was shocked that Fang Chen could come back from the dead. But seeing Fang Chen spit out blood, he also shook his head. It seemed that even if he was alive, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Yang Fang, stop. Li Xiaoke stood up and said coldly. I don't believe you'll be a coward for the rest of your life. Yang Fang turned and walked off the stage. He had just relied on a sneak attack to hit Fang Chen. It was clearly impossible for him to attack again. After all, this was the Li family's territory. Although Fang Chen was a guard of the Li family and the Li family wouldn't care, the Li family cared about their face. Let the competition continue, said the Lu family patriarch. As the Lu clan leader spoke, the competition continued. Everyone's gaze moved away from Fang Chen. Only Li Xiaoke walked over to Fang Chen's side and asked in a low voice, How was it? Fang Chen shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Li Mingzhu looked at Fang Chen in surprise, but didn't say anything. At this time, Fang Chen's golden heart was rapidly absorbing the spiritual qi in his sea of qi. Could it be that the golden heart is lacking energy after its transformation? Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as he was about to block Yang Fang's attack, he suddenly couldn't circulate his spiritual qi, causing him to spit out blood. Everyone thought that Fang Chen was too weak and couldn't block Yang Fang's attack. But that wasn't the case. The golden heart was absorbing the spiritual qi in his sea of qi. Fang Chen couldn't circulate his spiritual qi, so his punch didn't have any offensive power. Yang Fang's fist directly landed on Fang Chen's body. Fortunately, Yang Fang's punch wasn't strong, so Fang Chen didn't suffer any serious injuries. In the blink of an eye, all the spiritual qi in his sea of qi was sucked dry by the golden heart. At this moment, Fang Chen felt extremely weak. Fang Chen tried his best to hold on, but his forehead was covered in sweat. The surrounding guards shook their heads. It seemed that the martial artist that Miss Xiaoke had saved this time was even weaker. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the morning had passed. At noon, the battles between the younger generation were more than half done, but the top experts still hadn't made their move. At noon, according to the rules, all three sides needed to rest. After the Lu family patriarch made the announcement, the three families returned to their respective residences. As soon as Fang Chen returned to his residence, he locked himself up. Then, he took out the spiritual stones in his interspatial ring and started absorbing them crazily. Holding the supreme-grade spiritual stones in his hand, they were all absorbed in the blink of an eye, turning into a pile of powder. However, Fang Chen had plenty of spiritual stones. After 2 hours, the spiritual qi in Fang Chen's sea of qi was finally full again. This time, he used 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. When the spiritual qi in his sea of qi was full, Fang Chen realized that his internal injuries had healed. At this moment, there was a change in Fang Chen's sea of qi. The golden heart emitted a trace of invisible aura, drilling into his sea of qi. Suddenly, the spiritual qi in his sea of qi started to spin wildly. This is, Fang Chen noticed the spiritual qi in his sea of qi. His face changed slightly, but in the next moment, his eyes were filled with joy. The spiritual qi in his sea of qi was condensing into true qi. In the blink of an eye, the sixth true qi was condensed. A blessing in disguise. Fang Chen muttered to himself. This trip to the spatial turbulence almost killed him, but it also strengthened his body. Now, the spiritual qi in his sea of qi was crazily condensing true qi. It seemed that condensing true qi was not so difficult. After a quarter of an hour, the seventh true qi was condensed. At this time, the spiritual qi in his sea of qi was still condensing true qi and had not stopped. Do I have to condense 9 true qi in one go? Fang Chen was very excited. He devoted himself to the process of condensing true qi. After an hour, the 8th true qi was condensed. Originally, Fang Chen wanted to condense 9 true qi in one go, but in the process of condensing the 9th true qi, he failed. Fang Chen did not force it. He was already very satisfied to be able to condense 3 true qi in one go. Crash! Fang Chen's aura instantly converged. He looked at the 8 true qi in his sea of qi and was very excited. After condensing 8 true qi, Fang Chen's strength improved comprehensively. Not only did he surpass before he was injured, but his combat power also increased exponentially. When Fang Chen had condensed 5 strands of Jin Qi, he could already easily defeat a warrior with 8 strands of Jin Qi. Now that he had condensed 8 strands of Jin Qi, Fang Chen could be said to be invincible in the condensing reality realm. Even a top warrior with 9 true qi would be easily defeated by Fang Chen's combat power. Invincible in the condensing reality realm? Fang Chen felt that his body was full of power. After a long time, Fang Chen finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. He slowly stood up, opened the door and walked out of the courtyard. The lunch break was about 4 hours. There were only a little less than 4 hours left. When Fang Chen arrived at the Li family mansion, he found that the Li family had already gone to the central square. He left the Li family mansion alone and came to the central square. In the morning, he was still a warrior with 5 true qi. In the afternoon, he became a warrior with 8 true qi. If the 3 big families of Kaiyang City knew, they would be shocked. After his injuries were healed, Fang Chen's spirit was much better. When he arrived at the central square, the competition had just begun. The first battle in the afternoon was Yang Fang from the Yang family. His face was full of arrogance and he said, "Who wants to fight with me, Yang Fang?" Yang Fang was a warrior with 9 true qi. He was very strong. Except for a few top geniuses, no one was his opponent. "I, Li Xian, will fight with you." Li Xian's body flashed, and he stepped onto the stage. "You are not my opponent," Yang Fang said coldly. Bang bang bang. Li Xian and Yang Fang immediately started fighting. At first, Li Xian was able to fight evenly with Yang Fang, but as time passed, Li Xian's weakness was gradually revealed. In one attack, Yang Fang took advantage of Li Xian's weakness. He directly punched Li Xian and sent him flying. Trash! Yang Fang looked at Li Xian on the ground and sneered. "You!" Li Xian said angrily. But he had already lost, and was not qualified to step onto the stage. "Let me!" Li Xian lost the battle, and Li Qing stepped onto the stage. He wanted to get revenge for Li Xian. However, after a fierce battle, Li Qing was no match for Yang Fang. After all, Li Xian and Li Qing were warriors who had just condensed 9 true qi. They could not be compared to Yang Fang. Bang. Li Xian was sent flying by Yang Fang's punch again. The Li family had lost 2 battles in a row, and many disciples in the Yang family area were celebrating. "Xiaoke, you go." The Li family patriarch's face was gloomy. Li Xiaoke was about to step onto the stage when suddenly, a figure stepped onto the stage. "Lu family's Lu Feiwen, please teach me." Chapter 578. Seeing Lu Feiwen on stage, the arrogance on Yang Fang's face disappeared and was replaced by fear. Before Yang Fang could speak, the Yang family patriarch stood up and said, "Since Lu Feiwen is here, let's end the elimination round and start the finals." If Lu Feiwen was here, Yang Fang would definitely lose. That was why the Yang family patriarch said that. The Li family patriarch's face darkened and he didn't say anything. The Lu family patriarch agreed with the Yang family patriarch. In the end, all 3 families came to a decision and the elimination round ended. Actually, everyone knew that the elimination round was just for the ordinary disciples to spar with each other. The real highlight was the finals. Each of the 3 families had 2 people in the finals. There were 6 people in total. This was a true showdown. Lu families Lu Lianxue and Lu Feiwen, Yang families Yang Xiujian and Yang Fang, Li families Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke. These 6 people were also the top geniuses of the younger generation in Mizang City. Their battle would definitely shock the crowd. The rules of the finals were different from the elimination round. The finals required every warrior to fight with 4 people from the other 2 families. The winner would get 1 point and the loser would get 0 points. The order of the battle was decided by drawing lot. After the 3 families drew lots, Lu Feiwen got number 1. He had to be the first to fight. Lu Feiwen stood on the stage with a gentle smile on his face. He looked at the Yang family area and said, "Yang Fang, it's you." Lu Feiwen could choose any 4 opponents from the other 2 families. So after being chosen, he couldn't complain. Yang Fang walked onto the stage with a gloomy face. He wasn't Lu Feiwen's match, but losing without a fight wasn't the style of the Yang family. "Just admit defeat," Lu Feiwen said. "Humph, if you want me to admit defeat, you have to show me what you're capable of," Yang Fang said softly. Whoosh! Lu Feiwen made his move. He stretched out his finger and a dense spiritual energy appeared at the tip of his finger. Then, Lu Feiwen gently stretched out his hand and a ray of light shot out from his finger. Poochie, this ray of light looked simple, but after hitting Yang Fang, the latter couldn't fight back. Bang! Yang Fang's body fell heavily to the ground. He had lost the battle. "Lu Feiwen wins, 1 point," the Lu family patriarch said. Then, Lu Feiwen challenged Li Xiaoke. After all, Yang Xiujian and Li Mingzhu were too strong. He did not have much confidence. After Li Xiaoke got on the stage, Lu Feiwen immediately launched a fierce battle. Around Lu Feiwen's body, there were 9 streams of true qi. His aura was extremely tyrannical. Every time he stretched out his finger, a powerful finger light would shoot out. Although Lu Feiwen's finger technique was very powerful, Li Xiaoke had ways to block it. Fang Chen, who was among the crowd, nodded his head when he saw this. He said, "Although little Ku looks weak, his strength shouldn't be weaker than Lu Feiwen's." 3 minutes after Fang Chen finished speaking, Li Xiaoke found a flaw in Lu Feiwen's defense. A fireball appeared in her fair hands and she threw it at Lu Feiwen. When Lu Feiwen saw this fireball, he hurriedly blocked it. At this moment, an arrow was pressed against his throat. "If this was on the battlefield, you would already be dead," Li Xiaoke said softly. "I lost." Lu Feiwen's face was filled with helplessness as he said softly. Li Xiaoke's victory over Lu Feiwen shocked everyone. All along, Li Xiaoke gave people the impression that she was kind and compassionate. Every time she went out to train, she would save some ordinary warriors and bring them back. As time passed, people would think that Li Xiaoke was a weak girl. But today, Li Xiaoke's battle had shocked everyone. Lu Feiwen of the Lu family, a prodigy who was on par with Lu Lianxue, was defeated by her. Everyone from the Li family nodded in satisfaction. However, the Lu family head frowned and announced that Lu Feiwen had lost. After losing to Li Xiaoke, Lu Feiwen lost to Li Mingzhu and Yang Xiujian consecutively. Lu Feiwen lasted a long time in the battle with Li Xiaoke. But in the battle with Li Mingzhu, Lu Feiwen only lasted 10 moves before losing. The battle with Yang Xiujian made Lu Feiwen even more depressed. Yang Xiujian did not use his sword from the beginning to the end. He only relied on his iron fists to send Lu Feiwen flying with 3 punches. At this moment, many warriors in the square were shocked. Yang Xiujian and Li Mingzhu were too strong. As for Lu Feiwen, he left the square helplessly. Out of the 4 matches, he only won 1 match. He lost the remaining 3 matches and only obtained 1 point. After Lu Feiwen's battle ended, it was Lu Lianxue's turn. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Lianxue. Even Fang Chen was staring at Lu Lianxue. This girl had a charming aura. If one's mind was not firm, they would definitely be affected by her. This Lu Lianshue's bewitching technique is truly powerful. Fang Chen thought to himself. Even with his firm mind, when he looked at Lu Lianshue, he was still a little dazed. Lu Lianshue, one of the three goddesses, Lu Lianshue, is going to fight. Lu Lianshue is indeed one of the three goddesses. She's really beautiful. If I can marry Lu Lianshue, even if it's just for a day, I'm willing. In the central square, many warriors were immersed in Lu Lianshue's beauty. Lu Lianshue's every frown and smile attracted everyone. The Lu family has produced a monstrous genius. Even the Li family's patriarch praised Lu Lianshue. In the Yang family's area, the Yang family's patriarch looked at Lu Lianshue and said, "Everyone says that the Lu family has two geniuses in the younger generation. But who knows that the Lu family only has one genius? That is Lu Lianshue. Lu Feiwen is too far away from Lu Lianshue. Lu Lianshue was the true genius of the Lu family." When Lu Lianshue fought, the Lu family's patriarch was full of smiles. He was very happy. He did not care if Lu Feiwen lost the match. He only cared about Lu Lianshue. All these years, Lu Lianshue had been hiding her strength. Outsiders only paid attention to her beauty. Because of this, she was even called one of the three goddesses. However, only the Lu family's patriarch knew that Lu Lianshue was the true genius of the Lu family. Before Lu Lianshue fought, the Lu family's patriarch told Lu Lianshue that she did not need to win all 4 matches, but at least 3. This was because even the Lu family's patriarch could not see through Yang Xiujian. No matter how strong Li Mingzhu was, the Lu family's patriarch knew that she was no match for Lu Lianshue. Lu Lianshue's only opponent was Yang Xiujian. Lu Lianshue was wearing a snow-white dress. She stood quietly on the fighting ring. Her beautiful eyes shone as she looked for her opponent. She looked at the Yang family's area and glanced at Yang Xiujian. Finally, she turned around and looked at Li Xiaoke. "Xiaoke, you will be my first opponent," Lu Lianshue said softly. Her voice seemed to have a demonic nature, causing the countless cultivators in the plaza to go crazy, crazed beyond belief. The competition between the two goddesses caused countless martial artists to be excited. However, things did not go as they expected. Li Xiaoke did not go up the fighting ring. She said directly, "I am no match for Sister Lianshue." Li Xiaoke admitted defeat directly, which disappointed everyone. They thought that they would be able to see the goddesses compete, but now it seemed that they could only pin their hopes on Li Mingzhu. When Fang Chen heard Li Xiaoke admit defeat, he nodded. Li Xiaoke was right. She was no match for Lu Lianshue. Since she was going to lose anyway, she might as well admit defeat directly. After Li Xiaoke admitted defeat, Lu Lianshue's gaze fell on Li Mingzhu. Li Mingzhu did not hesitate and went up the fighting ring. Li Mingzhu was wearing a purple dress, while Lu Lianshue was wearing a snow-white dress. The two goddesses each had their own merit. The competition between the two goddesses is really worth it. Ha ha ha, to be able to see the two goddesses compete on the same stage, this grand competition is too exciting. I wonder which of the two goddesses will emerge victorious. Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianshue were on the same stage. Many martial artists on the square went crazy. Usually, the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City would see Li Xiaoke the most. The other 2 were not seen at all. Only during the grand competition would they be able to see the 2 of them on the same stage. Li Mingzhu, Lu Lianshue. The 2 of them chanted each other's names. To be able to become the goddesses of Kaiyang City, the 2 of them were devastatingly beautiful. Lu Lianshue's body was filled with charm. Her every word and action would attract the attention of countless people. Li Mingzhu was the complete opposite. Her body was filled with a cold aura. Ordinary martial artists would feel unusually cold just by looking at her. However, it was because of this coldness that Li Mingzhu became the ice goddess of Kaiyang City. Li Mingzhu's cold personality did not affect her popularity in Kaiyang City. Countless supporters were chanting Li Mingzhu's name. Of course, the number of martial artists who supported Lu Lianxue was not small either. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched. Li Mingzhu was the strongest martial artist of the Li family's younger generation, and Lu Lianxue was the strongest martial artist of the Lu family's younger generation. When the two of them competed, wouldn't the two families compete? Li Mingzhu's strength should be about the same as Lu Lianxue's, Fang Chen thought to himself. He had not seen the two of them fight, so he could not judge whether Li Mingzhu could win against Lu Lianxue. At this moment, Li Xiaoke sat beside Fang Chen. The surrounding guards were filled with jealousy. Fang Chen, do you think Sister Mingzhu can win? Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, it will be difficult. Li Xiaoke nodded and said, Lu Lianxue's strength is very strong. Although she has been hiding her strength, I feel that Sister Mingzhu will lose to her. Fang Chen was a little curious as he looked at Li Xiaoke. Lu Lianxue's seduction technique is very powerful. Last year, I fought with her once. I couldn't resist her seduction technique at all, Li Xiaoke said. When Fang Chen heard this, he was shocked. Even a goddess like Li Xiaoke could not resist Lu Lianxue's charm. If it was a man, how could he resist it? Chapter 579. Mingzhu, it's been a year since we last fought, right? Suddenly, Lu Lianxue's red lips parted as she spoke softly. Hearing Lu Lianxue's words, an icy aura surged out from Li Mingzhu's body. As one of the three great goddesses of Mizar City, Li Mingzhu naturally knew how powerful Lu Lianxue was. Although she looked weak on the outside, she was actually extremely powerful. Who knew how many powerful geniuses had been defeated by her bewitchment arts? Li Mingzhu didn't dare be careless, because she didn't know when she would fall for Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts. Seeing Li Mingzhu so vigilant, Lu Lianxue smiled faintly and said, Mingzhu, you're still so vigilant against me. Lu Lianxue, others might not know, but I know very well that your words are filled with bewitchment arts, said Li Mingzhu coldly. Lu Lianxue laughed lightly. She knew she couldn't tempt Li Mingzhu, so she said, since that's the case, then let's see who's the real deal. Just as Lu Lianxue finished speaking, dense spirit qi suddenly surged out from her body. Then, she waved her small white hand. Instantly, the dense spirit qi transformed into a beautiful flower that floated above her head. At the same time, Lu Lianxue's Dharma idol was also released. When Fang Chen saw Lu Lianxue's Dharma idol, he was extremely shocked. No wonder Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts were so powerful. Her Dharma idol was actually a flower similar to the illusionary god flower. This flower was extremely beautiful. The instant the Dharma idol appeared, the beautiful flower formed from spiritual energy instantly merged with it. In the next instant, a dense bewitchment art surged out from within the Dharma idol. Some of the cultivators closer to the martial stage all retreated. They were afraid they would fall for Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts. The current Lu Lianxue was surrounded by a bewitchment aura. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light as she suddenly waved her hand. Immediately, a shocking palm print shot out from Lu Lianxue's palm and shot towards Li Mingzhu. Flaming fist. Li Mingzhu shouted as she clenched her fists tightly. Immediately, dense flames appeared. As soon as these flames appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply. Li Mingzhu's flaming fist was extremely powerful. Even before she had fused with the flaming leopard king's heart, she was already very powerful. After fusing with the heart of the flame leopard king, its power had increased even more. Facing Lu Lianxue, Li Mingzhu did not hesitate to use her strongest attack. Her fist slammed into Lu Lianxue's palm. Crack! Lu Lianxue's palm print shattered. Li Mingzhu did not stop at all and directly punched Lu Lianxue's beautiful body. Bang! Under the gazes of the crowd, Lu Lianxue's body instantly dissipated. The entire square was in an uproar. Countless warriors were shocked. Even Fang Chen was surprised. Such a terrifying, bewitching technique? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. It was his first time witnessing such a terrifying, bewitching technique. Li Mingzhu's fist had only destroyed one of Lu Lianxue's seductive doppelgangers. It hadn't even touched Lu Lianxue's true body. Impressive. Fang Chen couldn't help but praise Lu Lianxue. To be able to cultivate the art of charm to such a level, Lu Lianxue could be considered a talent. Flaming fist. When Li Mingzhu realized that she hadn't hit Lu Lianxue, she suddenly turned around and punched the air behind her. Bang! When this punch hit the air, it exploded with a deafening sound. Following that, Lu Lianxue's delicate body appeared on the martial arts stage. Mingzhu, you've become much stronger, Lu Lianxue said as she stared at Li Mingzhu. Your art of charm has become even stronger, Li Mingzhu said coldly. The two goddesses of Mizar City were competing. This scene made countless warriors extremely excited. Let's decide the victor with one move, Lu Lianxue suddenly said. Li Mingzhu nodded. She circulated all the power in her body and 9 streams of true qi fused into her fist. A metal hammer appeared above her head. This was Li Mingzhu's Dharma idol. This was also the first time Fang Chen had seen Li Mingzhu's Dharma idol. Fang Chen was also a little surprised that such a beautiful woman would have such a strength-type Dharma idol. After the metal hammer appeared, the might of Li Mingzhu's fist became even stronger. She used all her strength and punched out. Rumble! The power of this punch caused the surrounding warriors to cry out in surprise. Even if a warrior with 8 streams of true qi was hit by this punch, he would still die without a doubt. However, Lu Lianxue didn't even blink when she saw this punch. She didn't even move her body. Art of charm. Fang Chen, who was sitting in the Li family's area, muttered to himself as he stared at Lu Lianxue's body. Just as Fang Chen was feeling puzzled, Lu Lianxue's body instantly started moving. This time, she didn't use any art of charm. Her art of charm didn't have much effect on Li Mingzhu. Lu Lianxue's 9 streams of true qi fused into her pale palms. Then, with a shout, her palms suddenly shot out toward Li Mingzhu's flaming fist. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. 2 beautiful figures stood quietly on the martial arts stage, not moving at all. Who won? Some warriors asked curiously. The leaders of the 3 great families also looked nervously at the 2 people on the martial arts stage. They also didn't know what was going on when the 2 collided. Just at this moment, Lu Lianxue withdrew her palm and Li Mingzhu also withdrew her fist. On the martial arts stage, the fierce aura that had just filled the air instantly quieted down. Mingzhu, your strength has already reached the limit of the condensing reality realm. It won't be long before you can advance to the spirit vortex realm. Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes moved as she said softly. A trace of helplessness appeared on Li Mingzhu's cold face. She said, "But I still lost to you." After Li Mingzhu finished speaking, she turned and left. Hearing Li Mingzhu's words, the entire square was in an uproar. They didn't understand why Li Mingzhu lost. Lu Lianxue won. Many warriors were filled with doubts. Among the people present, other than the leaders of the 3 great families, only Fang Chen saw it clearly. When the 2 collided, Lu Lianxue had a slight advantage. But with Li Mingzhu's arrogant personality, a loss was a loss. She didn't bother to pester her. This woman is terrifying. Fang Chen had a new evaluation of Lu Lianxue. Haha, Lianxue didn't disappoint. The leader of the Lu family laughed. Out of the 3 great goddesses of Mizar City, Lu Lianxue had single-handedly suppressed the other 2 goddesses. After this battle, Lu Lianxue's popularity reached its peak. On the square, all the warriors were shouting Lu Lianxue's name. Even Yang Xiujian stared at Lu Lianxue for a good while. Lu Lianxue won both battles and obtained 2 points. Next, Lu Lianxue's opponents were Yang Xiujian and Yang Fang. I won by luck. Lu Lianxue smiled faintly when she heard the leader of the Lu family announce the result. Then, Lu Lianxue's gaze turned towards the Yang family area. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Xiujian walked towards the martial arts stage step by step. Everyone's gaze was on Yang Xiujian. The only person who could defeat Lu Lianxue was probably Yang Xiujian. After all, Yang Xiujian was the strongest genius of the younger generation in Mizar City. Yang Xiujian stood on the martial arts stage, his body surrounded by dense sword intent. His entire body was like a sharp sword, quietly inserted into the ground. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yang Xiujian. When he sensed Yang Xiujian's powerful sword intent, the sword aura within Fang Chen's body actually began to stir. But fortunately, Fang Chen managed to control it in time. What a powerful sword intent! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. On the square, many warriors were discussing. Goddess Lu Lianxue defeated Li Xiaoke and Li Mingzhu. I wonder if she can defeat Yang Xiujian. I think it'll be a little difficult. Although Goddess Lu Lianxue is very strong, Yang Xiujian's attack power is close to invincible. If Lu Lianxue can force Yang Xiujian to unsheath his sword, it'll be pretty good. I heard that not long ago, Yang Xiujian's sword cultivation improved. His sword intent has even reached the third minor realm. He's too strong. Yang Xiujian and Lu Lianxue's clash caused the entire square to shake. Yang Fang isn't your match. There's no need for him to fight this time. Yang Xiujian's handsome face revealed a trace of a smile. Yang Xiujian's words had directly decided Yang Fang's fate. Yang Fang's strength was inferior to Lu Lianxue's, and he didn't have the qualifications to fight. Even if he did fight, he would lose. Yang Xiujian alone was enough for the Yang family. Yang Xiujian's body was filled with battle intent. He was also looking forward to his battle with Lu Lianxue. Yang Xiujian, I've also been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes flickered. Last year, I had a premonition that you would definitely grow into a peak expert of the younger generation in Mizar City. As expected, said Yang Xiujian. In the Li family's area, among the guards, Fang Chen frowned and said, "It seems that Yang Xiujian has long noticed Lu Lianxue." At the same time, he glanced at Li Xiaoke beside him. Chapter 580. Yang Xiujian had already noticed Lu Lianxue last year. At that time, he believed that Lu Lianxue would definitely become an outstanding figure among the younger generation and even become his main opponent. From the beginning to the end, Yang Xiujian had never taken Li Mingzhu seriously. That was because Lu Lianxue hid her strength deeper than Li Mingzhu. An opponent that you didn't understand would always be the most terrifying opponent. Yang Xiujian knew this very well. Therefore, over the past year, Yang Xiujian had secretly investigated Lu Lianxue's background and even thoroughly understood everything about her. Therefore, when he saw Lu Lianxue's valiant strength today, Yang Xiujian wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, his eyes were overflowing with battle intent. Just as everyone thought that there would be an earth-shattering battle between Lu Lianxue and Yang Xiujian, Lu Lianxue spoke. A charming smile appeared on her delicate face. Then, her red lips parted slightly as she said faintly, "Yang Xiujian, there will be a battle between us in the end, but not now." After saying that, Lu Lianxue turned and left the martial arts arena. Her departure meant that she had admitted defeat. This scene caused an uproar in the entire square. Countless martialists were astonished. Lu Lianxue's strength was clearly on par with Yang Xiujian. Why did she suddenly admit defeat? Could it be that Yang Xiujian was so strong that even Lu Lianxue didn't dare to make a move? Clearly, Fang Chen didn't think so. Especially after hearing Lu Lianxue's words, Fang Chen was even more convinced that Lu Lianxue definitely had a trump card. However, this was the final elimination round. She didn't want to reveal her trump card. Once she fought with Yang Xiujian, she would definitely reveal her trump card. There would be a battle between her and Yang Xiujian eventually. However, that would be the true final, a battle to determine the number one powerhouse among the younger generation. In the current elimination round, losing a match wouldn't affect her at all. Lu Lianxue was considering the overall situation. She didn't blindly make a move against Yang Xiujian. Of course, there was also a reason. She felt that Yang Xiujian was unfathomable. Even if she made a move, she didn't have any confidence. Yang Xiujian glanced at Lu Lianxue, who had left the martial arts arena. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes. This woman was much more terrifying than he had imagined. After the Lu clan leader announced the results, the battles of the two Lu clan members all ended. Lu Feiwen had fought 4 battles and lost 3, earning a total of 1 point. As for Lu Lianxue, she won 3 matches and lost 1, earning 3 points. In this kind of situation, to be able to obtain 3 points, it was enough to see how strong Lu Lianxue was. In the next competition, the Li clan's disciples will fight, the Lu clan leader said. The Li clan leader nodded, then looked at Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke, asking them who would make the first move. Seeing this, Li Mingzhu stood up and prepared to step onto the arena. At this moment, Li Xiaoke, who was beside Fang Chen, spoke up. "Sister Mingzhu, let me do it." Li Xiaoke knew that she was weak, so she made the first move to test the opponent for Li Mingzhu. Until now, Yang Xiujian had not made a move, so no one knew how strong he was. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu nodded and returned to her seat. She said to Li Xiaoke, "Be careful, don't try to be brave." Li Xiaoke nodded and quickly stepped onto the arena. Although Li Xiaoke was the most low-profile of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City, no one doubted her strength. Even if she lost to Lu Lianxue, no one thought that she was weak. It was just that Lu Lianxue was too strong. Because Li Xiaoke was kind-hearted, she would often save injured warriors, so she was very popular in Kaiyang City. Li Xiaoke had just stood on the martial arts platform when countless martialists shouted her name loudly. Li Xiaoke's beautiful face revealed a gentle smile. She turned to look at the Yang clan area and said, "Let's start with the Yang clan." In the Yang clan area, Yang Fang stepped onto the arena. In the previous round, he did not even have the chance to make a move against Lu Lianxue. Yang Xiujian's words made him feel extremely ashamed. Now, facing Li Xiaoke, he could finally make a move. "Li Xiaoke, let me, Yang Fang, take you on." Yang Fang grinned and stepped onto the arena. All the warriors present knew that Yang Fang was no match for Li Xiaoke. If he made a move, he would only be humiliating himself. Boom! As soon as Yang Fang stepped onto the arena, he unleashed a powerful attack. 9 streams of true qi revolved around his fist. When he punched out, a deafening sound rang out. Bang! Li Xiaoke's strength was tyrannical. How could Yang Fang compare to her? Li Xiaoke waved her palm gently and easily neutralized Yang Fang's attack. This made Yang Fang furious. "I'm no match for Li Xiaoke in a head-on confrontation," Yang Fang thought to himself. At the same time, Yang Fang used all his strength to execute his fist technique. He threw punch after punch at Li Xiaoke. Although Li Xiaoke's body was petite and looked weak, she was very brave. Her body did not move from the beginning to the end. In the face of Yang Fang's powerful attack, Li Xiaoke only waved her hand gently. "Yang Fang, you're no match for me," Li Xiaoke reminded him. Even if Yang Fang used all his strength, he was no match for her. Li Xiaoke did not want to accidentally injure Yang Fang, so she reminded him. However, when Yang Fang heard this, he felt that it was a blatant insult. Yang Fang's heart was burning with anger. His eyes were scarlet and his body was filled with a terrifying aura. "Li Xiaoke, you'll regret this!" Yang Fang roared furiously. Just as Yang Fang's roar ended, a layer of golden light appeared on Yang Fang's body. In the next moment, Yang Fang clenched his fist tightly. His fist was instantly covered by the golden light. At this moment, his aura suddenly increased. A powerful aura filled the entire arena. This sudden change startled Li Xiaoke. She felt danger and her body moved for the first time. Not good. Fang Chen, who was in the crowd, sensed this aura and cried out in his heart. However, it was already too late. Yang Fang's scarlet eyes turned golden in an instant. At this moment, Yang Fang's face was ferocious. His fist contained an extremely majestic aura. Boom! Yang Fang punched out. Instantly, it was as if the sky and earth were falling apart. Yang Fang used a forbidden fist technique, the Yang family patriarch said in a low voice. Everyone in the Yang family knew that Yang Fang had a forbidden fist technique. Because Yang Fang had accidentally obtained it, the higher-ups of the Yang family did not ask for it. However, the Yang family patriarch had always reminded Yang Fang not to practice this forbidden fist technique before he reached the spiritual vortex realm. What was a forbidden fist technique? To be able to be called a forbidden fist technique, its power was countless times stronger than ordinary fist technique. However, the stronger the power, the greater the backlash. If one was not strong enough and forcefully used a forbidden fist technique, they would be killed by the backlash. Yang Fang was also forced into a corner by Li Xiaoke. He did not care about the consequences and used the forbidden fist technique. When this forbidden fist technique was used, the entire arena was covered in a layer of golden light. Bang! Yang Fang's face was filled with madness. His golden fist directly hit Li Xiaoke's delicate body. With a bang, Li Xiaoke's delicate body was instantly sent flying. She fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Fang Chun immediately rushed over and hugged Li Xiaoke. "Xiaoke, are you okay?" Fang Chun asked anxiously. At this moment, Li Xiaoke's aura was weak. There was a terrifying wound on her stomach, and blood was constantly flowing out. Li Mingzhu and the others also appeared beside Li Xiaoke. "Mr. Li." Hearing Li Mingzhu's voice, Mr. Li directly came to Li Xiaoke's side and placed his finger on her pulse. After a while, Mr. Li removed his finger and said, "Xiaoke's life is not in danger, but what?" Li Mingzhu asked coldly. "But because the opponent's fist technique was too strong, she was heavily injured and is in danger of being paralyzed," Mr. Li said. Boom! Everyone in the Li family's area was burning with anger. The Li family patriarch immediately stood up and looked at Yang Fang furiously. He said coldly, "Isn't the Yang family too much? Patriarch Li, there is no rule against using forbidden fist techniques in the competition." Yang Fang did not seem to have broken the rules. The Yang family patriarch naturally wanted to protect Yang Fang. Damn it! Yang Fang did not break the rules. The Li family patriarch wanted to help Li Xiaoke, but there was nothing he could do. The Lu family patriarch did not speak. He was quietly observing the situation. Li Xiaoke is only SOSO, Yang Fang said arrogantly as he endured the backlash of the forbidden fist technique. This was a slap in the face, a naked slap in the face. Not only did Yang Fang heavily injure Li Xiaoke, but he also dared to challenge the Li family. At this moment, Li Mingzhu clenched her fists and emitted an extremely cold aura. She wanted to go on the stage and take revenge for Li Xiaoke. "Patriarch Lu, should the competition continue?" The Yang family patriarch sneered and turned to the Lu family patriarch. The Lu family patriarch nodded and said, "The competition will continue. The Li family will send out another disciple." In the Li family's area, Li Mingzhu was preparing to go on the stage. She looked at the heavily injured Li Xiaoke and felt very sad. "Xiaoke!" Fang Chen looked at Li Xiaoke and called out softly. Li Xiaoke's body was covered in blood. Her small white hand held Li Mingzhu's hand and she said weakly, "Sister Mingzhu, be careful." The little girl who was alive and kicking just a moment ago was now heavily injured and on the verge of death. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. Li Xiaoke was his savior. It could be said that if it were not for Li Xiaoke, he might have been eaten by the demon beasts of the Luoying mountain peaks. If others were heavily injured, Fang Chen would not care. But for Li Xiaoke to be injured like this, Fang Chen's heart ached. "Xiaoke, rest well. I will take revenge for you." Fang Chen hid his anger in his heart and said to Li Xiaoke with a smile. Before Li Xiaoke could say anything, Fang Chen turned and walked towards the stage. Chapter 581. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Chen stepped onto the martial arts stage step by step. Killing intent filled his body. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yang Fang. He couldn't wait to kill Yang Fang. "You don't have the right to stand here." "Scram," said Yang Fang coldly when he saw Fang Chen step onto the stage. Fang Chen stood on the stage and looked at the Li family's patriarch. "Patriarch, can I fight in Little Ku's place?" The Li family's people looked at each other when they saw Fang Chen step onto the stage. The Li family's higher-ups didn't say anything. They just stared at Fang Chen. Is there no one else in the Li family? Even the trash that Li Xiaoka saved dares to fight in her place," said Yang Fang disdainfully with a mocking smile. "If there's no one else in the Li family, you can give up on this competition," said Yang Xiujian from the Yang family's area. Their words were full of mockery toward the Li family. Only now did the people in the square realize Fang Chen's identity. He was the cultivator that Li Xiaoka had saved. Thinking of this, they all shook their heads. How strong could a cultivator that Li Xiaoka had saved be? He actually wanted to fight in her place? "No!" shouted Li Xian and Li Cheng at the same time. They didn't want to see Fang Chen throw his life away. "Come down." "Let me go," said Li Mingzhu. Fang Chen shook his head. "My life was saved by Little Ku. Without Little Ku, there wouldn't be me. Now, my savior has been injured to this extent. If I don't take revenge for Little Ku, am I still human?" Fang Chen spoke with conviction. When the Li clan's guards heard this, they all shouted, thinking that Fang Chen's words were reasonable. "Take revenge for Miss Little Ku." Everyone shouted. The Li family's patriarch narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who is he?" "Patriarch, he's a cultivator that Little Ku saved not long ago," said Li Han. "Nonsense. If he takes Little Ku's place, what will the other two families think?" said the Li family's patriarch. Obviously, they didn't believe in Fang Chen and weren't willing to let Fang Chen replace Li Xiaoka in the battle. Fang Chen had naturally expected this result, so he directly looked at Yang Fang and said, "I challenge Yang Fang in my own name. Yang Fang, do you dare to accept?" Even the Li clan leader could not stop him from issuing a challenge in his own name. The patriarch of the Lu clan nodded and didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't object. "Do you dare accept?" Before Yang Fang could say anything, Yang Xiujian from the Yang family's area spoke up. He sneered, "How laughable! You don't have the qualifications to challenge someone from my Yang family." "Oh, so you're saying that the Yang clan doesn't dare to accept the challenge? If Yang Fang doesn't dare to accept the challenge, then you, Yang Xiujian, can also step onto the stage. As long as you're from the younger generation, I won't refuse anyone," Fang Chen said coldly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the surrounding cultivators all went into an uproar. Fang Chen was too arrogant. He was openly challenging Yang Xiujian. As expected, Yang Xiujian was infuriated by Fang Chen's words. He coldly said, "Yang Fang, kill him." Although Yang Fang had just forcibly used a forbidden fist technique, the backlash wasn't too severe. It was more than enough to kill Fang Chen. "Brat, you can die now." Yang Fang had already been accumulating power for a long time. He directly sent a punch at Fang Chen. "You actually didn't use a forbidden fist technique," Fang Chen sneered. "But you don't have the chance." Fang Chen's words had just landed when his fist suddenly shot out and fiercely collided with Yang Fang's fist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Immediately after, the crowd was shocked to find that the broken fist wasn't Fang Chen's, but Yang Fang's. After Fang Chen shattered Yang Fang's fist, he directly smashed Yang Fang's head with an unparalleled pressure. Bang! Yang Fang's head couldn't withstand such a huge force. It was smashed into pieces by the punch. Even his soul was completely destroyed. When the crowd came to their senses, Yang Fang's body had already slowly fallen to the ground, lifeless. "Yang Fang!" The crowd in the Yang family's area shouted. The Yang family patriarch suddenly stood up. He looked coldly at Fang Chen and said, "Brat, you killed a member of the Yang family. I want you dead." At this moment the Li family patriarch spoke. "Patriarch Yang, are you going to interfere in the battle between the younger generation?" "Humph, he even dared to kill a member of the Yang family. Mizar City won't tolerate him," the Yang family patriarch said angrily. At this moment the Lu family patriarch spoke. "Patriarch Yang, the battle between the younger generation is a fight between fists and legs. It's a little too much for the older generation to interfere." Fang Chen ignored the Yang family patriarch's words. He turned to the extremely weak Li Xiaoka and said, "Xiaoka, I've avenged you." Fang Chen killed Yang Fang with a punch. This scene caused the Li family's upper echelons to be shocked. At first, the Li family's upper echelons didn't believe in Fang Chen's strength. Now they finally believed that the Li family patriarch wanted to interfere because he wanted to rope in Fang Chen. This was a warrior that Li Xiaoka had saved. Once he joined the Li family, he would be one of the best in the younger generation. "Good, very good. You have the right to represent Xiaoka in the battle," the Li family patriarch said. The Yang family patriarch's eyes were cold. He was furious, but because of the Lu and Li family patriarchs, he didn't do anything. "Yang Xiujian, kill him," the Yang family patriarch said in a low voice. Yang Xiujian nodded and leaped onto the martial arts practice platform. That punch just now was just a demonstration of Fang Chen's strength to the Li family. From now on, he represented Li Xiaoka. "Kid, Yang Fang will not die in vain," Yang Xiujian said eerily. "I don't think so." Fang Chen looked at Yang Xiujian without any fear and sneered. "I have a feeling that you will also die in vain." Yang Xiujian heard this and sneered. After so many years, this person was the first person to say this to him. In the whole Kaiyang city, no one dared to speak to Yang Xiujian like this. "In front of me, Yang Xiujian, you are nothing to be afraid of. I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant." Yang Xiujian's face had a calm smile. He didn't see Fang Chen as an opponent at all. Instead, he looked at Fang Chen with a condescending attitude. When his internal organs were fully recovered and he condensed 8 streams of Zhen Qi, Fang Chen's strength was already incomparable to Yang Xiujian's. Right now, he could be said to be invincible in the condensing reality realm. A mere Yang Xiujian was nothing in his eyes. At this moment, all the martial artists in the square were shocked. In the morning, Fang Chen was hit by Yang Fang's punch and spat out blood. How did he become so strong in just one afternoon? Killing Yang Fang with one punch, even Li Mingzhu couldn't do that. Not only them, but even Li Mingzhu and the others were shocked. When Fang Chen was rescued, he was almost dead. He didn't even have a trace of life. Only his heart was beating slowly. Who would have thought that after a month, he would not only come back to life, but also become so strong? What was going on? In the Li family area, Li Mingzhu's deep eyes looked at Fang Chen, who was facing Yang Xiujian on the stage. "Mingzhu, how can he be so strong?" Li Xian asked in confusion. In the morning, he was hit by Yang Fang's punch and spat out blood. In the afternoon, he killed Yang Fang with one punch. Li Cheng was also very shocked. Li Mingzhu found that even she couldn't see through Fang Chen. "What a mysterious fellow," Li Mingzhu said inwardly. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the Li family patriarch was shocked. He could see that Fang Chen hadn't used his full strength when he killed Yang Fang. He hadn't even released his true qi. Just a simple punch had killed Yang Fang. If he used his full strength, just how strong would he be? While thinking, he glanced at the weak Li Xiaoka. This time, the young martial artist Li Xiaoka had saved was most likely not simple. Thinking of that, the Li family patriarch made a decision. Whether or not Fang Chen could defeat Yang Xiujian, he would invite Fang Chen to join the Li family. "This child is not simple," Elder Li Han said inwardly. In the Lu family area, Lu Lianshue's eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Chen. After a while, she shook her head. She couldn't see through this person. Finally, Lu Feiwen and the others couldn't see through him. Although this kid is strong, he's not Yang Xiujian's match, whispered Lu Feiwen. Lu Lianxue didn't say anything. She just watched quietly. On the martial arts stage, Yang Xiujian stared at Fang Qin. This was the first time he was seriously sizing up Fang Qin. Kid, are you prepared to die? Yang Xiujian, you don't need to scare me. If you want to kill me, you need to have the ability. What's the use of just talking? Said Fang Qin coldly. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile and cultivate in the Li family until he broke through to the spirit vortex realm. Then he would return to the Nanling land to take revenge. But because Li Xiaoke was heavily injured, he had no choice but to act. Since he had acted, he had to use an absolute stance to crush all of the younger generation. In Fang Chen's heart there was an invincible belief. This belief caused the aura around Fang Chen's body to rise instantly. On the martial arts stage there was a faint, intimidating aura. Yang Xiujian stared at Fang Chen. The latter stared back at Yang Xiujian. The two of them were motionless on the martial arts stage. The many martial artists in the central plaza were all confused as to why the two of them were motionless. But the three families' upper echelons could see that Yang Xiujian was using his spiritual strength to attack Fang Chen. He wanted to win without a fight. You want to win without a fight? How laughable! Fang Chen sneered. The little tricks that Yang Xiujian used were not worth mentioning at all in Fang Chen's eyes. Buzz. The martial arts stage was filled with their spiritual strength. Although they were standing motionless, an exceptionally fierce spiritual qi had appeared around them. That spiritual qi was like a tide, filling the entire martial arts stage. Li Mingzhu's eyes were bright as she stared at Fang Chen. She seemed to be thinking of something. On the other side, Lu Lianxue was also curiously looking at Fang Chen. She wanted to see just how this man would be able to fight with Yang Xiujian. Even Lu Lianxue was somewhat afraid of Yang Xiujian. How could an ordinary martial artist compare to him? Chapter 582. On the sparring ring, Yang Xiujian was surrounded by a terrifying aura. His eyes were ice-cold. Although he hid it well, Fang Chen could sense that there was a hidden killing intent in his eyes. Kid, I hope you'll still be standing here, Yang Xiujian said in a low voice. He was ready to attack. Whoosh! Yang Xiujian's fist suddenly stretched out. His body's dense aura directly merged into his fist, and he punched out. Bang! Seeing this, Fang Chen also punched out. The two fists collided, and a deafening sound instantly rang out. The two of them both retreated a few steps. After Fang Chen stabilized himself, he sneered, "You want to defeat me with such strength?" Yang Xiujian's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. It seemed that he had still underestimated Fang Chen. That was just a warm-up, Yang Xiujian said coldly. Everyone knew that Yang Xiujian was about to get serious. Even now, no one believed that Fang Chen could defeat Yang Xiujian. Even Li Mingzhu and the others didn't believe it. Crash! A huge black sword appeared above Yang Xiujian's head. This was his Dharma idol. Fang Chen noticed that Yang Xiujian was carrying a huge sword on his back. Up until now, no one in the younger generation had been able to force Yang Xiujian to take out this sword. Yang Xiujian cultivated the way of the sword. Yang Xiujian suddenly waved his hand, and an extremely dense sword intent appeared around him. This sword intent was so strong that it shocked countless cultivators. Yang Xiujian's sword intent has probably reached the third minor realm. Li Xian couldn't help but be astonished. Yang Xiujian's strongest point is his way of the sword. His sword arts are divine. This time, he released his Dharma idol. I wonder how this kid will block it, said Li Cheng. To the side, Li Mingzhu looked coldly at Yang Xiujian. This was the first time Yang Xiujian had used his Dharma idol in the Kaiyang City tournament. It wasn't Lu Lianxue, nor was it forced by her. It was an unknown cultivator. Can you block it? Li Mingzhu thought to herself. From the perspective of the Li family, she naturally hoped that Fang Chen could block Yang Xiujian's attack. But thinking about it carefully, this idea was very unrealistic. Once Yang Xiujian displayed his terrifying swordsmanship, he would have no chance at all. The Lu and Yang family patriarchs nodded in agreement when they saw Yang Xiujian's Dharma idol. Yang Xiujian's Dharma power was a giant sword that seemed to have been created for him. The Dharma power giant sword gave Yang Xiujian a terrifying attack power. Yang Xiujian activated his Dharma power, which was enough to show how serious he was about Fang Chen. You should be proud to be able to force me to activate my Dharma idol, Yang Xiujian said sinisterly. 2 beams of sword light shot out from his eyes. Sword cultivator? Seeing the giant sword Dharma above Yang Xiujian's head, Fang Chen sneered and immediately activated his own Dharma. The giant golden sword instantly floated above Fang Chen's head, competing with Yang Xiujian's Dharma power. While a golden light shot out from the giant golden sword, the surrounding ancient martial art practitioners were all shocked. Even the family patriarchs of the 3 major families widened their eyes. His Dharma power, the Li family patriarch muttered to himself. His face was filled with shock. The aura released by Fang Chen's Dharma power was very powerful. Elite practitioners of the spiritual vortex realm like them could tell at a glance that Fang Chen's Dharma power was very strange. It's actually suppressing Yang Xiujian's Dharma power. Lu Lianxue was also a little surprised and said in a delicate voice. In her impression, Yang Xiujian's Dharma power was very strong. Especially when combined with his heavenly sword technique, it was even more powerful. This person's Dharma power could actually suppress Yang Xiujian's Dharma power. On the martial arts stage, Yang Xiujian also noticed this scene. His eyes were cold. The giant black sword Dharma power was Yang Xiujian's pride. Because of this Dharma power, his strength had increased exponentially. Among the younger generation of Mizar City, no one could suppress his Dharma power. He did not expect the person in front of him to have such a strange Dharma power. Even so, what can you do? Yang Xiujian let out a low roar. He suddenly stretched out his finger and used his finger as a sword. A terrifying sword light instantly shot out from his finger. Whoosh! At the same time that the sword light shot out, the giant black sword above his head also emitted an extremely dense sword will. This sword will had already reached its peak. It directly merged with the sword light and shot towards Fang Chen. This sword light shocked countless warriors. Yang Xiujian is going all out. That sword gleam is too powerful. Even a martial artist with 9 strands of true qi would die instantly if struck by that sword gleam. It's too scary. Yang Xiujian's attack has already exceeded the range of the condensing reality realm. Give him some time and he will definitely become a spiritual vortex realm elite. Yang Xiujian of the Yang family is known as a once-in-a-century sword genius. When he advanced to the condensing reality realm, he even condensed a giant sword Dharma power. His sword skills are divine. I wonder if this person can withstand Yang Xiujian's sword light. In the entire central square, all the warriors were exclaiming. Yang Xiujian's sword light was too terrifying. On the martial arts stage, seeing Yang Xiujian's sword light shoot out, Fang Chen sneered. Since you want to compete in sword skills, then I will completely destroy your confidence. Fang Chen let out a low roar. He stretched out his finger and his whole body emitted a dense sword force. This sword force drilled into his finger, and he gently pointed it out. Sword force. Seeing the sword force released from Fang Chen's body, many warriors were completely stunned. What was going on? Such a powerful young warrior had only comprehended sword force? He hadn't even comprehended sword will, and he still dared to compete with Yang Xiujian? Sword force? How can it be sword force? Li Xian looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster and shouted loudly. Yeah, such a powerful warrior. He killed Yang Fang, who had 9 streams of true qi, with one punch. but he only comprehended sword force. How can he block Yang Xiujian's attack? Li Cheng also said in a low voice. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoka's eyes were filled with doubt. They didn't understand why Fang Chen hadn't comprehended sword will. Ha ha, kid, with your little sword Dao cultivation, you dare to compete with me? You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chen's sword force, Yang Xiujian laughed wildly. In front of sword will, sword force couldn't withstand a single blow. After seeing Fang Chen's sword force, Yang Xiujian was even more certain that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to block this fingerlight no matter what. Even the patriarchs of the three great families shook their heads. There was no suspense in this battle. Only Lu Lianxue of the Lu clan had an astonished look in her eyes. She was curious as to why it was sword force and not sword intent. Could it be that he's hiding sword will? Lu Lianxue thought in her heart. However, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen didn't care about the crowd's ridicule. After hearing Yang Xiujian's words, he said coldly, "Idiot, even sword force is enough to defeat you." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the two finger lights collided with a rumble. Crack! Everyone thought that Fang Chen's attack would be instantly crushed by Yang Xiujian's fingerlight, but the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. A crisp cracking sound rang out. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, and their hearts were in a state of shock. How is this possible? That was the thought in everyone's heart in the central square. When the two finger lights collided, Fang Chen's finger light directly crushed Yang Xiujian's attack with an unstoppable force, and then shot towards Yang Xiujian. What's going on? The sudden change made Yang Xiujian unable to react. His eyes followed closely, and his face was filled with confusion. However, when he sensed the danger of the finger light, he still blocked it. Bang! Yang Xiujian's sword will poured into his palm, and then he punched the sword light. Poochie! After the two collided, the sword light dissipated, and there was a bloody hole in Yang Xiujian's fist, which was constantly bleeding. The entire square was dead silent. All the warriors widened their eyes and looked at Yang Xiujian on the martial arts stage in shock. They couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. Yang Xiujian is injured. After a long time, a voice broke the silence in the square, and then an uproar sounded. This guy injured Yang Xiujian, who has perfect sword will when he has sword force. Is this guy a genius in the sword principle? With such a big disparity in strength, he actually injured Yang Xiujian. With the sword principle that Yang Xiujian is so proud of, he injured Yang Xiujian. Is this a slap in the face? Many warriors exclaimed one after another. The three patriarchs suddenly stood up. Although they didn't see clearly how Fang Chen injured Yang Xiujian, they could clearly feel that Yang Xiujian's body was trembling. Fang Chen's sword force drilled into Yang Xiujian's body, and the latter had to use all his strength to expel the sword force. After a long time, Yang Xiujian's body stopped trembling. He raised his head, and his eyes were scarlet. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on his palm. Then, he said eerily, "I haven't bled in a long time." When he said this, Yang Xiujian was completely enraged. When he activated his Dharma power to attack, his opponent's sword light directly crushed his attack, and then pierced his fist. "What a strange sword force!" Yang Xiujian said eerily, and his whole body emitted a strong murderous intent. He had already decided to kill Fang Chen. "Your sword principle is not worth mentioning in front of me," Fang Chen sneered. Indeed, in front of Fang Chen, Yang Xiujian's sword principle was not worth mentioning at all. Just now, Fang Chen had only activated his sword force. He didn't even use the illusory sword principle or the hidden star sword, and he injured Yang Xiujian. The gap between the two was too big. Fang Chen's strength was invincible in the condensing reality realm. Yang Xiujian, on the other hand, was only one of the best with 9 strands of Zhen Qi. Compared to Fang Chen, he was far inferior. Chapter 583. Yang Xiujian circulated his true qi and infused it into the wound. In the blink of an eye, the blood stopped flowing out. Then, his scarlet eyes looked at Fang Chen. "You are the first person to make me bleed in so many years." When Yang Xiujian said this, he reached for the hilt of the sword on his back. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly pulled out his long sword. Yang Xiujian's long sword was a high-grade profound weapon. To be able to force him to pull out his sword, it was enough to show how strong Fang Chen was. "Kid, if I don't kill you today, how can I, Yang Xiujian, still have the face to stay in Kaiyang City?" Yang Xiujian growled. He instantly lifted up the long sword in his hand. Dense sword intent directly infused into the long sword, and the long sword let out a sword cry. The giant transcendence sword above his head also emitted a biting cold aura, which drilled into the long sword. At this moment, Yang Xiujian's aura was raised to the peak. He displayed his own unique skill, the Yang family sword technique. Yang family sword technique. Yang Xiujian roared and instantly displayed the Yang family sword technique. Whoosh! Countless sword lights appeared in the sky above the martial arts stage. These sword lights contained an extremely majestic aura. All the warriors knew that Yang Xiujian was completely enraged. It seems like the battle should end soon. Fang Chen did not have the patience to continue fighting with Yang Xiujian. His face revealed a trace of a cold smile, and then he took out the hidden star sword. Hiss! The seventh level of the phantom sword technique was displayed. Countless illusory swords instantly shot towards Yang Xiujian. At the same time, 8 streams of true qi appeared around Fang Chen's body. The appearance of the 8 streams of true qi caused Fang Chen's aura to rise again. At this moment, Fang Chen was invincible in the condensing reality realm. The powerful sword aura permeated the entire martial arts stage. Fang Chen could clearly feel that he could control the power of heaven and earth around the martial arts stage. Phantom sword technique. Fang Chen gave a low cry and displayed the illusory sword Dao. Yang Xiujian, who was in the middle of attacking, suddenly found himself in a perplexed state. The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly hacked at the sky. The countless sword lights emitted a series of noises. Yang Xiujian's attack became extremely weak at this moment. Fang Chen's strength was too strong, so strong that it shocked all the warriors. The eyes of the 3 clan leaders were also filled with shock. Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than Yang Xiujian's. This battle was simply one-sided. Yang Xiujian roared and woke up from the illusion, but at this time, Fang Chen's hidden star sword also appeared in front of him. Courting death. Yang Xiujian roared furiously as he thrust out his high-grade profound weapon. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword slashed at Yang Xiujian's long sword. Immediately, Yang Xiujian's long sword was sent flying. Yang Xiujian's body was also constantly retreating. The web between his thumb and index finger was bleeding, and his whole body was filled with biting pain. How is this possible? Yang Xiujian couldn't believe that Fang Chen's attack was so strong. Your strength is only so. Fang Chen displayed heaven-defying strength and easily defeated Yang Xiujian. The latter couldn't accept this fact. I'm going to kill you. Yang Xiujian roared and madly rushed towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. He suddenly brandished the hidden star sword in his hand. Stop! At this moment, the Yang clan leader couldn't sit still anymore. He leaped and landed on the martial arts stage. He grabbed the crazy Yang Xiujian and stared at Fang Chen. Kid, your mind is too vicious. After grabbing Yang Xiujian, the Yang clan leader said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Fang Chen's potential was too strong. Leaving him alive would be a disaster. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. But at this moment, the Li clan leader also leaped onto the martial arts stage and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Yang clan leader, it's not good for you to interfere in a battle between the younger generation, said the Li clan leader coldly. Mizar City's 3 clan leaders were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. Seeing the Li clan leader interfere, the Yang clan leader coldly snorted and turned to look at Yang Xiujian. At this moment, Yang Xiujian was still in a state of madness. "Wake up!" roared the Yang clan leader. Yang Xiujian instantly woke up from his madness. He looked at the Yang clan leader and lowered his head. "You're not his match." After saying that, the Yang clan leader brought Yang Xiujian away from the martial arts stage. The Li clan leader nodded at Fang Qin and also left the martial arts stage. The competition was still going on. They couldn't break the competition's rules. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Fang Qin looked around and then looked at Lu Lianxue. He said, "Do you still want to fight?" Fang Qin's voice spread throughout the central square. Countless warriors looked at Lu Lianxue curiously. Lu Lianxue was known as one of the 3 goddesses of Mizar City. She was very powerful. They wondered if she would dare to fight against Fang Qin. At the same time, all the warriors looked at Fang Qin in shock. This guy was too strong. He actually defeated Yang Xiujian with his strength. He's too strong. He defeated Yang Xiujian so easily. Even Li Mingzhu with 9 flashes of genuine qi is not Yang Xiujian's match. This guy actually defeated Yang Xiujian so easily. Among the younger generation of Mizar City, no one is his match. I'm afraid his strength has already entered the half-step spiritual spiral realm. Not only the warriors who were watching, but even Li Mingzhu and the others were shocked. No one was more shocked than Li Xiaoke. She was still very weak, but the moment she saw Fang Qin defeat Yang Xiujian, her heart was in turmoil. "He's so strong," Li Xiaoke muttered to herself. Li Mingzhu's cold eyes also revealed a trace of shock. When they first saw Fang Qin at the Luoying mountain peaks, the latter was on the verge of death. They had just casually saved him. They did not expect his strength to be so strong. Genius, he's definitely a genius. Even the geniuses of other big cities are not as strong, elderly Han said excitedly. Guestly, who was standing to the side, was even more shocked. This time, who dares to say that the warriors I saved are all good-for-nothings? Li Xian said loudly. Fang Qin's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. He defeated the entire younger generation of Mizar City with his strength alone. This was such a magnificent feat. Yang Xiujian had been completely defeated by Fang Qin in the sword principle competition. If the Yang family head had not intervened, he would have died at Fang Qin's hands. Fang Qin, a man like a god, had appeared out of nowhere and was incomparably dazzling. While all the warriors were shocked, they were also guessing what level Fang Qin's sword principle had reached. How could he easily defeat Yang Xiujian, who had sword essence, with just sword momentum? However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not figure it out. At this moment, Fang Qin stood on the martial arts arena like a god of war with an imposing aura. In the Lu family area, when everyone heard Fang Qin's words, they all looked at Lu Lianxue. Even the Lu family head looked at Lu Lianxue. At this moment Lu Lianxue smiled. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of daintiness. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she was surrounded by a charming aura. Her red lips moved slightly, and she said, "Even Yang Xiujian was easily defeated by you. If my guess is correct, your strength has probably reached the half-step spiritual spiral realm." Fang Qin did not respond to Lu Lianxue. He was waiting for Lu Lianxue's decision. He was fighting on behalf of Li Xiaoke. As long as there were still people who did not admit defeat, he would continue to fight. "I admit defeat." Lu Lianxue shook her head gently and said. She had thought that the final battle would be between her and Yang Xiujian. However, she had never imagined that this young warrior would appear out of nowhere and directly defeat Yang Xiujian, who was known as the strongest sword principle attack in Mizar City. Lu Lianxue could not see through Fang Qin. She had even secretly activated her charm to the extreme, but she could not make him fall for it. Therefore, Lu Lianxue did not want to fight. because even if she fought, she was probably not a match for Fang Chen. Invincible in the condensing reality realm. This was the evaluation given to Fang Chen by the 3 family heads, as well as Lu Lianxue and the others. You and I will fight again in the spirit whirlpool realm, Lu Lianxue said sweetly. Since Lu Lianxue had given up, Lu Feiwen naturally would not be stupid enough to fight with Fang Chen. So far, Fang Chen had won all 4 battles. He had even killed the Yang family's Yang Fang. This kind of record was enough to dominate the entire younger generation. Younger generation, is there anyone else who is not convinced? Fang Chen looked around and said loudly. In the entire square, no one spoke. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his mouth and said, "Can this large competition end now?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Lu family head looked at the other 2 family heads and said, "Since no one is going to fight, then this large competition in Mizar City will end here." Originally, according to the rules of the large competition in Mizar City, there were still a few more battles. However, Fang Chen's sudden appearance had disrupted the rhythm of the large competition. Even the strongest Yang Xiujian had been defeated by Fang Chen. No one else dared to fight. Thus, this large competition could only end like this. The 2 family heads did not object. The Lu family head announced, "The first place of this large competition is," before the Lu family head could finish speaking, he was stopped by Fang Chen. "Lu family head, I'm representing Li Xiaoke in this large competition." "The first place belongs to Li Xiaoke," Fang Chen said softly. In the Li family's area, Li Xiaoke was very touched. Fang Chen had killed Yang Fang and defeated Yang Xiujian in a fit of anger for her. She was very touched. Now, he had given the first place in the competition to her on a silver platter. "Do the 2 family heads have any objections?" asked the Lu family head. The Li family head naturally did not have any objections. As for the Yang family head, the first place did not belong to their Yang family. It was the same no matter who it was. Right now, his heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. He wanted nothing more than to kill Fang Chen right now. However, logic told him that he could not do it now. Once he did, the Li family head would definitely do it. At that time, it might cause a war between the 2 families. "Kid, I'll let you live a little longer," the Yang family head said to himself. Killing Yang Fang and defeating Yang Xiujian had already crossed the bottom line in the Yang family head's heart. Furthermore, the potential Fang Chen had shown at such a young age was too strong. It would not be a problem for him to break through to the spirit vortex realm. Even reaching the true martial realm, which was above the spirit vortex realm, was only a matter of time. Chapter 584. In the end, the annual grand competition in Kaiyang City ended in such a manner. No one had expected such an outcome. A young warrior had appeared out of nowhere and suppressed all the young warriors in Kaiyang City, forcefully taking first place. But, he had given up first place to someone else. After the grand competition in Kaiyang City ended, Fang Chen's name resounded throughout Kaiyang City. Although Kaiyang City was considered a small city in the 5 elements state, it was still incomparable to the cities in the 4 mountain ranges. Fang Chen had suppressed the younger generation and had become the invincible condensing reality realm warrior in the eyes of the older generation. As long as he was given some time, breaking through to the spirit vortex realm would not be a problem. Kaiyang City, Lu Family Mansion. The grand competition had just ended yesterday, and today, the Yang family head could not wait to visit the Lu family head. Lu family head. The Yang family head greeted with a smile after arriving at the Lu family mansion. Yang family head. The Lu family head greeted the Yang family head. The Yang clan leader did not beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Clan leader Lu, you have seen the potential of Fang Chen. If he is allowed to continue growing, he will definitely become a spirit vortex realm expert. He is on the Li clan's side. To both our clans, he is ultimately a threat. A mere spirit vortex realm warrior is not enough to affect the balance of our three families. The Lu family head said. Of course, he knew what the Yang family head was thinking. Fang Chen had killed Yang Fang and defeated Yang Xiujian, ruining the reputation of the younger generation of the Yang family. With the Yang family head's vengeful attitude, how could he not take revenge for this grudge? He was worried that the Li family head would stop him, so he pulled the Lu family along. But the Lu family head obviously would not agree to his request. Yang family head, the Lu family will not participate in this matter. The Lu family head expressed his attitude. The Yang family head did not come to a conclusion and left directly. At the same time, a grand banquet was being held in the Li family mansion. Within the Li family, all warriors could participate. Even the guards that Li Xiaoka had rescued could participate. The entire Li family mansion was filled with banquet. Countless warriors were chatting with each other. At the table in the middle sat the Li family patriarch, Li Mingzhu, Li Xiaoka, and the others. Of course, Fang Chen was also at this table. Originally, Fang Chen wanted to keep a low profile, but the Li clan leader said that it had to be grand. Fang Chen had no choice but to comply. Fang Chen, you have reached such heights at such a young age. I am truly impressed. The Li clan leader raised his cup and said to Fang Chen. When the patriarch of the Li family was young, he was slightly inferior to Fang Chen. Fang Chen grinned but didn't say anything. Li Xiaoka sat beside Fang Chen with a smile on her face. She did not expect that the warrior she had casually saved would be so powerful. Fang Chen, from now on, treat the Li family mansion as your home. You can come and go as you wish. The Li clan leader tried to recruit Fang Chen. My life was saved by Xiaoka. Avenging Xiaoka is my duty, Fang Chen said simply. Hearing this, Li Xiaoka's face was full of smiles. Beside her, Li Mingzhu, who was known as the ice goddess of Mizang City, also smiled. Li Xian and Li Cheng were even more excited. It was as if they had won first place in the large competition. Brother Fang, when I saw you at the Luoying mountain peaks, I felt that you were extraordinary. Li Xian smiled. Li Xian, keep bragging. At that time, Brother Fang was battered and exhausted, as if he was about to die. You could tell that Brother Fang was extraordinary. Li Cheng directly exposed Li Xian's words. The entire Li family mansion was bustling with noise. After the banquet, Fang Chen returned to his courtyard. Of course, this was the courtyard that the Li clan leader had personally prepared for Fang Chen. Not long after Fang Chen returned to his courtyard, Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoka also arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard. You too. Fang Chen was a little confused when he saw the two girls. Fang Chen, the banquet was too boring. We came to chat with you. Can't we? Li Xiaoka said playfully. We are the three goddesses of Mizang City. We won't chat with ordinary people. Hearing Li Xiaoka's words, Fang Chen laughed and said, Then, I'm not an ordinary person. Li Mingzhu continued, That's right. You are indeed not an ordinary person. You killed Yang Fang with one punch and then easily defeated Yang Xiujian. Furthermore, you defeated Yang Xiujian with swordsmanship. With this kind of combat ability, no one in the younger generation of Mizang City can match you. If you are an ordinary person, then what are we? Li Mingzhu said. Fang Chen smiled and glanced at the two girls. Suddenly, Li Xiaoka said, Fang Chen, you defeated Yang Xiujian. The Yang clan will definitely not let you go. The Yang clan leader is a vengeful person. You killed Yang Fang and defeated Yang Xiujian in front of so many people, humiliating the Yang clan. With the Li clan around, although the Yang clan won't dare to do anything publicly, they might do something to you in secret, Li Mingzhu explained. Fang Chen nodded and said, I will be careful. He had thought of this when he killed Yang Fang. Fang Chen, Mizang City is only a small city in the Five Elements state. With your strength, you shouldn't stay in a place like this for the rest of your life, Li Xiaoka said. The best of the younger generation in Mazang City were only warriors with 9 flashes of true qi. In some big cities, the best of the younger generation had even reached the spirit vortex realm. Only then could they be called geniuses. Hearing this, Fang Chen's blood boiled. To be able to compete with the best of the younger generation, he was very happy. It was only through constant battles that he could grow rapidly. Coming to the 5 elements state this time was an accident. However, since he was here, Fang Chen couldn't just go back. He had to increase his cultivation and strive to reach the spirit vortex realm as soon as possible. Once he had enough strength, he would return to the 4 great ridges and destroy the 100 Snake Valley. The 100 Snake Valley Master and the other 3 had destroyed the teleportation formation, causing him to enter the spatial turbulence and almost died. If not for the Golden Heart, he would have died long ago. He always remembered this deep hatred in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to take revenge, but it wasn't time yet. I will cultivate in Mazang City for a while before leaving, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke nodded. Li Mingzhu, who was beside her, continued, Fang Chen, you are now in the Li family estate. There is no danger. However, once you leave the Li family estate, you must be careful. Thank you for the reminder. Although Li Mingzhu's body emitted a cold aura, her heart was boiling hot. Fang Chen looked at 2 of the 3 goddesses of Mazang City up close with a complicated expression. At this time, Fang Chen thought of the star and moon. I wonder if the star and moon is in the 5 element state, Fang Chen thought to himself. After the star and moon left the Xingfeng nation, there had been no news of them. All these years, Fang Chen had been asking around for information about the star and moon, but there was no news of her at all. As long as I am strong enough, I will definitely be able to find the star and moon, Fang Chen said to himself as he clenched his fists. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke accompanied Fang Chen to chat. Through the 2 girls, Fang Chen roughly understood some information about the 5 element state. Mazang City was at the border of the 5 element state and was very close to the 4 great ridges. Within the 5 element state there were many experts and geniuses. Those who could stand at the peak of the 5 element state were true geniuses. Mazang City was only Fang Chen's first stop in the 5 element state. It wouldn't be long before he left Mazang City and went to an even more vast world. However, while chatting with the 2 girls, Fang Chen also discovered that the currency used in the 5 element state was high-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones. As for mid-grade spirit stones and low-grade spirit stones, they couldn't be used at all. Because of this, Fang Chen made a decision. He had to quickly exchange his low-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones for high-grade spirit stones, or even peak-grade spirit stones. I wonder if there is a place to exchange spirit stones in Mazang City, Fang Chen suddenly asked. You want to exchange spirit stones? Li Xiaoke blinked. Fang Chen nodded, then Li Xiaoke asked, what spirit stones do you want to exchange? I have some low-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones. I want to exchange them for high-grade spirit stones or top-grade spirit stones, said Fang Chen. Low-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones are inferior spirit stones. They can't be used in the 5 element state, so their value is much lower than the market price, said Li Mingzhu. But even so, almost no one is willing to exchange their high-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones, said Li Mingzhu. Fang Chen nodded. He also understood this principle, so he could only place his hopes on a merchant association. As expected, Li Xiaoke's next words made Fang Chen very happy. If you want to exchange spirit stones, you can only find a merchant association, said Li Xiaoke. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced at Li Mingzhu. Then she said, in our Mazang City, there is a large merchant association, but their business is only open to acquaintances. When Fang Chen heard this, he was a bit anxious. Seeing Fang Chen's anxious appearance, Li Xiaoke laughed and said, but if Sister Mingzhu takes you there, you can definitely exchange spirit stones. Chapter 585. The Five Elements Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the Five Elements state. They had branches in every corner of the Five Elements state. The Kaiyang City branch was a branch of the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce in Kaiyang City. It was the smallest branch in the Five Elements state. However, even so, the power of the Kaiyang City branch was far beyond the reach of other forces. Even the three major families were not willing to provoke the Kaiyang City branch. After all, the Kaiyang City branch involved too many people. Once they were provoked, they would definitely be attacked by the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. The three major families of Kaiyang City were simply not a match for the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. However, the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce's purpose was to do business. They never asked about the division of forces in the Five Elements state, nor did they interfere with the internal affairs of any forces. However, in the huge Five Elements state, almost no one dared to cause trouble in the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. It was said that there was a true martial realm expert behind the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. No one knew if it was true or not. However, the upper echelons of the Five Elements state had a good relationship with the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. No one was willing to stand against the Five Elements state. Although the Kaiyang City branch was a small one, its power was not to be underestimated. The young master of the Kaiyang City branch, Kai Jun, had always been Li Mingzhu's fanatical pursuer. However, Li Mingzhu had never agreed. As one of the three major goddesses of the Kaiyang City, Li Mingzhu had always had many pursuers. There was no lack of powerful young people. However, among these pursuers, Kai Jun's background was the most prominent. In order to pursue Li Mingzhu, Kai Jun did not hesitate to buy treasures that were hard to buy even with money. However, he had never succeeded. At this moment, when Li Xiaoka mentioned the young master of the Kaiyang City branch, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Since they were acquaintances, things would be easier. He had 10 billion low-grade spirit stones and 6 billion mid-grade spirit stones. These were all obtained at the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate. In the Five Elements state, these spirit stones could not be used. Therefore, he wanted to exchange them for high-grade or top-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles as he looked at Li Mingzhu. His meaning was obvious. Sister Mingzhu, as long as you go and tell Kai Jun, the Kaiyang City branch will definitely exchange spirit stones for Fang Chen. Li Xiaoka said. Li Mingzhu, who was emitting an icy aura, glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Come and find me tomorrow morning." With that, Li Mingzhu turned around and left. Seeing Li Mingzhu's back as she left, Li Xiaoka laughed and said, "Since Sister Mingzhu said so, it means that she agrees." Fang Chen also nodded. He could feel that Li Mingzhu's attitude towards him had changed a lot ever since he helped the Li clan obtain first place in the large competition. After a night of silence, Fang Chen went to look for Li Mingzhu early the next morning. As for Li Xiaoka, she went to cultivate and didn't have time to accompany Fang Chen to the Kaiyang City branch. In the Li family mansion, near the garden, there was a luxurious pavilion. This pavilion was surrounded by lush flowers and plants. Sitting on top of the pavilion, one could see the beautiful scenery in the garden at a glance. This was also the best location for the mansion. This pavilion was Li Mingzhu's pavilion. As the apple of the Li clan's eye and the #1 expert of the younger generation, the Li clan gave Li Mingzhu a lot of support. All of the Li clan's resources leaned towards Li Mingzhu. As long as Li Mingzhu asked, the Li clan was willing to do anything for her. Fang Chen looked at Li Mingzhu's mansion and couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed one of the three goddesses of Kaiyang City. Even her pavilion was so luxurious and beautiful. Just as Fang Chen was looking at Li Mingzhu's pavilion, a beautiful figure came out from the pavilion. Fang Chen instantly felt a cold aura rushing towards him. It was Li Mingzhu. When Fang Chen saw Li Mingzhu, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Li Mingzhu was dressed differently today. Li Mingzhu was wearing a loose, embroidered robe. Her hair was draped over her shoulders. Coupled with the cold aura on her body, she gave off a very stunning feeling. Let's go. Li Mingzhu glanced at Fang Chen and directly headed out of the Li clan mansion. Fang Chen walked behind Li Mingzhu. Looking at the latter's graceful footsteps, he couldn't help but shake his head. After leaving the Li clan mansion, the two of them walked through the street. There were warriors everywhere looking at the two of them. Actually, these people were all looking at Li Mingzhu. Isn't that Li Mingzhu? She's so beautiful. Yeah, Li Mingzhu and Fang Chen are together. Could it be that the Li clan wants to betroth Li Mingzhu to Fang Chen? Maybe. The potential that Fang Chen has shown is too shocking. If the Li clan wants to tie Fang Chen down, this is the only way. Many passers-by were discussing in low voices. Li Mingzhu and Fang Chen ignored them and quickly headed towards the Kaiyang City branch. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the Kaiyang City branch. This is the Kaiyang City branch. Fang Chen looked at the tall building in front of him and said in a low voice. In front of him, there was a very tall pavilion. A golden plaque hung above it with the words, 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce Kaiyang City branch, written on it. Go in. Li Mingzhu said these 2 words and then entered the Kaiyang City branch. Li Mingzhu was famous in Kaiyang City. She attracted the attention of countless warriors as soon as she arrived. The entire hall on the first floor was in an uproar. You're really popular. Fang Chen sighed. At this moment, a fat man squeezed out of the crowd and walked in front of Li Mingzhu. He laughed and said, Mingzhu, why are you here? Seeing this fat man, Fang Chen had already guessed that this fat man should be Li Mingzhu's fanatical pursuer, Kai Jun. As expected, before Li Mingzhu could speak, the fat man said, Mingzhu, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the Chamber of Commerce? Whatever you need, as long as you like it, you can take it. The fat man, Kai Jun, gave Fang Chen the feeling that he was rich and overbearing. He wants to exchange for spirit stones. Li Mingzhu glanced at Kai Jun and said, Yes, this brother is. Kai Jun had been busy these past few days and didn't know anything about the Kaiyang City competition, so he didn't recognize Fang Chen. Young Master Kai Jun, he's Fang Chen. He replaced Li Xiaoka at the Kaiyang City competition and stole the limelight, said a subordinate in a low voice. Oh, how did he steal the limelight? Kai Jun looked thoughtfully at Fang Chen and asked. At the Kaiyang City competition, he single-handedly suppressed the younger generation of the other 2 great families. He killed Yang Fang with 1 punch and easily defeated Yang Xiujian. Even Lu Lianxue didn't dare to go on stage, continued the subordinate. Hearing this, a solemn expression finally surfaced in Kai Jun's eyes. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to have such strength. However, when he saw Fang Chen and Li Mingzhu walk over side by side, his eyes flickered and a complicated expression flashed. He then said, Brother Fang, you want to exchange for spirit stones? Fang Chen nodded. I heard that the Kaiyang City branch can exchange for spirit stones, so I had Li Mingzhu bring me here. Mingzhu, is he your friend? Asked Kai Jun. He's a martial artist that little Ku saved. He's now an honored guest of my Li family, said Li Mingzhu. Kai Jun stared at Li Mingzhu. He could see that when she was talking about Fang Chen, there wasn't the slightest change in her expression. Now Kai Jun was relieved. Brother Fang, since you're Mingzhu's friend, then let's go upstairs first. Kai Jun laughed as he led Fang Chen and Li Mingzhu upstairs. The 3 of them arrived at a room. This room was where Kai Jun worked. Sit, said Kai Jun. Fang Chen and Li Mingzhu didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down. Brother Fang, what kind of spirit stones do you want to exchange for? Asked Kai Jun. I have some low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones. I want to exchange them for top-grade spirit stones, said Fang Chen. Our Chamber of Commerce does this business. Since you were brought here by Mingzhu, I won't beat around the bush. We don't make much money from this business, so our exchange price will definitely be lower than the market price, said Kai Jun. Fang Chen nodded. That's fine. After chatting with Kai Jun for a while, Fang Chen realized that this fat man was actually very smart. He was suitable to be a businessman. Moreover, the way he looked at Li Mingzhu was very passionate. It was obvious that he was a fanatical pursuer. "Let me see the quality of your low-grade spirit stones first," said Kai Jun. Fang Chen took out a low-grade spirit stone and handed it to Kai Jun. Kai Jun checked it and said, "The quality of your spirit stones is average, but don't worry. I'll give you a satisfactory price." "Right, how much do you want?" asked Kai Jun. Fang Chen glanced at Kai Jun and asked, "How much can I exchange for here?" Kai Jun also looked at Fang Chen with a bit of surprise. He said, "Although our Kaiyang City branch is the smallest branch of the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, our financial resources are still very strong. Brother Fang, how much do you want to exchange for?" Hearing Kai Jun's words, Fang Chen also felt relieved. For the quality of Fang Chen's spirit stones, the exchange rate for each grade of spirit stone could be calculated at a rate of 1,000. In other words, low-grade spirit stones were exchanged for middle-grade spirit stones at a ratio of 1,000 to 1, and middle-grade spirit stones were exchanged for high-grade spirit stones at a ratio of 1,000 to 1, and so on. "I want to exchange for 10 billion low-grade spirit stones," said Fang Chen in a low voice. "Yes, of course you can," Kai Jun said directly. 10 billion low-grade spirit stones was a lot for ordinary people. But for Kai Jun and the others, it was nothing. If 10 billion low-grade spirit stones were exchanged for middle-grade spirit stones at a ratio of 1,000 to 1, it would only be 10 million. If it was exchanged for high-grade spirit stones, it would only be 10,000 pieces. If it was exchanged for top-grade spirit stones, it would be a pitiful amount. However, supreme-grade spiritual stones were of the best quality among the spiritual stones. Even for spiritual vortex realm experts, they were of great use. 10 billion low-grade spirit stones can only be exchanged for 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. When he had first obtained 10 billion low-grade spirit stones, he had been extremely shocked. Now it seemed that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 586. However, after thinking about it for a while, Fang Chen felt relieved. 10 billion low-grade spirit stones was a huge fortune in remote places like the Divine Wind Nation or the Golden Crown Nation. However, it was nothing in the Five Elements province. Moreover, the 10 billion low-grade spirit stones he obtained were of average quality and could not be compared to the low-grade spirit stones in the Five Elements province. Therefore, it would be a waste to keep the 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. It would be better to exchange them for top-grade spirit stones. In fact, if the quality of Fang Chen's spirit stones was better, the exchange rate would be much higher. In the Five Elements province, there were some high-quality low-grade spirit stones that had an exchange rate of 100 to 1. The spirit energy contained in these low-grade spirit stones was stronger than the mid-grade spirit stones in Fang Chen's possession. If you exchange your 10 billion low-grade spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones, you can exchange them for 10 pieces. Kai Jun said, "I suggest you exchange them for high-grade spirit stones. The energy contained in top-grade spirit stones is too strong. With your current strength, top-grade spirit stones are not suitable for you." Fang Chen shook his head and said, "Let's exchange them for top-grade spirit stones." Kai Jun nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, 10 top-grade spirit stones were handed to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen received the top-grade spirit stones, he instantly discovered that the spirit energy in these top-grade spirit stones was very rich. As expected of top-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen secretly said in his heart, top-grade spirit stones were the currency used by high-end warriors in the ancient sword continent. It was also a daily tool for their cultivation. Fang Chen put away the 10 top-grade spirit stones and said, "I still have some mid-grade spirit stones." "How much?" Kai Jun asked. 6 billion. Fang Chen said. 6 billion mid-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for a total of 6,000 top-grade spirit stones. Kai Jun nodded and exchanged all of Fang Chen's 6 billion mid-grade spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones. 6,000 top-grade spirit stones was already a large number. Seeing this scene, Li Mingzhu was also surprised. Fang Chen's wealth was so strong. Even the Li family, one of the 3 major families in Kaiyang City, only had an annual income of more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was enough to show the preciousness of supreme-grade spirit stones. "Brother Fang, here are 6,000 top-grade spirit stones," Kai Jun said with a smile. He was also curious about Fang Chen's identity. How could he have so many spirit stones at such a young age? In the Kaiyang City, the extreme condensing reality realm warriors were like Li Mingzhu, who only had about 1,000 supreme-rank soul stones. Fang Chen alone had more than 6,000 top-grade spirit stones, which made Kai Jun very surprised. Of course, there was more to come. Fang Chen had obtained 1 billion high-grade spirit stones from the old spirit stone vault at the old site of the heaven-raising gate. In addition to the 50 million he had before, he now had a total of 1.05 billion spirit stones, which he needed to exchange for top-grade spirit stones. Kai Jun originally thought that Fang Chen's spirit stone exchange was over. However, when Fang Chen mentioned that he still had some high-grade spirit stones, Kai Jun's eyes flickered and he asked, "Brother Fang, how many high-grade spirit stones do you want?" 1.05 billion, Fang Chen said. "What 1.05 billion? At this moment, Kai Jun was completely dumbfounded. 1.05 billion high-grade spirit stones, if exchanged for top-grade spirit stones, that would be 1.05 million. 1.05 million top-grade spirit stones. Even if the Li family's entire wealth was added together, it wouldn't be that much. "Brother Fang, is what you said true?" Kai Jun asked in disbelief. On the side, Li Mingzhu looked at Fang Chen with astonishment in her eyes. She was also very shocked. Fang Chen's wealth alone was comparable to the 3 great families of the Kaiyang City. This was too bizarre. After a moment of shock, Kai Jun still exchanged for Fang Chen 1.05 million top-grade spirit stones, plus the previous 6010, he had a total of 1.05 million top-grade spirit stones. As for the 10 top-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen put them in a special spatial ring for the little mouse and the Banxianshu to enjoy. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's wealth had reached 1.05 million. This shocked Kai Jun. "Brother Fang, you really are a hero. At such a young age, you already have so much wealth." "It's really shocking," said Kai Jun with a smile. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. "Brother Kai, please help me keep this a secret. Don't worry, our Kaiyang City branch is absolutely trustworthy." Kai Jun smiled. Li Mingzhu didn't say anything from beginning to end, but she was very shocked. After the exchange, Kai Jun wanted to invite Fang Chen to a restaurant for a few drinks, but he was refused by Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, if you have time, come to our branch more often." Kai Jun smiled. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. But before he left, he smiled and said, "Brother Kai, I found that you and Li Mingzhu are quite compatible." Bang Fang Chen had just finished speaking when he felt someone kick him, sending him flying. "Noisy," Li Mingzhu said coldly and walked away. Fang Chen was speechless. This Li Mingzhu was really a tigress. After the exchange of spirit stones, Fang Chen began to plan his cultivation. He wanted to break through to the spirit whirlpool realm in Kaiyang City, then leave Kaiyang City and go to the core of the 5-element state. Now, Fang Chen's soul had reached the late orange level, which was also a bottleneck. His sword body had reached the late body tempering realm, so it couldn't be improved for the time being. As for the phantom sword technique, it had reached the 7th level, so it could still be improved. Now, Fang Chen's overall strength had reached the invincible level of the condensing reality realm, but he was still powerless against a spirit whirlpool realm powerhouse. In the following time, Fang Chen began to cultivate. While cultivating, Fang Chen was also comprehending the Sword Truth Beginner's Scroll. Fang Chen had only taken the first step of the Sword Truth 5 steps, but he believed that he would be able to take the second step soon. After all, he had also comprehended sword intent. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chen had been in Kaiyang City for 2 months. In these 2 months, Fang Chen had gained a lot. During this period of cultivation, Fang Chen had successfully cultivated the Phantom Sword technique to the 9th level. The improvement of the Phantom Sword technique had increased Fang Chen's overall strength once again. Now, even if he encountered a Spirit Whirlpool Realm powerhouse, he would be able to escape unscathed. As for defeating a Spirit Whirlpool Realm powerhouse, Fang Chen predicted that he would be able to do it when he condensed the 9th level of True Qi. After all, the gap between the Spirit Whirlpool Realm and the Condensing Reality Realm was like heaven and earth. It was too difficult for ordinary people to cross it. However, Fang Chen believed that he would definitely be able to step into the Spirit Whirlpool Realm. As his strength increased, Fang Chen increasingly felt the vastness of the ancient sword continent. The 5 elements state was already filled with powerhouses. What about the ancient sword continent? Therefore, Fang Chen's goal was to increase his strength. One day, Li Xiaoke came to Fang Chen's residence. Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen, Li Xiaoke called out. "What's the matter?" Fang Chen asked. "Fang Chen, there will be an auction in Kaiyang City tomorrow. Do you want to go take a look?" Li Xiaoke said. At the auction, Fang Chen's eyes flickered when he heard Li Xiaoke's words. Then, he nodded in agreement. His cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Perhaps the things he needed would appear at the auction. After all, he had a lot of money. "Okay," Fang Chen said. "I'll bring you out to familiarize yourself," Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen nodded and followed Li Xiaoke out of the Li family mansion. Standing on the street, countless warriors were sighing. Every time Fang Chen went out, he would be accompanied by the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. He was really lucky. "Fang Chen, there's a rather interesting place in Kaiyang City. I'll bring you to take a look," Li Xiaoke said. "Sure," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen had been in Kaiyang City for 2 months, but he knew almost nothing about the city. Besides going to the Kaiyang City branch once, he hadn't gone anywhere else. After a while, following Li Xiaoke, Fang Chen arrived at a plaza. This plaza was different from the central plaza of the large competition. Warriors who could enter this plaza were at least warriors who had condensed their true qi. At this time, there were many warriors in the plaza. In the center of the square, there were 10 copper pillars. These 10 copper pillars were connected by iron chains, and each of the copper pillars could fit a warrior. "What are these?" Fang Chen asked when he saw the 10 pillars. He could clearly feel that there was a very strong seal on the 10 bronze pillars. This is the copper chain formation. The younger generation of Kaiyang City all likes to come here to challenge the copper chain formation. Li Xiaoke introduced. Starting from the first pillar, you have to challenge it one by one. The most difficult part is the iron chains that connect the 2 pillars. Up until now, no one has been able to pass the 10th pillar. This copper chain formation was also a place to test the strength of the younger generation. Up until now, the person with the highest score was Yang Xiujian. He had successfully reached the 7th pillar. As for Lu Lianxue, she had reached the 6th pillar. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke had also reached the 6th pillar. This copper chain formation is so difficult. Fang Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Yang Xiujian to only reach the 7th pillar. "Do you want to try?" asked Li Xiaoke. Fang Chen was just about to speak when a snow-white figure appeared on the 1st pillar. The entire plaza was in an uproar. It was one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City, Lu Lianxue. "Lu Lianxue," said Fang Chen in a low voice. Lu Lianxue stood on the 1st pillar and began to challenge the copper chain formation. All the martial artists were staring at Lu Lianxue. She had also easily reached the 6th pillar. At this moment, Lu Lianxue's eyes were filled with seriousness. She took a deep breath and began to challenge the seventh pillar. Crash! Lu Lianxue stepped on the chains. Dense spiritual qi appeared around her. Each step she took was incomparably difficult. "What's on your face?" Fang Chen was curious. Amidst the startled cries of the crowd, Lu Lianxue reached the seventh pillar. However, she didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Lu Lianxue still wants to continue. Many martial artists widened their eyes as they looked at Lu Lianxue. After a while, Lu Lianxue reached the eighth pillar. At this time, she finally stopped. Her figure flashed and she landed on the plaza. Reaching the eighth pillar in one go made Lu Lianxue the number one person in the copper chain formation. Countless martial artists cheered. Chapter 587. Fang Chen, aren't you going to give it a try? Lu Lianxue asked softly. Lu Lianxue's voice was very bewitching. Hearing her words, all the cultivators in the square felt their blood boil as they looked at Lu Lianxue with burning eyes. This was where Lu Lianxue's charm lay. She was able to attract everyone's attention with just a few words. She was even able to charm all the cultivators in the square. Fang Chen was already restless. After hearing Lu Lianxue's words, he faintly smiled and said, "Since a beauty has invited me, I naturally have to give it a try." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he leapt up and landed on the first pillar. At this moment, the cultivators in the square began to discuss how many pillars Fang Chen would be able to pass. After a fierce argument, someone actually opened a bet on how many pillars Fang Chen would be able to pass. Seeing this scene, Lu Lianxue smiled. Her beautiful eyes stared at Fang Chen as if she wanted to see through him. However, she was disappointed. The more she wanted to see through him, the more she couldn't see through him. Moreover, every time she looked at Fang Chen, her eyes seemed to fall into a fog. She couldn't look straight at him. This made Lu Lianxue even more curious about Fang Chen. "You, just what kind of person are you?" Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen on the pillar and whispered. At this moment, Fang Chen stood on the first pillar and began to break through. There was a very powerful restriction around the pillar that could gather spiritual qi. Fang Chen took a step forward and directly stood on the chain. Crash! Just as he stood on the metal chain, Fang Chen sensed a wild aura instantly pouncing on him. "What a powerful aura!" Fang Chen whispered. Then he circulated all the spiritual qi in his body and began to break through. The first chain made Fang Chen realize that this copper chain formation seemed to be a profound grade formation. Moreover, it was a peak profound grade formation. Could it be that some formation grandmaster set up this formation specifically to test disciples? Fang Chen thought to himself. After that, Fang Chen continued to break through. Because Fang Chen himself was a formation grandmaster, he also understood a little about this copper chain formation. He easily broke through to the fifth pillar. At this moment, all the cultivators were shocked. It was his first time breaking through the copper chain formation, yet he was able to easily break through to the fifth pillar. This was too valiant. Some of the cultivators who had bet that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to break through the fifth pillar had pained expressions. Their spirit stones, just a matter of course they were gone. "Damn it, is this Fang Chen a freak?" someone couldn't help but curse. Calm. Lu Lianxue, at Fang. Was. The current Yang Xiujian gave off an unfathomable feeling. It was as if the entire world was under his control. He was surrounded by extremely dense spirit energy. Spirit whirlpool realm. Lu Lianxue said when she saw Yang Xiujian. Hearing Lu Lianxue's words, many of the cultivators were shocked. They then carefully sized up Yang Xiujian. At this moment they were shocked to discover that Yang Xiujian had already stepped into the spirit whirlpool realm. The entire square was in an uproar. "Oh my god, Yang Xiujian has actually stepped into the spirit whirlpool realm. A month ago, he was defeated by Fang Chen. Now that he has stepped into the spirit whirlpool realm, could it be that he's here for revenge?" The gap between the condensing reality realm and the spirit whirlpool realm is huge. Yang Xiujian, who has stepped into the spirit whirlpool realm, is without a doubt the #1 person among the younger generation in Mizang City. Many of the cultivators looked at Yang Xiujian in awe. Li Xiaoka's eyes flickered as she stared at Yang Xiujian. Yang Xiujian, I didn't expect you to step into the spirit whirlpool realm, Lu Lianxue said with a smile. Yang Xiujian glanced at Lu Lianxue and said, if you want to step into the spirit whirlpool realm, isn't it just a matter of minutes? Yang Xiujian looked at Lu Lianxue with a smile that wasn't a smile as he said such thought-provoking words. Then Yang Xiujian didn't say anything else. He looked coldly at Fang Chen, the man who had once made him lose miserably. Challenge the copper chain formation. Seeing Fang Chen reach the 6th pillar, Yang Xiujian's face was filled with a mocking smile. A month ago, he had lost to Fang Chen. But now, a month later, Fang Chen was like an ant in his eyes. Crash! Fang Chen reached the 7th pillar. At this moment, Fang Chen also felt that it was difficult. Why do I feel that this copper chain formation is a little familiar? Fang Chen thought to himself. The first 6 pillars had been very easy. But when it came to the 7th pillar, Fang Chen felt that it was difficult, but he still managed to pass it. The closer he got to the last pillar, the more familiar Fang Chen felt that the copper chain formation was emitting an aura that was familiar. Continue. Fang Chen stepped onto the chain and charged towards the 8th pillar. Crash! When Fang Chen stepped onto the chain, powerful spiritual auras came from all directions. These spiritual auras were extremely powerful, and they directly pressed down on Fang Chen's body. A spiritual test? Fang Chen released his late orange rank spiritual soul, and it instantly revolved around his head. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen's spiritual soul was doing its best to resist, but the spiritual auras coming from all directions were actually tempering Fang Chen's spiritual soul. After realizing this, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with amusement. Fang Chen was trapped on the chain for a full hour, his body motionless. What an act! Yang Xiujian sneered. Yang Xiujian believed that Fang Chen was just playing to the gallery. He was simply unable to step onto the 8th pillar. Being trapped on the chain, he couldn't move at all. Looks like Fang Chen won't be able to reach the 8th pillar, Lu Lianxue lightly laughed. That's not necessarily true, Li Xiaoka directly retorted. Humph, for trash like him, it's already not bad if he can reach the 7th pillar, Yang Xiujian coldly said. If he's trash, then what about you? A month ago you were defeated by trash. Did you, Yang Xiujian, feel proud? Li Xiaoka asked. Li Xiaoka, don't test my patience. Yang Xiujian suddenly turned his head, his sharp eyes looking at Li Xiaoka as he spoke in a low voice. Buzz. Just as Yang Xiujian was speaking, Fang Chen took a step forward and directly stepped onto the 8th pillar. Yang Xiujian saw this and raised his eyebrows slightly, a little displeased. On the square, many warriors exclaimed. Lu Lianxue had just reached the 8th pillar, but she didn't expect Fang Chen to also reach the 8th pillar. What's going on today? Are they all here to break the record? Many warriors were discussing. Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen in astonishment and didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, on the 8th pillar, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. After tempering on the chain for an hour, his soul had reached the peak of the orange rank. He was only one step away from the yellow rank. Once his soul reached the yellow rank, his soul cultivation level would definitely increase to the 3rd rank. At that time, even if he met a first-tier spiritual vortex realm warrior, he wouldn't be afraid. Continue. Fang Chen didn't stop and continued. When Fang Chen stepped onto the chain again, he suddenly realized that there was a gray aura around him, blocking his path forward. When Fang Chen saw the gray aura, his eyes flickered. He finally knew why Lu Lianxue and the others had failed here. Turned out that this sticker tested the Tao of array formations. Fang Chen had studied the Tao of array formations quite a bit. Furthermore, he had the foundation of array formations left behind by a peerless Almighty. There was a huge amount of array formations knowledge in it. Therefore, to Fang Chen, the Tao of array formations was relatively simple. Fang Chen immersed himself in the array formation and carefully studied it. To crack an array formation, one must first thoroughly understand the array formation and then think of a solution. The internal structure of this array formation is very complicated, Fang Chen thought to himself. The internal structure of the array formation attached to the sticker was actually so complicated. This surprised Fang Chen. It seemed that the array master who had set up this array formation was definitely an almighty. 3 minutes later, Fang Chen's face turned completely serious. This was because he realized that this array formation was actually a composite array formation that was intertwined with the copper chain formation. If he wanted to crack this array formation, he had to find the place where it intersected with the copper chain formation. Then, he had to use array formation techniques to stabilize the copper chain formation and quickly crack this array formation. This was the only way to pass smoothly. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pass. What an exquisite array formation! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He admired the Almighty who had set up this array formation even more. Such an exquisite interlocking array formation could actually be set up in such a narrow space. It made people sigh in amazement. As Fang Chen was trapped on the chain, countless martialists on the square stared at him. As for Yang Xiujian, he looked impatient. Fang Chen, if you can't pass, then get down here. Yang Xiujian's voice contained a powerful spiritual qi. It was transmitted directly into the copper chain formation and into Fang Chen's ears. Suddenly, Fang Chen heard Yang Xiujian's voice and turned his head. Yang Xiujian. Fang Chen had naturally noticed Yang Xiujian's cultivation base, but he wasn't afraid. Fang Chen, stop pretending. With your strength, you won't be able to reach the 9th pillar. Hurry up and get down here. Don't make a fool of yourself, said Yang Xiujian. Yang Xiujian, do you think that you're invincible just because you've reached the spirit vortex realm? Asked Fang Chen. At the very least, you're not my match, said Yang Xiujian coldly. Yang Xiujian, do you dare make a bet with me? Asked Fang Chen. Bet on what? Bet that I can reach the 9th pillar, said Fang Chen. How do you want to bet? Asked Yang Xiujian. It's very simple. If I can reach the 9th pillar, it'll be my win. If I can't, it'll be my loss, said Fang Chen. The loser has to give the winner 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a huge bet. Chapter 588. 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones was equivalent to the annual income of the Li clan. Fang Chen had just opened his mouth and asked for so many spiritual stones. This shocked the crowd. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones? Are you sure? Yang Xiujian's eyes flickered as he asked coldly. Yes, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Do you dare to bet? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. Yang Xiujian was mocking him for not being able to reach the 9th pillar. Since that was the case, he would bet on it. To Fang Chen, 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones were nothing at all. That was because apart from the 1,056,000 he had exchanged earlier, he still had 7 million. Close to 10 million top-grade spirit stones was an amount that even the 3 big families could not match. Yang Xiujian narrowed his eyes, thinking quickly. He did not know if Fang Chen was really confident in reaching the 9th pillar, or if he was just trying to scare him. However, no matter what, he was in a difficult position, unless he agreed to Fang Chen's offer. Looking at the burning gazes of the surrounding warriors, Yang Xiujian said, Okay, I agree. Yang Xiujian agreed to Fang Chen's bet. Everyone exclaimed, but Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. I hope you don't go back on your word. Fang Chen sneered and continued to study the chain formation. Time passed by slowly. Fang Chen continued to study the chain formation on the chain. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour. Finally, after 2 hours, all the warriors shook their head. It seemed that Fang Chen was going to lose. He had not even passed 2 hours. Even if he had more time, there was nothing he could do. At this time, Yang Xiujian's eyes also revealed a trace of a smile. Thinking that Fang Chen was going to lose and lose 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, he was very excited. Tomorrow was the auction. With these 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, he could buy the treasures he needed. Fang Chen, you have lost. Yang Xiujian exuded a terrifying aura as he spoke coldly. It's not over yet, Li Xiaoke retorted. Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Chen. After interacting with Fang Chen for a while, Lu Lianxue realized that Fang Chen wasn't a reckless person. Since he dared to make such a big bet, it meant that he was confident. However, 2 hours had already passed, and he was not moving at all. Could it be that he was really trapped on the iron chain? Lu Lianxue knew how powerful the 9th pillar was. Even she could not pass through it. Thinking of this, a complicated expression appeared in Lu Lianxue's eyes. Then, she slightly shook her head. Just as everyone thought that Fang Chen was going to lose the bet, a strong aura suddenly emerged from the chains. The next moment, a smile of excitement appeared on Fang Chen's face. I see. At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely excited. After 2 hours of research, Fang Chen used the knowledge in the array formation basics scroll and finally figured out the mystery of this array formation. It's really exquisite. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Almighty who had set up this array formation was too powerful. He was actually able to set up such an exquisite array formation. Fang Chen sighed slightly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, 8 streams of true qi appeared on his palm. Then, Fang Chen's palm directly reached out and appeared at the nodes of the array formation. Then, Fang Chen's other hand began to break the array formation on the iron chain. Crack! Without the obstruction of the copper chain array, breaking the other array formation was very easy. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had broken the array formation and restored the copper chain array. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen easily walked up to the 9th pillar. Yang Xiujian, who had been full of smiles and thought that he had already won, suddenly changed his expression and became completely gloomy. How is this possible? Yang Xiujian's heart was filled with shock. Fang Chen had stepped onto the 9th pillar. Didn't this mean that he had lost the bet? The 9th pillar. Yang Xiujian's eyes were scarlet as he stared at Fang Chen on the 9th pillar. His heart was filled with murderous intent. When he was in the condensing reality realm, with Yang Xiujian's strength, he had only stepped onto the 7th pillar. He had not expected Fang Chen to actually step onto the 9th pillar. This kid's potential is too great. Yang Xiujian thought to himself. The entire square was in an uproar. Countless cultivators looked at Fang Chen, who was on the 9th pillar, in shock. Oh my God, Fang Chen really stepped onto the 9th pillar. Fang Chen has created a record in the history of Kaiyang City. His potential is too monstrous. He's really a peerless demon. Too terrifying. Countless voices of praise spread throughout the square. Li Xiaoke's pretty face was full of smiles. Lu Lianxue's face had a complicated expression. Standing on the 9th pillar, Fang Chen looked down at Yang Xiujian and said, "You've lost." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yang Xiujian's face kept changing. At this moment, he felt a great sense of humiliation. Yang Xiujian, you have to accept your loss. Hand over 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, Li Xiaoke said. Yang Xiujian tried his best to suppress the anger in his body. He then raised his head to look at Fang Chen on the 9th pillar and said, "Fang Chen, I really did not expect that you would be able to step onto the 9th pillar. Naturally, I will fulfill my promise. However, I don't have enough spirit stones right now. How about I give you an IOU?" Hearing Yang Xiujian's words, Fang Chen's first reaction was that he was too shameless. An IOU? Wasn't this cheating? An IOU? Fang Chen sneered. Fang Chen, Yang Xiujian, don't worry about my reputation. I'll give you an IOU. You can come to the Yang clan's residence and ask for 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones at any time. Yang Xiujian said indifferently. Yang Xiujian, you're too despicable, Li Xiaoke said angrily. Yang Xiujian ignored Li Xiaoke and looked at Fang Chen, as if waiting for Fang Chen's reply. Fang Chen stared at Yang Xiujian. After a long time he said, "Okay, an IOU." Hearing that, Yang Xiujian chuckled. He waved his hand and a white piece of paper appeared in front of him. Then, using his finger as a pen, he wrote a line of words and signed his name at the end. Then, he passed this piece of paper to Fang Chen. After receiving the paper, the latter sneered and did not say anything else. It was beyond everyone's expectations that such a huge gamble would end in such a way. Everyone was speechless at Yang Xiujian's shamelessness. Wasn't it too much? Writing an IOU was clearly shameless. The Yang clan hated Fang Chen so much. If he went to the Yang clan's residence to ask for the spirit stones, he might be killed by the Yang clan's patriarch. However, Fang Chen did not seem to want to make a big deal out of it, so he ended it so hastily. Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. At this moment the latter's figure moved again. Fang Chen stepped onto the chain leading to the 10th bronze pillar. Ever since the bronze chain formation was established, no one in the younger generation of Kaiyang City had been able to step onto the 10th bronze pillar. Could it be that Fang Chen wants to step onto the 10th bronze pillar? A warrior exclaimed. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on Fang Chen. If he can really step onto the 10th bronze pillar, he will definitely be recorded in Kaiyang City's history. What a terrifying guy. Even if he fails, he will be remembered by everyone. Such a monstrous genius. I really don't know how he cultivated. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Fang Chen gently stepped onto the metal chain. However, this chain exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. He had originally thought that it would be very difficult to pass through this chain, but Fang Chen was wrong. When he stepped on the iron chain, he suddenly appeared on the 10th copper pillar. Crash! The entire bronze chain formation exploded with a dazzling light. Countless warriors were shocked. He really succeeded. He really stepped onto the 10th bronze pillar. Am I dreaming? How can he step onto the 10th bronze pillar? Monstrous. He is definitely monstrous. If he is given some time, the spiritual vortex realm will be nothing. Even the true martial realm will not be a problem. This is too terrifying. I can't believe I'm able to see someone step onto the 10th bronze pillar in my lifetime. When Fang Chen stepped onto the 10th bronze pillar, countless warriors in Kaiyang City were shocked. Even Yang Xiujian, Lu Lianxue, and the others were completely shocked. The 10th bronze pillar. Someone had actually stepped onto the 10th bronze pillar. Ever since the bronze chain formation was created, no one had been able to step onto the 10th bronze pillar. Now, someone had actually succeeded. It was too shocking. At this moment, Fang Chen stood on the 10th bronze pillar. A hazy aura appeared around him. The bronze chain formation constantly shrunk until it finally enveloped Fang Chen's body. When the outside world looked at the 10th bronze pillar, they could only see a layer of fog. They could not see anything else. Within the bronze chain formation, Fang Chen was extremely surprised. At this moment, a thought appeared. Young man, you are quite talented to be able to pass the bronze chain formations test. If you can break my bronze chain formation within half a month, you can become my disciple. When he heard this voice, Fang Chen instantly understood. It turned out that this so-called bronze chain formation was only used by a certain almighty to test his disciple. After this voice finished speaking, it completely disappeared. Fang Chen, who was within the bronze chain formation, could clearly feel that the bronze chain formation seemed to have changed. It had changed so much that he could not recognize it. Is this still the bronze chain formation? Fang Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that he was trapped within the bronze chain formation. He was unable to break free. This bronze chain formation is too complicated. It will be extremely difficult to break it, Fang Chen thought to himself. However, there was no other way. He could only search for a way to break it. A dazzling light erupted from the 10th bronze pillar. However, Fang Chen did not appear. After a long while, Yang Xiujian's eyes flickered. He is trapped within the 10th bronze pillar. Upon hearing this, the surrounding martialists were all astonished. At this moment, somewhere in the 5-element state, 2 old men were playing chess. Suddenly, the expression of one of the old men changed. Let's stop here for today. Every time you are about to lose, we stop here. Clearly, the old man on the other side was a little unhappy. The old man who had spoken earlier said, "Someone stepped onto the 10th bronze pillar of the bronze chain formation." Chapter 589. The news of Fang Chen being trapped in the 10th pillar spread like wildfire across the entire Mizar city. Even the 3 great clans knew about it. Of course, there were also some martialists who said that Fang Chen wasn't actually trapped in the 10th pillar. Instead, he was receiving the inheritance of an almighty. In short, everyone in Kaiyang City was talking about Fang Chen. Some greedy people even appeared in the square from time to stare at the 10th pillar. They wanted to see when Fang Chen would come out. When the Li family heard the news, they immediately sent Li Mingzhu and the others to the square to protect Fang Chen. Even if Fang Chen appeared, they had to ensure Fang Chen's safety. Fang Chen stepping into the 10th pillar shocked everyone. The patriarchs of the 3 great families fell silent after hearing the news. The happiest person was the Li family patriarch. Fang Chen had a close relationship with the Li family. If Fang Chen became stronger, the Li family would also benefit. Of course, the angriest person was the Yang family patriarch. He had always wanted to kill Fang Chen. He had even spent money to hire an assassin to kill Fang Chen. However, when he heard the news, he was even angrier. In the history of Kaiyang City, no one had ever stepped into the 10th pillar. The fact that Fang Chen was able to do so meant that his potential was heaven-defying. If such a martialist was given time and allowed to grow, he would definitely become a true martial realm almighty in the future. Of course, the Yang family patriarch wouldn't let Fang Chen continue to grow. After this incident, he was even more eager to kill Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen was now inside the 10th pillar. All the martialists in Kaiyang City were watching, so it wasn't easy for him to make a move. In the square, on the 10th pillar in the copper chain array, Fang Chen was trapped inside the 10th pillar. He was trapped in the copper chain array. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out the copper chain array. This made Fang Chen feel very helpless. It seems that if I want to escape and break the copper chain array, I can only start from the Array Dao foundational scroll. After a long time, Fang Chen calmed down and said softly. Then, he gave up on studying the copper chain array. Instead, he took out the Array Dao foundation scroll and started studying it. Seconds and minutes ticked by. Waves of martialists outside the square came and went. In short, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the 10th bronze pillar. As long as Fang Chen made any movements, they would come immediately. At this moment, a white-haired old man quickly flew through the sky in the distance. He smiled. "I wonder if that little fellow can break the copper chain array," the white-haired elder said softly. However, the white-haired old man believed that the fact that he could enter the 10th bronze pillar meant that his attainments in the Tao of array formations were not bad. As long as he put in some effort, he would definitely be able to break through the copper chain array within half a month. The white-haired elder's speed was extremely fast as he flew towards Mizar City. 3 days had passed in Kaiyang City. Fang Chen was still trapped in the 10th bronze pillar. During these 3 days there was no movement at all. Many martialists had already given up on paying attention to Fang Chen and left one after another. However, there was still a group of martialists who were watching Fang Chen. Yang Xiujian was one of them. He was waiting for Fong Chen to appear. As long as Fong Chen appeared, he would kill Fong Chen with lightning speed. When that happened, the Li family would probably not start a war with the Yang family over a dead genius. Fong Chen, I will definitely return the humiliation you have given me, Yang Xiujian said coldly in the square. At this moment, Fong Chen, who was trapped in the copper chain array, had finally finished reading the Array Dao foundational scroll. His mind was now filled with the knowledge of the Array Dao foundational scroll. He looked around at the copper chain array and said softly, "Fortunately, I have the Array Dao foundational scroll." The Array Dao foundational scroll was extremely precious. It had been passed down to Fong Chen by an unknown almighty. After these 3 days of comprehension, Fong Chen's understanding of array formations had become even more thorough. At this moment, Fong Chen finally understood the mysteries of the copper chain array. He was confident that he would be able to break the copper chain array. It's been a transformation. Fong Chen stood up, looked around, and said in a low voice, "The experience on the 10th bronze pillar could also be considered a transformation." Although his cultivation level had not increased, at least his understanding of array formations had deepened. Next, Fong Chen began to break the array according to his thought. After about an hour, Fong Chen finally broke the copper chain array completely and appeared before everyone once again. Boom! After the copper chain array was broken, Fong Chen instantly appeared on the bronze pillar. "Fong Chen has appeared," a martialist exclaimed. Instantly, countless gazes turned to the 10th bronze pillar and looked at Fong Chen in shock. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chen descended from the 10th bronze pillar and stood on the square. "Fong Chen, are you all right?" Li Xiaoke immediately ran over and asked. Li Mingzhu and the others also came to Fong Chen's side. "I'm fine." Fong Chen nodded. At this moment, Fong Chen felt a fierce murderous aura lock onto him. He looked up and saw Yang Xiujian walking towards him. "Fong Chen, are you finally willing to come out?" Yang Xiujian said coldly. At the same time, his body was filled with a dense aura. He was ready to attack Fong Chen. "Yang Xiujian," Li Mingzhu said coldly. "What you did to me that day, I said that I would pay you back double." Yang Xiujian ignored Li Mingzhu and stared at Fong Chen coldly. "Yang Xiujian, do you think that you can suppress me just because you broke through to the spirit vortex realm?" Yang Xiujian had repeatedly revealed his murderous intent towards Fong Chen, making Fong Chen extremely angry. "Fong Chen, do you dare to fight me?" Yang Xiujian asked coldly. "Yang Xiujian, you are a spirit vortex realm martialist. How dare you challenge a condensing reality realm martialist? Do you have any shame?" Li Xiaoke said angrily. The surrounding martialists quietly watched this scene. No one stepped forward. The patriarchs of the 3 great clans were observing in the dark. The Li family head wanted to help, but was stopped by the Yang family head. As for the Lu family head, he stayed out of the matter and let it develop. "You are not qualified to speak to me." The moment Yang Xiujian spoke, he released the aura of a spirit vortex realm martialist. Immediately, the spirit vortex in his chi-si spun and a wild aura filled the entire square. Li Mingzhu and the others discovered that their bodies had been imprisoned by Yang Xiujian. For a moment, everyone looked at Yang Xiujian angrily, while the latter stared at Fong Chen with a burning gaze. "Fong Chen, if you don't speak, I will take it as a yes." Yang Xiujian did not give Fong Chen a chance. With a wave of his hand, a stream of spirit vortex was formed and shot towards Fong Chen with a powerful force. Phantom Sword Art, 9th level. Fong Chen immediately took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 9th level of the Phantom Sword Art. 8 streams of Zhen Qi surrounded his body as he directly attacked with his strongest attack. Bang! The powerful sword light fiercely collided with the spirit vortex and exploded with dazzling sparks. A deafening sound resounded through the clouds. Yang Xiujian was a little surprised that Fong Chen was able to block his attack. He was a spirit vortex realm elite. Although the attack just now was not his strongest attack, an ordinary martial artist with 9 streams of Zhen Qi would not be able to block it. Could it be that he obtained the inheritance in the 10th bronze pillar? Thinking of this, Yang Xiujian's eyes burned as he stared at Fang Chen. In the next moment, Yang Xiujian took out his long sword and displayed the Yang family sword art. The last time Yang Xiujian displayed the Yang family sword art, he was easily defeated by Fang Chen. This time, Yang Xiujian displayed the Yang family sword art with a cultivation of the first level of the spirit vortex realm. Although it was displayed by the same person, the difference in power was huge. A huge sword shadow appeared in the sky. This sword shadow contained a majestic aura that seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens. This is too shocking. Is this the power of a spirit vortex realm elite? There is a fundamental difference between the spirit vortex realm and the condensing reality realm. Fang Chen could not block Yang Xiujian's full attack. He is already so strong at the first level of the spirit vortex realm. His aura completely suppressed Fang Chen. Many martial artists in the surroundings exclaimed. Yang Xiujian was the first of the younger generation to enter the spirit vortex realm in Mizar City. It was the first time for many people to see a spirit vortex realm elite in action. So strong. Although Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot, he could only guarantee that he could retreat unscathed. It would be very difficult for him to block Yang Xiujian's sword art. Whoosh! Fang Chen chose to escape. His figure flashed as he displayed the illusory sword art. One after another, identical figures appeared in the square. Pucci! The intimidating sword shadow in the sky pierced into the countless phantoms. Fang Chen, what are you going to use to block my attack? Yang Xiujian controlled the shocking sword shadow and said coldly. Crash! Just as Yang Xiujian finished speaking, the shocking sword shadow had already shattered all of Fang Chen's illusions. His real body was instantly exposed to the sword shadow. The sword shadow emitted a terrifying aura and locked onto Fang Chen. As long as Yang Xiujian gave the order, the shocking sword shadow would definitely pierce Fang Chen's body. Chapter 590. Yang Xiujian controlled the shocking sword shadows and looked at Fang Chen with bloodshot eyes. He said coldly, Fang Chen, what are you going to use to fight me? A month ago, Yang Xiujian, who was known as the strongest of the younger generation in Mizar City, was easily defeated by Fang Chen. That battle was a humiliating battle for him, and he suffered great humiliation. He swore in his heart that once he broke through to the spiritual vortex realm, he would definitely take revenge and make Fang Chen suffer a fate worse than death. Now, he finally had his chance. In a month's time, Yang Xiujian had undergone earth-shattering changes. His strength had stepped into the spiritual vortex realm, and his body had undergone a qualitative leap. Although Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot compared to before, when facing a spiritual vortex realm warrior, a condensing reality realm warrior was still powerless. Fang Chen desperately blocked Yang Xiujian's attacks a few times, but this time, Fang Chen was a little unable to block the shocking sword shadows. Looking at the shocking sword shadows above his head that had locked onto his aura, Fang Chen thought to himself, even if I can block it, I will be injured. Facing a spiritual vortex realm warrior, Fang Chen was confident that he could escape unscathed. The surrounding warriors all shook their heads. Yang Xiujian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. The 3 clan leaders had been secretly confronting each other. The Li clan leader could not help Fang Chen at all. Even if Li Mingzhu and the others wanted to help Fang Chen, their strength was limited. Facing the attack of a spiritual vortex realm warrior, they could not even interfere. Hearing Yang Xiujian's arrogant words, Fang Chen held his sword in a reverse grip. His expression was solemn, and the sword aura around him instantly rippled. Fang Qin used his own sword aura to secretly control the power of heaven and earth in an attempt to break the locking of the shocking sword shadows. Yang Xiujian discovered that the shocking sword shadow's attack direction was actually slowly changing. His expression changed slightly, and he let out a low roar. He waved his hand, and immediately, the majestic shocking sword shadows bombarded towards Fang Qin. Fang Qin! Li Mingzhu and the rest shouted. They were extremely worried. Yang Xiujian's sword shadow was too powerful. As long as Fang Qin was hit, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Everyone thought that Fang Qin would die under Yang Xiujian's sword shadow. Yang Xiujian himself laughed arrogantly. At this moment, in the sky above Mizar City, the figure that was rapidly flying over had finally arrived above Mizar City. As soon as he entered Mizar City, he sensed this majestic aura. He focused his eyes and discovered that the cultivator standing in the square was actually the disciple he had forcefully taken in before. Fang Qin. When the white-haired elder discovered Fang Qin, his face was filled with joy. However, when he saw that the majestic sword shadow was about to attack Fang Qin, his face turned completely gloomy. "How dare you touch my disciple?" the white-haired old man said in a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, a whirlwind appeared in the sky. This whirlwind spun rapidly in the sky and appeared above the square in an instant at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The moment the whirlwind appeared, all the cultivators on the square were sent flying. Crack! The whirlwind appeared in front of Fang Qin and blocked the majestic sword shadow's attack. With a crack, the extremely powerful sword shadow actually shattered in an instant. After the sword shadow shattered, the whirlwind instantly disappeared. This sudden turn of events caused the three clan leaders, who were secretly facing off against each other, to be extremely shocked. "What's going on?" Yang Xiujian cried out in alarm when he saw that his sword shadow had been shattered by the whirlwind that had suddenly appeared. Crash! At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. He was dressed in black and his hair was exceptionally eye-catching. He looked around at the crowd and then landed lightly on the square. When Fang Qin saw the white-haired old man, he smiled. Although he didn't know why the white-haired old man had appeared in Mizar City, Fang Qin knew that Yang Xiujian wouldn't be able to kill him today. "Who are you?" Yang Xiujian stared at the white-haired old man and asked coldly. The white-haired old man could easily shatter his attack, so he must be a spiritual vortex realm expert. Yang Xiujian didn't dare to act rashly. The white-haired old man didn't answer Yang Xiujian's question and instead said coldly, "A mere first-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist dares to attack my disciple." Disciple? Hearing the white-haired old man's words, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. This powerful white-haired old man was actually Fang Qin's master. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Fang Qin to have such a strong backing. "You are Fang Qin's master?" Yang Xiujian was also a little surprised and asked. The white-haired old man ignored Yang Xiujian and turned to look at Fang Qin. "Kid, when did you come to the Five Elements province?" "Master." Fang Qin cupped his hands at the white-haired old man. Although he had only met this cheap master once, the white-haired old man's teachings were still very important to Fang Qin. If it weren't for the white-haired old man, Fang Qin wouldn't have had such accomplishments in the Tao of Formations. Hearing his master's question, Fang Qin's face revealed a trace of helplessness. "I came to the Five Elements province against my will." The white-haired old man's eyes flickered. He could hear that Fang Qin's words were filled with helplessness. "What's going on between you and him?" the white-haired old man asked. Fang Qin gave a simple explanation of why he came to Mizar City. After hearing Fang Qin's story, the white-haired old man glanced at Yang Xiujian and coldly snorted. "Kid, I didn't attack you today because you don't have the qualifications for me to attack you. Wait until my disciple reaches the spiritual vortex realm. He will come for you for revenge," the white-haired old man slowly said. The white-haired old man was still very confident in Fang Chen. There were very few opponents in the same realm who could match him. The person in front of him relied on the fact that he was a first-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist to attempt to kill his disciple. This made the white-haired old man very unhappy. Fortunately, the white-haired old man had arrived in Mizar City in time. Otherwise, Fang Chen would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. "Master, why did you come to Mizar City?" Fang Chen suddenly asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the white-haired old man remembered his purpose in coming to Mizar City. He then looked at the copper chain formation in the square. The 10th bronze pillar was empty. Where is he?" The white-haired old man was a little surprised. The 10th pillar was empty, which meant that the martial artist who was trapped in the copper chain formation had already broken the formation and left before he came. Thinking of this, the white-haired old man became even more curious. Who was it that could break the copper chain formation in 3 days? The white-haired old man thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you know that a person entered the 10th pillar a few days ago?" Hearing this, Fang Chen was taken aback and immediately nodded. "Then do you know where the martial artist in the 10th pillar went?" The white-haired old man continued to ask. When Fang Chen heard this and combined it with the clues he had obtained in the 10th pillar, he could finally confirm that his master was the formation master who had set up the copper chain formation. "Master, could it be that you were the one who set up the copper chain formation?" Fang Chen could not help but ask. The white-haired old man did not hide anything from Fang Chen and nodded. "That's right. This copper chain formation was set up by me when I accidentally came to Mizar City." Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Fang Chen's expression was a little strange. "Do you know where the martial artist in the 10th pillar went?" "Since he was able to pass the test, he naturally became my disciple and your junior brother," said the white-haired old man. Fang Chen grinned and said, "Master, the martial artist in the 10th pillar is right in front of you." The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows when he heard this. When he saw Fang Chen smirk, he suddenly asked, "You are saying?" Fang Chen nodded and said, "The martial artist who entered the 10th pillar was me." "Ha ha ha, it's actually you, kid. It seems that we are fated to be master and disciple." The white-haired old man was very happy when he found out that the martial artist who had entered the 10th pillar was Fang Chen. Before he came to Mizar City, he had guessed that the martial artist who had entered the 10th pillar would be able to break the copper chain formation within 15 days. However, he had never imagined that this martial artist would actually be his disciple and that he would be able to break the copper chain formation within 3 days. "You are not bad, kid." The white-haired old man's face was full of smiles. At this moment, the clan leaders of the 3 great clans appeared. Without the clan leader of the Yang clan holding him back, the clan leader of the Li clan went straight to Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, are you all right?" "I'm fine," said Fang Chen. Then, the Li clan leader cupped his hands and greeted the white-haired old man. The latter also nodded. After hearing Fang Chen say that the Li clan had taken good care of him after he came to Mizar City, the white-haired old man naturally had a good impression of the Li clan. "Senior, I am Yang Xiujian of the Yang clan. I did not know that this person was your disciple. I apologize for offending you," said the Yang clan leader with a smile. The Yang clan leader was also a spiritual vortex realm expert, but he could not see through the white-haired old man. The only reason was that the white-haired old man was too powerful. Thinking of this, the Yang clan leader did not even have the courage to attack. Therefore, he could only quickly apologize before the white-haired old man got angry. At this moment, Yang Xiujian's eyes were filled with unwillingness. If he was given one more second, he would be able to kill Fang Chen. But at this moment, an almighty who was so powerful that he could kill him with a flip of his hand appeared. Moreover, this almighty was Fang Chen's master. This made Yang Xiujian very unreconciled. Why did all the good things happen to Fang Chen? But even if he was unreconciled, he still had to follow the Yang clan leader to apologize. When the white-haired old man heard the Yang clan leader's words, he said coldly, "Seeing that you did not hurt my disciple, I will let you off this time. If this continues, there is no need for your Yang clan to exist." The white-haired old man's words terrified the Yang clan leader, but he could only nod and agree. "Fang Chen, I will leave this child for you to deal with in the future. How about it?" asked the white-haired old man as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. He knew his master's good intentions, so he directly agreed. "Sure." The white-haired old man nodded and said, "Is there anything else?" Chapter 591. Fang Chen took out the IOU. Seeing this, the white-haired old man asked directly, "What is this?" "This is an IOU," Fang Chen said. When he saw the IOU, Yang Xiujian had the urge to dig a hole in the ground. When he made the bet, he was confident that he would win. Could Fang Chen, who was only at the 9th condensing reality realm, pass the 9th pillar? Therefore, even if it was a big bet, Yang Xiujian still took it. Because 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones was a fatal temptation to Yang Xiujian. If he had these 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, Yang Xiujian's status in the Yang family would definitely rise. He would surpass all the elders and become an existence second only to the patriarch. At that time, Yang Xiujian would be able to pour all the Yang family's resources on himself. Increasing his strength would no longer be a dream. However, he never thought that Fang Chen would actually pass the 9th pillar. He lost the bet. Although he lost the bet, Yang Xiujian did not want to, nor did he have that many spirit stones to give to Fang Chen. Therefore, he used his strength to threaten Fang Chen. He even deliberately made things difficult for Fang Chen. He was only willing to write an IOU. Everyone knew that even if Fang Chen had the IOU, he would not dare to go to the Yang family to collect the debt. Therefore, his IOU was like a piece of scrap paper. But now, when Yang Xiujian saw the IOU, his heart was filled with endless anger. "What IOU?" the white-haired old man asked. With his master backing him, Fang Chen was naturally fearless. He said directly, "When we were breaking through the copper chain array, Yang Xiujian mocked me for not being able to pass. Therefore, we made a big bet of 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. In the end, I won and he wrote me an IOU." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Yang family patriarch's heart trembled. That was 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Their Yang family's annual income was only that much. The Yang family patriarch looked at Yang Xiujian with fiery eyes. At this moment, he wanted to slap Yang Xiujian to death. How stupid, he actually wrote an IOU. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, the white-haired old man understood what had happened. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the Yang family patriarch. At that moment, Li Mingzhu and the others had gloating expressions in their eyes. This was especially true for Li Xiaoke. Back then, Yang Xiujian had bullied Fang Chen because he wasn't as strong as him. He had forcefully given Fang Chen an IOU and wanted to act shamelessly. Now, he had finally reaped what he had sown. In the Lu clan's district, the Lu clan's clan leader also looked at this scene in surprise, then shook his head slightly. Lu Lianxue, who was standing behind the Lu clan leader, had a faint smile on her face. She looked at Fang Chen with increasingly bright eyes. "Senior." The Yang family patriarch wanted to defend himself, but the white-haired old man wouldn't waste time with him. The white-haired old man took the IOU from Fang Chen's hand and handed it to the Yang family patriarch. He said, "Take a look and see if this IOU is from your Yang family." The white-haired old man was powerful, so he wasn't afraid that the Yang family patriarch would tear up this IOU. The Yang family patriarch took the IOU and saw that it was indeed from Yang Xiujian. His heart was filled with rage, but it was useless. "Yang Xiujian, look at what you've done." The Yang family patriarch glared at Yang Xiujian. Yang Xiujian lowered his head, not daring to say anything. The Yang family patriarch had a lot of authority in the Yang family. Now that he had done such a thing, he would definitely be punished by the Yang family patriarch. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Not a single one less, said the white-haired old man. The Yang family patriarch's face was filled with helplessness. In the end, he sighed and said, Senior, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones isn't a small amount. I need to return to the Yang family patriarch to prepare it. The white-haired old man nodded. All right. I don't think you'll dare to play any tricks. After bidding farewell to the white-haired old man, the Yang family patriarch quickly left the square and returned to the Yang family patriarch to prepare the spirit stones. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was a huge sum of money for the Yang family. Because of Yang Xiujian, the Yang family had suffered such a huge loss. The Yang family patriarch immediately decided to punish Yang Xiujian. The Yang family would stop all resource supplies to Yang Xiujian and even take back all the top-grade spirit stones that were given to Yang Xiujian every month. This punishment was indeed a little heavy for Yang Xiujian. On the path of martial arts, once there were no resources, it would be extremely difficult to cultivate. Although Yang Xiujian's talent was exceptional, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a spiritual vortex realm cultivator to raise his cultivation. Without the Yang family's resources, Yang Xiujian would have to wait a long time to raise his cultivation to the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen, it's all because of you. Yang Xiujian's heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. At this moment, Yang Xiujian swore to himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely kill Fang Chen. The Yang family did not want to offend the white-haired elder, so they quickly gathered 10,000 top-grade spirit stones and delivered them to Fang Chen at the square. The matter was settled just like that. The white-haired elder did not make a move against the Yang family, allowing the Yang family to breathe a sigh of relief. However, every time the Yang family patriarch thought about the loss of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, he would be furious. Even if Yang Xiujian was the most outstanding flute player in the Yang family, the Yang family patriarch would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. In the end, the Yang family patriarch made a decision to let Yang Xiujian enter the Luoying mountain peaks to train. Within half a year, he was not allowed to leave the Luoying mountain peak. Yang Xiujian's heart was filled with resentment, but he had no choice. In the end, he left Kaiyang City and entered the Luoying mountain peak. At this moment, within Kaiyang City, Fang Chen's master, the white-haired elder, was invited to the Li family patriarch's residence. Senior, you are Fang Chen's master. How should I address you? The Li family patriarch asked. Danqing, the white-haired elder said with a smile. Danqing. The Li family patriarch expressed that he had never heard of this name, but he still respectfully called him Senior Danqing. This was also the first time Fang Chen had learned that his master's name was Danqing. Within the Li family patriarch's residence, Fang Chen's courtyard, the white-haired elder and Fang Chen were sitting on a stone bench and chatting. After hearing about Fang Chen's experiences in the 4 great mountain ranges, the white-haired elder couldn't help but sigh. Of course, the thing that shocked the white-haired elder the most was that Fang Chen had actually become a formation grandmaster. This kind of talent in formations made the white-haired elder extremely envious. Other than the time when he had taught Fang Chen had learned everything by himself. The white-haired elder was extremely shocked that someone like him could become a formation grandmaster. This was enough to show just how talented Fang Chen was in the Tao of formations. After learning that Fang Chen had become a formation grandmaster, the white-haired elder was extremely excited. Fang Chen, your talent in formations is much greater than mine when I was young, the white-haired elder said with a smile. To be able to become a formation grandmaster at such a young age, you will definitely become a formation grandmaster in the future. Although there was only a one-word difference between a formation grandmaster and a formation grandmaster, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Only a true formation grandmaster could understand the difference. Master, what level of formation master are you? Fang Chen was very curious about the formation level of the white-haired elder, so he directly asked. The white-haired elder smiled and said, "You will know in the future. Saying this now is of no benefit to you." Fang Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Kaiyang City is only a small city in the Five Elements province. You will definitely be heading to a broader stage in the future, right? The white-haired elder asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I'll leave Mizar City once I'm done with the matters here." The white-haired elder nodded at Fang Chen's words. "While you are cultivating in the martial path, don't forget to cultivate in the Tao of formations." "I will," said Fang Chen. The more he came into contact with the Tao of formations, the more Fang Chen discovered that the Tao of formations was extremely helpful in battle. If he could become a formation grandmaster, he would be able to casually set up a profound formation in battle to trap his enemies. It would be far too simple. "I can't always follow you. You still need to temper yourself on the path of the martial path. However, you must be careful in the Five Elements province." The white-haired elder slowly said, "I will be leaving tomorrow. Before that, you can ask me if there's anything you don't understand in the Tao of formations." "Master, when will we meet again?" asked Fang Chen. "When you become a formation grandmaster," said the white-haired elder. After that, Fang Chen began to ask questions about the Tao of formations that he didn't understand. The master and disciple chatted until late at night before going to rest. While chatting with the white-haired elder, Fang Chen also gained a more thorough understanding of the Tao of formations. Early the next morning, the white-haired elder left Kaiyang City. When he left, he didn't say goodbye to Fang Chen. When Fang Chen woke up, his master had already left. "Master, I will definitely become a formation grandmaster." Fang Chen clenched his fists as he thought to himself. Fang Chen had just woken up when Li Xiaoka came to look for Fang Chen. "Fang Chen." Li Xiaoka entered Fang Chen's courtyard and called out when she saw Fang Chen. "Xiaoka." Fang Chen grinned when he saw Li Xiaoka. "Where's your master?" asked Li Xiaoka. "He left," Fang Chen replied. Li Xiaoka nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She then said, "Fang Chen, I came to find you this time because there's a mission that requires us to complete together." "A mission?" Fang Chen didn't understand and asked. "Our Li family and the Lu family have some business cooperation. This mission was jointly issued by the Lu family and the Li family, and it requires the younger generation to complete it." Li Xiaoka explained simply. "What mission?" asked Fang Chen. 100 miles outside of Kaiyang City, there's a mountain range. There's a metal mine in the mountain range that our Li family and the Lu family are mining together. Recently, the miners who were mining the mine mysteriously disappeared. After the patriarch and the Lu family discussed it, they decided to let the younger generation investigate. "They suspect that some kind of monster appeared in the mine," said Li Xiaoka. "Okay." Fang Chen agreed. After that, Fang Chen followed Li Xiaoka to the Li family's courtyard. Fang Chen discovered that other than the Li family patriarch and the Lu family patriarch, one of the three goddesses of Kaiyang City, Lu Lianxue, was also there. Chapter 592. After the Li family head finished his introduction, Fang Chen found out that there were only 4 people on this mission. The other 3 were the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. Looking at the 3 beauties in front of him, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was already so difficult for ordinary people to walk side by side with just one of them. This time, he actually had to travel with all 3 of them. "Fang Chen, you are the strongest. After you go to the mine, take care of them," the Lu family head said with a smile. "I will," Fang Chen said. "All right, it's getting late. You should set off," the Li family head said. Fang Chen and the other 3 nodded, then left the Li family manor and appeared on the streets of Kaiyang City. On the streets of Mizar City, Fang Chen was followed by the 3 goddesses. This attracted the attention of countless martialists. I really envy Fang Chen. He can actually travel with the three goddesses. If only I could travel with one of them, I would be satisfied. Don't you know who they are? How can you compare to them? Yeah, Fang Chen has already become the top warrior of the younger generation in Kaiyang City. Moreover, he has such a powerful master behind him. Only Fang Chen can accompany the three goddesses of Kaiyang City. Along the way, countless warriors were talking about it. When Fang Chen heard these words, he smiled slightly and didn't mind. After a while, the four of them left Kaiyang City and appeared on the wasteland. Fang Chen, you are now the idol of the younger generation in Kaiyang City, Li Xiaoke said with a smile. Fang Chen grinned and didn't say anything. Lu Lianxue's face revealed a charming smile. Li Mingzhu, on the other hand, was still cold. At noon, the four of them finally arrived at the mine 100 miles away. There was a majestic mountain range here. In the mountain range, there was a mine that ran through the entire mountain range. The entrance of the mountain range was heavily guarded. Stop right there, the guard shouted when he saw someone walking towards them. It's us, Lu Lianxue said. The guard recognized Lu Lianxue and hurriedly said, So Miss Lu has arrived. After saying that, the guard brought Lu Lianxue and the others into the mountain range. Then, they appeared before a building. One look and one could tell that this building was built in the mountains by the Lu clan and the Li clan. When they arrived at the building, the elders of the Li clan and the Lu clan came out to welcome them. Mingzhu, the elder of the Li clan, chuckled. Lianxue, the Lu clan's elder, greeted her. Elder, how is the mine? Lu Lianxue asked. The elder of the Lu family said, In the mine, there are miners who mysteriously disappear every day. We have sent people in to take a look, but they have found nothing. Recently, too many miners have mysteriously gone missing, so we have temporarily suspended the mining of the veins. Hearing the elder's words, Lu Lianxue nodded and looked at Li Mingzhu. The latter said, Let's go in and take a look tonight. Hearing this, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke nodded. At this time, the elders of the Lu clan and the Li clan finally noticed Fang Chen. This must be Fang Chen. The elder of the Li clan saw Fang Chen and chuckled. Junior Fang Chen greets the two elders. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Good, good. As expected of a young hero. The elder of the Li clan nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, Fang Chen and the others were arranged to stay in this building. They waited for night to fall. Because this mine wasn't too big, the elders guarding it were all condensing reality realm warriors. This time, the elders were very happy that Fang Chen and the others had come. With their strength, as long as they didn't encounter any spirit vortex realm warriors, they would definitely be able to solve the problem of the mine. Just like that, everyone waited for night to fall. Time passed minute by minute. When night fell, Li Xiaoke came to Fang Chen's residence. We can move now. Li Xiaoke saw Fang Chen and said softly. Fang Chen nodded and met up with Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue. Then, the four of them quickly entered the mine. What kind of metal is this? After entering the mine, Fang Chen looked at the colorful metals in the mine and asked in confusion. This is a kind of alloy that can be made into weapons. Lu Lianxue explained. Fang Chen nodded and looked around. In the mine, it was pitch black. The four of them moved forward in the dark. Soon, the four of them arrived at the depths of the mine. At this time, Fang Chen felt that something was wrong. He seemed to feel an invisible aura surrounding them. Do you feel it? Fang Chen asked softly. What? Lu Lianxue asked. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke also looked at Fang Chen in confusion. I feel an invisible aura, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu and the other two's expressions changed. They looked around cautiously. Fang Chen and the other three continued to move forward. Just as they were moving forward, a ghostly black shadow suddenly appeared behind them. Woo-woo, a strange sound came from the black shadow's mouth. Before Fang Chen and the other three could react, a fierce attack suddenly appeared behind Fang Chen and the other three. Be careful. Fang Chen felt this attack immediately. He turned his head and saw that Li Mingzhu was at the back. It was very likely that she would be hit by this attack. He roared. In a panic, he pulled his hand and grabbed Li Mingzhu's fair hand, pulling her from the back to the front. Being pulled by Fang Chen, Li Mingzhu lost her balance and fell into Fang Chen's arms. Lu Lianxue and Li Xiaoke also reacted at this time. The two of them attacked together. Suddenly, a powerful attack bombarded the black shadow. Bang! With a loud bang, the black shadow couldn't withstand the attacks of the two girls and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Li Xiaoke's wrist shook and a flame appeared in her fair hand. The depths of the mine were instantly illuminated. They realized that the one who attacked them was a cheetah. It's a cheetah, Li Xiaoke said, then turned to look at Fang Chen. Li Mingzhu fell into Fang Chen's arms and instantly felt a hot aura coming from Fang Chen's chest. This was the first time in her life that she was so close to a man. Li Mingzhu's pretty face instantly flushed red. Her face was filled with embarrassment. Li Xiaoke saw that Li Mingzhu maintained a strange posture in Fang Chen's arms. She blinked her small eyes and said, "Sister Mingzhu, you guys." Lu Lianxue's charming eyes also looked at Fang Chen and Li Mingzhu with a smile. Li Mingzhu, who was known for her coldness, was very embarrassed. She directly pushed Fang Chen away and escaped from Fang Chen's arms. Fang Chen was also a little embarrassed. He immediately looked at Li Mingzhu and said, "It was an emergency. I'm sorry." Li Mingzhu's face was red as she lowered her head and said softly, "It's okay." Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't say anything else. He turned his gaze to the cheetah and said, "Could it be that the mysterious miners were killed by the cheetah?" "That's possible," Li Xiaoke said. Lu Lianxue shook her head. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "Did you guys notice that the cheetah's heart directly exploded when it died?" Hearing Lu Lianxue's words, Li Xiaoke recalled the scene when they killed the cheetah. She nodded and said, "It seems to be true." Fang Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He walked in front of the cheetah, squatted down, and gently touched the cheetah's body. After a long while, Fang Chen said in a low voice, "This cheetah was controlled by someone." Although Li Xiaoke and Lu Lianxue's attacks were strong, they didn't hit the cheetah's heart. When the cheetah died, its heart instantly exploded. This meant that the cheetah was controlled by someone. Only a controlled cheetah's heart would explode when it died. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. This mine is jointly mined by the Lu and Li families. Who is attacking the miners? Could it be the Yang family? Fang Chen thought to himself. Lu Lianxue seemed to have guessed Fang Chen's thoughts and said directly, "It's unlikely to be the Yang family. The Yang family wouldn't dare to offend both the Li and Lu families at the same time." "Then who is it?" Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Li Mingzhu recovered and said, "Let's continue looking and we'll find out." Hearing this, Fang Chen and the other three looked at each other and continued moving forward. Just as the four of them expected, it seemed that their whereabouts were already known by the mysterious warrior in the dark. Every time they walked a short distance, cheetahs would appear and attack them crazily. At the beginning, the cheetahs would still fight with them. But later on, whenever the cheetahs appeared, they would explode. This made Fang Chen and the other three miserable. "Who is it?" Fang Chen stopped in his tracks, looked around, and said in a low voice. After reaching the depths of the mine, they had only walked 500 meters before they were attacked by several waves of cheetahs. Later on, the cheetahs attacked in a suicidal manner, which made Fang Chen and the other three somewhat cautious. However, the best situation now was that the cheetahs appeared alone and didn't appear in group. Just think about it. If the cheetahs appeared in groups and exploded together, even a spiritual whirlpool realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. "Should we continue moving forward?" Lu Lianxue asked. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked around. When the three of them didn't notice, The little mouse appeared from the special space ring and went straight into the darkness. Fang Chen had just told the little mouse about the situation and let the little mouse sneak into the darkness to find the mysterious warrior. As long as they found the mysterious warrior, they would be able to get out of their current predicament. Chapter 593. After the little mouse disappeared into the darkness, Fang Chen turned to look at the three women and said, "Let's continue forward. If you like Eastern literature, go online." Lu Lianxue wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she shook her head slightly and followed behind Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen had guessed, when they advanced about 100 meters, they encountered another attack from a cheetah. As soon as this cheetah appeared, it immediately self-destructed. A majestic aura instantly filled the entire mine. Fortunately, Fang Chen's group of 4 had strong defenses, so no one was injured for the time being. "Fang Chen, we can't continue forward," Li Mingzhu said in a low voice. She was worried that there was a mysterious expert hiding in the dark. Once they entered the mysterious expert's trap, their lives would be in danger. The expert hiding in the dark definitely isn't too strong. Otherwise, he would have already come out and killed us, Fang Chen said. Lu Lianxue nodded, a complicated expression in her eyes. Then she said, "Listen to Fang Chen and continue forward." Li Xiaoke didn't say anything, but her actions proved her attitude. She was also willing to continue forward. The 4 of them continued forward. As they went deeper and deeper, Fang Chen's group encountered more and more cheetahs. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. That was because the little mouse had sent back news that it had found the mysterious expert hiding in the dark. "This way." Fang Chen suddenly stopped. He pointed at a side path to the side and said, "Fang Chen, why did you suddenly want to go this way?" Li Xiaoke asked doubtfully. "I found traces of the mysterious expert." After saying that, he took the lead and walked to the left path. At this time, somewhere in the mine, a black shadow was secretly watching Fang Chen's group. Behind him were many cheetahs. However, these cheetahs seemed to have some kind of restriction on their bodies. They stood there motionless. In the black shadow's hand was a small jade pendant. As long as the black shadow transmitted spiritual qi into the jade pendant, a cheetah would leave here and appear in front of Fang Chen's group. These 4 people must be the best of the younger generation in Kaiyang City. "It's not good to fight them head-on. We just have to stop them," the black shadow whispered. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely discover that the black shadow was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Furthermore, it was a protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Not so long ago, the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect were very powerful to Fang Chen. But now, even the protector of the Yellow Spring sect was no match for Fang Chen at his peak. The protectors of the Yellow Spring sect accidentally discovered that a super protector of the Yellow Spring sect was being suppressed at the bottom of the mine. The so-called super protector was one of the top protectors among the 36 protectors. His strength was considered top-notch among the 36 protectors. After the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect discovered this, they quietly entered the mine. While rescuing the super protector, they also stopped the miners from the Lu and Li families from entering. The protectors who disappeared mysteriously every day were actually killed by the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow was called Protector Yun Sha. He was ranked 11th among the 36 protectors. They had a total of 3 protectors. The other 2 protectors were ranked 10th and 9th respectively. The 2 protectors entered the mine to rescue the super protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Protector Yun Sha, on the other hand, was here to keep an eye on the mine and stop any cultivators who wanted to enter the mine. They originally thought that by the time the Li and Lu families arrived, they would have rescued the super protector. But now, it seemed that rescuing the super protector was more difficult. After Fang Chen and the other 3 entered the mine, they were discovered by Protector Yun Sha. He had been secretly watching Fang Chen and the other 3. The cheetahs behind him were puppets controlled by the other 2 protectors. The reason why they were given to him was because they were worried that powerful cultivators would barge in. Because he was not proficient in puppetry, he could only use the jade pendant to control one of the cheetahs each time. Protector Yun Sha was helpless that he could not control them all at once. Just as Protector Yun Sha was about to control the next cheetah to attack, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his finger. Then, he realized that his finger had mysteriously fallen to the ground. Then, the jade pendant fell to the ground as well. Fresh blood spurted out from his palm. Arg! Protector Yun Sha let out a tragic cry. His fingers were connected to his heart. His entire body was in extreme pain. Protector Yun Sha's body exploded with a wild aura. He defended himself while getting ready to pick up the jade pendant. But at this moment, a shadow swept across the ground and the jade pendant disappeared. Who is it? Protector Yun Sha scolded darkly. When Protector Yun Sha saw clearly, he realized that in a protruding part of the wall not far away, there was a little mouse playing with the jade pendant. Damn it, it's a mouse! A dignified protector of the Yellow Springs sect had his finger bitten off by a little mouse. This made Protector Yun Sha extremely angry. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Protector Yun Sha glared at the little mouse and roared furiously. The little mouse chirped non-stop, its face full of smiles. Its finger pointed behind Protector Yun Sha. The latter was puzzled and turned to look. Suddenly, he saw Fong Chen and the other three rushing over. Not good. Protector Yun Sha immediately understood. This little mouse was most likely the spirit pet of these four people. Before Protector Yun Sha could make a decision, Fong Chen and the other three appeared in front of him. The little mouse leaped up onto Fong Chen's shoulder and handed the jade pendant to Fong Chen. Fong Chen played with the jade pendant and looked at Protector Yun Sha. His eyes were cold as he said, "So it's the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect causing trouble here. Kid, who are you? How dare you spoil the business of the Yellow Springs sect?" Protector Yun Sha's hand was covered in blood as he said coldly. When they saw the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect, Lu Lianxue and the other two's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, they were most curious about the little mouse on Fong Chen's shoulder. "What a cute little mouse," Lu Lianxue said sweetly. She reached out her fair hands and was about to hug the little mouse. However, the little mouse's eyes flickered and dodged Lu Lianxue's hands and jumped into Li Xiaoka's arms. Looking at the little fella lying in Li Xiaoka's arms, Fong Chen was helpless. This fella's head was resting on Li Xiaoka's chest, and it looked at Fong Chen proudly. Fong Chen was a little embarrassed, and he turned to look at Protector Yun Sha. "So cute. Fong Chen, is this your spirit pet?" Li Xiaoka was also very fond of the little mouse and she giggled. Fong Chen was speechless. Cute didn't seem to be related to Little Mouse. If they knew that the little mouse had even eaten the finger of the legendary leader of the Yellow Springs sect, how would they feel? The matter has been investigated. It's the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect causing trouble, Li Mingzhu said coldly. Li Mingzhu's body emitted a terrifying aura. She wanted to kill Protector Yun Sha. "Speak. Why are you here?" Fong Chen looked at Protector Yun Sha and asked in a low voice. He didn't believe that the protector of the Yellow Springs sect would stay here for no reason and even kill the miners. There must be something fishy about this. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Protector Yun Sha sneered and his body flashed as he launched a fierce attack. Li Mingzhu was about to attack but was stopped by Fong Chen. "Let me." The moment Fong Chen's words came out, he stretched out his gigantic hand. Instantly, a formidable power gushed out and crushed down onto the body of Protector Yun Sha. Pucci before Protector Yun Sha could attack Fong Chen, he was suppressed by the latter's hand. How is this possible? Protector Yun Sha was shocked. Fong Chen's aura hadn't reached the spiritual vortex realm. How could he be suppressed before he could even fight back? Speak your purpose. Fong Chen suppressed Protector Yun Sha and asked coldly. Impossible! Protector Yun Sha shouted angrily. When Fang Chen heard this, he turned to look at the little mouse in Li Xiaoka's arms and signaled for it to attack. With a whoosh, the little mouse jumped out of Li Xiaoka's arms and jumped in front of Protector Yunsha. "Break his arms," Fang Chen said. Crack! The little mouse opened its mouth and bit Protector Yunsha's palms. Crunch! 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 A miserable shriek rang out from the mouth of Protector Yunsha. He felt unbearable pain. At that moment, he wanted to slap the little mouse to death. As for the three ladies behind Fang Chen, they were completely stunned as well. They had just been praising the little mouse for being cute earlier on. But, when they saw the little mouse eating Protector Yunsha's palm, their hearts were filled with shock. "It ate it!" Li Xiaoka exclaimed. Even Lu Lianxue and Li Mingzhu narrowed their eyes and stared at the little mouse. "Are you going to speak or not?" Fang Chen continued asking. "No." Protector Yunsha cried out pitifully. "Break his legs," Fang Chen said. Crack! The little mouse bit off Protector Yunsha's legs. Protector Yunsha's limbs were broken and he became a cripple. Fang Chen picked up Protector Yunsha and said in a low voice, "I have no interest in wasting my time with you." Protector Yunsha was in excruciating pain. He felt extremely humiliated. To think that a dignified protector of the Yellow Springs sect would have his limbs severed by a little rat. At this moment there was only one crazy thought in his mind, and that was to kill this damned rat. "Promise me one thing." Protector Yunsha was already in a state of madness. The spiritual energy in his sea of qi was dissipating. Once all the spiritual energy was gone, he would become a cripple. "What is it?" Fang Chen asked. "Let me kill this damned little mouse with my own hands." Protector Yunsha endured the pain and roared. "All right, I'll give you a chance," Fang Chen said. After getting Fang Chen's confirmation, Protector Yunsha told him their plan. "There's a super protector of the Yellow Springs sect underground. The other two protectors are trying to save them." Protector Yunsha finished speaking in one breath and looked at Fang Chen. Crash! Fang Chen threw Protector Yunsha to the ground and said, "I'll give you a chance to kill the little mouse. Let's see if you have the ability." With that, Fang Chen took a few steps back. Protector Yunsha gathered all the spiritual energy in his sea of qi into his arm. His palm was broken, and he could only use his arm to launch his strongest attack. Crack! However, before Protector Yunsha could even attack, the little rat had already leaped onto his shoulder and started to chomp on it with its teeth. Ah! The spiritual energy that Protector Yunsha had gathered in his arm instantly dissipated, and he let out a miserable cry. "I can't accept this." It was only then that Protector Yunsha realized that he could not kill the little mouse. In the end, Protector Yunsha died under the ravaging of the little mouse. Chapter 594. After killing Protector Yunsha, the little mouse licked its lips and raised its head to look at Fang Chen. "Everyone, please search for the most complete novel." The latter gently stroked the little mouse's head. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. Its shifty eyes glanced at Li Xiaoka, wanting to return to Li Xiaoka's embrace. Seeing this, Li Xiaoka immediately dodged. Too scary. That was the three girls' evaluation of the little mouse. A little mouse with combat power comparable to a warrior at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Like master, like spirit pet. The three girls looked at the little mouse in shock. The latter grinned and stood on Fang Chen's shoulder. After Protector Yunsha's death, Fang Chen also remembered what Protector Yunsha had said. Super Protector. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he pondered. He did not expect that there would be a super protector of the Yellow Spring sect in the mine. Fortunately, they discovered it early. Otherwise, it would be another disaster. The super protector of the Yellow Spring sect is at least in the top 5 of the 36 protectors. He is very powerful and his combat power is infinitely close to the spirit vortex realm. He is very scary. Lu Lianxue said in a low voice. Li Mingzhu's face also showed a hint of worry. She said, Then what should we do? With the four of us and the little mouse, even if we encounter the super protector of the Yellow Spring sect, we should not be afraid, Li Xiaoke said. In the end, Fang Chun and the other three decided to stop the protector of the Yellow Spring sect from rescuing the super protector. They began to look for the underground passage. Since the protector of the Yellow Spring sect could go down, there must be a passage in the mine. At this moment, deep in the underground, in a strange dark place, there were two black figures. They were the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. In the hands of the two protectors, there were some tools unique to the Yellow Spring sect. They were going to use these tools to awaken the super protector and rescue him. Crash! The jug of wine in the ninth protector's hand suddenly began to spin. Following this, drops of wine began to drip from the jug onto the ground. At this moment, the talisman in the 10th protector's hand was instantly activated. The talisman was instantly set ablaze, and a dense evil aura filled the entire dark land. When the talisman was activated and came into contact with the alcohol on the ground, it instantly reacted and turned into a pitch-black aura. After this aura appeared, a sinister voice came from one of the corpses in front of the two protectors. Super Protector, please return. The 9th Protector roared. The 10th Protector controlled the talisman. This talisman was a technique of the Yellow Spring sect. Together with the wine, it could awaken the slumbering protector. By the time the talisman finished burning, the wine had already seeped into the Super Protector's corpse. At this moment, the Super Enforcer's body moved a little. Then, a shocking aura appeared around the Super Enforcer. The two protectors were very excited. The Super Protector was returning. The Super Enforcer is returning. This is great. The two protectors laughed loudly. At this moment, a fiery light appeared in the land of darkness. 4 figures had arrived at the land of darkness. Who are you? The 10th Protector was alarmed when he saw the fiery light. He immediately shouted. The 9th Protector held the jug of wine in his hand and turned to look at the fiery light. At this moment, the entire dark land was filled with sinister winds. It was extremely terrifying. Human ancient martial artist. The 9th Protector's expression changed when he saw Fang Qin and the other three. The fact that the human ancient martial artist was here meant that Protector Yun Sha of the mine had already died at their hands. You killed Protector Yun Sha. The 10th Protector glared at Fang Qin and the other three and asked coldly. Not only did we kill them, but we will also kill you. Fang Qin chuckled. They are summoning the Super Enforcer. Stop them. Li Mingzhu said coldly. In the next moment, Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke attacked. Following closely behind, Lu Lianxue attacked as well. This was the first time that Fang Qin saw Lu Lianxue attack with her full strength. He saw that Lu Lianxue's body was filled with a strong charm. Lu Lianxue used the charm technique and instantly bewitched the two protectors. Although the two protectors woke up in the blink of an eye, it still caused quite a bit of damage to them. Puqi Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke attacked together. The two protectors were disrupted by Lu Lianxue's charm technique from time to time and were unable to break through the three women's attacks. Fang Qin, go and stop the Super Enforcer from returning, Lu Lianxue said. Fang Qin nodded. He leaped and directly arrived in front of the Super Enforcer. The hidden star sword appeared behind him and the sword aura surrounded his body. The 9th level of the Phantom Sword technique was displayed and the sword pierced towards the Super Enforcer's body. Puqi, when the hidden star sword pierced the Super Enforcer's body, countless amounts of wine instantly wrapped around the hidden star sword, trying to block the attack. However, it was of no use. Hiss! Fang Qin suddenly pulled out the hidden star sword and raised it, preparing to stab again. At this moment, an evil aura suddenly appeared in front of Fang Qin. Then, an erratic soul ball floated up. Boy, you dare to stab my body? I will kill you. This soul ball was the Super Enforcer's soul ball. You can't do it, Fang Qin said with disdain. If the Super Enforcer had fully recovered, Fang Chen would be afraid. But now that the super enforcer had not fully recovered, Fang Chen was not afraid at all. You! The super enforcer threatened Fang Chen. But the latter stabbed his sword and instantly pierced the super enforcer's body. After a few stabs, the super enforcer's body was completely destroyed. At this moment, the super enforcer's soul was furious. Damn it! The two protectors who were besieged by the three women were also furious. They attacked with all their might, wanting to save the super enforcer. Bang! In the face of the two protectors' powerful attacks, Li Mingzhu was careless and was sent flying. At this moment, Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts reached its peak. She forcibly bewitched the two protectors and saved Li Mingzhu's life. Attack! Shouted Lu Lianxue. Li Xiaoke and Li Mingzhu nodded and joined hands to attack. Fang Chen was also shocked to see the current Lu Lianxue. Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts were too powerful. Even from this far away, he was still a bit dazed. Could this be Lu Lianxue's true strength? Fang Chenxin thought to herself. Fang Chen had always felt that Lu Lianxue was very mysterious. Now he finally knew just how powerful her bewitchment arts were. If she reaches the spirit vortex realm, just how powerful will her bewitchment arts be? Fang Chen couldn't help wondering. With Lu Lianxue's full power, the three women stabilized the situation. Now that Fang Chen no longer had anything to worry about, he began to focus on killing the super enforcer's soul. Brat, you'll regret this. The super enforcer's soul sensed danger and roared furiously. Before that happens, I'll kill you. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he raised his sword and stabbed it into the ball of soul light. Bang! The super protector's soul ball of light instantly exploded, and his soul completely dissipated. Seeing the super enforcer killed by Fang Chen, the two protectors were infuriated. Their painstaking plan had been ruined by Fang Chen just like that. You'll all die, roared the two protectors. Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts were too powerful, so the three women were able to suppress the two protectors. Now that Fang Chen had joined them, it was even easier. Crash! Fang Chen had set up a spirit formation to trap the two protectors. Damn it! The two protectors turned pale with fright and continuously attacked the formation. Fang Chen entered the formation and used the illusion god sword. Using the formation's power, he first killed the 9th protector, and then the 10th protector. After the two protectors were killed by Fang Chen, the formation disappeared. Fang Chen, your strength has probably reached the level of being unrivaled in the condensing reality realm, said Li Xiaoke. Killing the 4 protectors and ruining the Yellow Spring Sect's plan made Li Xiaoke very happy. When Li Mingzhu heard this, she stared at Fang Chen curiously. What exactly was this man hiding? Fang Chen thoughtfully glanced at Lu Lianxue, but he didn't say anything. At this time, in a certain area of the 5 Elements province, there were 4 black figures. They were discussing something important. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Chapter 595. After dealing with the protectors of the Yellow Spring Sect, Fang Chen and the other 3 successfully completed their mission. The group of 4 left the mine and returned to Kaiyang City. Novel knowing that Fang Chen and the other 3 had returned, the Li and Lu family patriarchs personally came to welcome them. This time, the 4 of you have done a great job, the Li family patriarch said with a smile. Yes, I didn't expect the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect to be hiding in the mine. But this time, the hidden danger has been completely solved, the Lu family patriarch said. Fang Chen and the other 3 nodded and went back to rest. Early the next morning, Fang Chen was woken up by Li Xiaoke. The auction that was supposed to be held a few days ago was pushed back to today for some reason. If Li Xiaoke didn't wake up Fang Chen, the latter wouldn't have known about this. Since the auction was happening, Fang Chen naturally wanted to go and take a look. This meant that there was something he needed. After all, Fang Chen had a lot of spiritual stones now. The total wealth of any one of the 3 major families was probably not as much as Fang Chen's. More than 10 million top-grade spirit stones, such an amount was shocking to say. Li Xiaoke, Li Mingzhu, and Lu Lianxue came with Fang Chen. The auction was organized by Kaijun's branch in Kaiyang City. It attracted the attention of all the warriors in Kaiyang City. Of course, some forces from nearby cities would come as well. When Fang Chen and the other three arrived at the entrance of the auction, there was a sea of people. There are so many people, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although it was only a small auction in Kaiyang City, it was more luxurious than any auction in the four great ridges. Before Fang Chen and the other three could speak, a fat man suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and came to Li Mingzhu's side. "Mingzhu, you're here," Kaijun said with a smile. Li Mingzhu nodded. Kaijun said, "I've already prepared the VIP passage for you. This way." Having acquaintances was highly efficient. Soon, Kaijun brought Fang Chen's group of 4 into the auction house. Moreover, Kaijun had even reserved the most front seats for the 3 of them. Everyone in Kaiyang City knew that in an auction, the front row was always the best position. Martial artists who were able to come to the first row were definitely of high status. After making arrangements for Fang Chen and the other 3, Kaijun bade them farewell and left. Today their Kaiyang City branch was very busy. As the person in charge, he was naturally very busy as well. As time passed, more and more martial artists appeared in the auction house. About an hour later, Fang Chen suddenly sensed a scorching aura. Then, he saw a man with fiery red hair walk to the first row, and under the back seat, there was a woman with red hair. After this fiery-haired man sat down, many other elders also sat down one after another. "I didn't expect that even people from the ancient Soul City would come," Lu Lianxue said softly with a look of surprise on her face. Besides Kaiyang City, Fang Chen was very unfamiliar with the ancient Soul City in the 5-element state. When she saw Fang Chen's expression, Li Xiaoke explained to Fang Chen, "The ancient Soul City is the closest city to Kaiyang City in the 5-element state. However, the ancient Soul City's territory is much larger than Kaiyang City's. The ancient Soul City's sect is also stronger than Kaiyang City's. The red-haired man you saw earlier is an outstanding member of the younger generation of the ancient Soul City's ancient Soul sect. His name is Hunyu. It is said that he can fight against a martialist at the first level of the spirit spiral realm," Li Xiaoke said. Fang Chen sized up the man called Hunyu carefully. Fang Chen could sense a strong spiritual energy fluctuation coming from Hunyu's body. While Fang Chen was paying attention to Hunyu, Hunyu realized that someone was probing him. He turned his head to look at Fang Chen, and a terrifying look appeared in his eyes. He glared at Fang Chen before turning his head away. The ancient Soul City isn't like Kaiyang City. Kaiyang City has 3 great families, but in the ancient Soul City, the ancient Soul sect is the absolute overlord. The ancient Soul sect is a 4-star sect, Li Xiaoke said. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard the words 4-star sect. The 5-element state was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was possible to see a 4-star sect so casually. The younger generation of the ancient Soul sect is very strong. Although Hunyu is outstanding, he isn't one of the top few, Li Xiaoke said. Fang Chen nodded. Although he didn't know how strong a 4-star sect was, he could guess. Hunyu, who wasn't even in the top 3 of the younger generation of the ancient Soul sect, was already the number 1 person among the younger generation in Kaiyang City. It seemed like only the factions of the ancient Soul City had come to this auction. No one from the other cities had come. Finally, after 6 hours, the huge auction house was packed with people. At this time, the auction was finally about to begin. A beautiful young lady stood on the stage. She exuded a seductive aura. She was the auction's professional auctioneer. Everyone, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the auction that was supposed to be held a few days ago has been postponed to today. "Please forgive us for the inconvenience," the auctioneer said with a smile. "Stop wasting time. "Hurry up and take out the auction items," Hun Yu, who was sitting in the first row, said impatiently. Countless martialists in the auction hall looked at Hun Yu with burning eyes. Only the people of the ancient soul sect would dare to scold the auctioneer in such an unbridled manner. The auctioneer smiled when she saw that it was Hun Yu who had spoken. "Then," she said, "since young Master Hun Yu has spoken, I won't waste any more words. Next up is the first auction item of this auction." After the auctioneer said that, a woman came forward with a tray. The auctioneer removed the red cloth on the tray, and a large axe appeared before everyone's eyes. This large axe is a mid-grade profound weapon. "Finally, I think everyone understands the details even if I don't say it," the auctioneer said with a smile. Then, the auctioneer picked up the large axe and said, "This is a mid-grade profound weapon axe. The starting price is 100 top-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 10 top-grade spirit stones." Fang Chen was a little surprised that the first auction item was a mid-grade profound weapon. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. The 5 Elements Province's auction truly couldn't be compared to the 4 Great Ridges. The first auction item was usually the item with the lowest price. Even so, it was still a mid-grade profound weapon. Just what were the next auction items? Fang Chen suddenly became interested. 110 top-grade spirit stones. 130 top-grade spirit stones. "I bid 150. The auctioneer had just finished speaking when someone started calling out a price. Of course, these people were ordinary wandering cultivators. They didn't have any factions to rely on, so it was very difficult for them to obtain resources. Therefore, a mid-ranked profound weapon was extremely precious to them. In a short while, the price of the mid-grade profound weapon axe had risen to 300 top-grade spirit stones. The people in the first row were completely unmoved. Fang Chen already had a high-grade profound weapon. A mere mid-grade profound weapon was nothing to him. As for Li Mingzhu and the others, they were the elites of the 3 great clans and didn't lack any suitable weapons. The ancient soul sect's Hun Yu didn't even open his eyes. He scoffed at the axe. "The price is soaring. I wonder how high it will reach in the end," Fang Chen thought to himself. The market price of this middle-grade profound weapon axe was around 1,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit stones. 400 top-grade spirit stones. 450 top-grade spirit stones. 500 top-grade spirit stones. I bid 700. As time passed, fewer and fewer martial artists called out bids. However, there were still some martial artists who called out bids. In a dark corner, a martial artist wearing a straw hat was wrapped in a pitch-black aura. He directly called out a bid of 700 top-grade spirit stones. Many people looked at the corner in surprise when they heard the man's bid. However, they couldn't see the man's face clearly. 800 top-grade spirit stones. After the man in the straw hat called out his bid, another martial artist called out a bid. Just like that, it was back and forth. In the end, the price of the axe was fixed at 1,500 top-grade spirit stones. More than 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was definitely a large sum for an ordinary martial artist. Then came the second auction item. The price of the first auction item had far exceeded the auction house's expectations. Therefore, the beautiful auctioneer was exceptionally happy. She was all smiles. The second auction item was a stalk of spirit grass. This is a kind of flame exquisite grass. It's especially important for martial artists who cultivate fire-based technique. The beautiful auctioneer gave a simple introduction. After a while, the bidding for the flame exquisite grass started. It started at 100 top-grade spirit stones and rose to 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. When it reached 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, the bidding stopped abruptly. Originally, the price of the flame exquisite grass was definitely much higher than that of a mid-grade profound weapon. However, because one person had called out a bid, no one dared to offend him. This was Hun Yu's first bid. Hun Yu cultivated fire-based technique. Although the flame exquisite grass was nothing to him, it was still very useful. After all, it was still somewhat useful. Han Yu wanted to break through to the spirit vortex realm as soon as possible. Therefore, he was collecting all kinds of materials by hook or by crook. He clearly stated his identity, and then called out a price of 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones, which made countless martial artists stop in their tracks. Young Master Han Yu has called out a bid of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to make a bid? The beautiful auctioneer on the stage asked with a smile. In the huge auction house, no one was willing to make a bid. In the end, the beautiful auctioneer announced with some displeasure that Han Yu had obtained the flame exquisite grass. In the following period of time, one auction item after another was sold for a very high price. However, Fang Chen did not make a bid. Li Mingzhu and the others made a few bids. Furthermore, they had also obtained a few good items. As for Han Yu, every time he made a bid, no one else dared to make a bid. After all, he represented the ancient soul sect. No one was willing to go against the ancient soul sect. The consequences would be very serious. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the 18th auction item. It was also the third last auction item of the auction. The beautiful auctioneer held a piece of paper in her hand and said, "This paper in my hand is a talisman. However, it is only a top-grade spirit-grade talisman." There was a huge difference between a spirit-grade talisman and a profound-grade talisman. If this talisman had been a profound-grade talisman, its price would have definitely skyrocketed. However, this was a spirit-grade talisman. Even if it was a top-grade spirit-grade talisman, some people still gave up on bidding. However, when Fang Chen saw this talisman, his eyes lit up as he stared at the beautiful auctioneer. Chapter 596. The Thunderbolt Talisman contained the power of thunder. As long as it was crushed, the power of thunder would gush out. Excess, Supreme Grade Spirit Grade Talisman. The starting bid is 1,000 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones. Each increment must be no less than 100 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones, the auctioneer said. Although it was only a Spirit Grade Talisman, it was infinitely close to a Black Grade Talisman. Therefore, it was very expensive. It was much more expensive than an ordinary Black Grade weapon. This Thunderbolt Talisman is not bad, Fang Chen thought to himself as he stared at the Thunderbolt Talisman. 1,100 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones. The first to bid was Li Xiaoka. Following Li Xiaoka's bid, many other warriors started to bid. Soon, the price of the Thunderbolt Talisman reached 5,000 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones. Li Xiaoka also gave up bidding. She did not have that many spiritual stones. In fact, after the price reached 5,000 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones, almost no one bid anymore. At this moment, the bidding finally began. 6,000 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones. Fang Chen increased the price by 1,000 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones in one go. This immediately attracted the attention of all the warriors. Han Yu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He looked at Fang Chen strangely and said, 7,000 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones. Han Yu looked at Fang Chen with disdain. His expression told Fang Chen that he wanted to compete with Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked confused. He did not know Han Yu. Why was this person targeting him? Fang Chen, you have been targeted by Han Yu, Lu Lianxue said softly. Fang Chen, you still don't know Han Yu. He is very lecherous. Seeing you with the three goddesses of Mizar City, he must be unhappy. That's why he is doing this, Li Xiaoka said. Li Mingzhu did not say a word. She lowered her head, thinking about something. Upon hearing Li Xiaoka's words, Fang Chen was stunned. He looked at Han Yu thoughtfully and said to himself, I want this Thunderbolt Talisman. 8,000 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones. Fang Chen once again increased the price by 1,000 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones. Many warriors in the auction house shook their heads. They did not think that Fang Chen's actions were wise. Hun Yu was the ancient soul sect's spiritual stone talisman. Upon hearing Fong Chen's bid, Hun Yu revealed a brilliant smile. He turned his head to look at Fong Chen and said, "Brat, you are too inexperienced to compete with me. 9,000 top-grade spirit stones. Spiritual stones, spiritual stones." When Fong Chen bid 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, everyone thought that Soul Jade would bid again. However, they were all wrong. Hun Yu sneered at Fong Chen. "Idiot, since you want it, I'll let you have it." Spiritual, spiritual, spiritual. Spiritual, spiritual, spiritual. To spiritual, 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 spiritual. As spiritual, spiritual, spiritual stones. However, soul spiritual, spiritual stones were targeting him for no reason. This made him very angry. He glared at soul spiritual, spiritual stones. Then, he paid 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones and obtained the Thunderbolt Talisman. After obtaining the Thunderbolt Talisman, Fong Chen was not in a hurry to study it. Instead, he put it in his interspatial ring and waited for the last 2 auction items to appear. Fong Chen's competition with soul spiritual stones doubled the price of the Thunderbolt Talisman, which was worth 6,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. It reached a high price of 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. The beautiful auctioneer was very excited. It would be even better if they fought again for the last 2 auction items. The second last auction item was a small knife. The blade of the small knife was very sharp. The handle was scarlet. From a distance it looked like blood. This small knife is a small knife that attacks the soul. As for its exact grade, our auction house's appraisers have not determined it yet. We only know that the attack of this small knife can instantly disintegrate the soul of a late orange-level being, the beautiful auctioneer said. The auction house went crazy when they heard the auctioneer's words. It was truly a pleasant surprise that such a peerless treasure would appear in the auction this time around. Even Fong Chen's eyes were wide open as he carefully sized up the small knife in the beautiful auctioneer's hand. A late orange-level soul can disintegrate along with furniture. Fong Chen was a soul cultivator. In his hands, this small knife would be much more effective than in the hands of an ordinary martialist. I have to obtain this small knife, no matter what, Fong Chen thought to himself. Is your auction house willing to auction such a precious small knife? Suddenly, someone asked loudly. Immediately, everyone's eyes focused on the beautiful auctioneer. They wanted to know the answer. If this small knife was so powerful, why would the auction house be willing to put it up for auction? After being asked this question, the beautiful auctioneer held the knife in her hand and revealed a gentle smile. She said, "This is what I'm going to say next. Although this knife is powerful, for some unknown reason, there is a small array formation attached to it. If you can't break this array formation, then this knife is no different from an ordinary knife." Hearing the auctioneer's words, all the martialists understood. It turned out that this small knife had been sealed. It was no wonder the auction house was willing to put it up for auction. If even the auction house is unable to break this small array formation, then this array formation must be very powerful, asked a martialist. The beautiful auctioneer didn't answer his question. Instead, she said softly, "The value of this small knife is different in the eyes of different people. Now, the auction for this small knife officially begins. The starting price is 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. If the small knife hadn't been sealed by the small array formation, its value would have been very high. However, with the small array formation seal, the price would have decreased. However, just as the beautiful auctioneer had said, the small knife would have different values in the eyes of different people. For example, Fong Chen. He was a spirit array grandmaster. Although he didn't know what level the small array formation on the small knife was, Fong Chen hoped to obtain it. In the first row, Hun Yu's eyes also widened. The reason his ancient soul sect had come to participate in this auction was because of this small knife. Others might not know, But Hun Yu knew very well that this small knife was much more powerful than the beautiful auctioneer had said. I have to get it at all costs, said Hun Yu inwardly. 1,500 top-grade spirit stones, 2,200 top-grade spirit stones, 2,500 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, someone bid 4,000 top-grade spirit stones. This kind of increase made people speechless. I cultivate the soul. This small knife is very suitable for me, said the leader of a small faction. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. You're only bidding 5,000 top-grade spirit stones for such a precious knife? I'll bid 6,000. $7,000. The Liu family patriarch bid. 8,000. The Yang family patriarch bid. In just a minute, the price of the knife had been raised to 10,000 top-level spirit stones. It had to be known that 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was equivalent to a year's income for the Li family. Such a high price still couldn't stop those crazy martialists. 13,000 top-grade spirit stones. I'll bid 15,000 top-grade spirit stones. On the stage, the beautiful auctioneer was very excited as she held the knife. The price had already risen to 15,000 top-grade spirit stones, but it was still rising crazily. The beautiful auctioneer even thought that the price of this small knife would break the historical record of their auction. Fang Chen didn't bid because he knew that there were too many people bidding. Even if he did, it would be useless. He would bid when the number of people decreased. After all, he had more than 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Perhaps no one present was richer than him. When the price of the small knife reached 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, the number of people bidding dropped sharply. Only a few martialists remained. 31,000. Hun Yu bid. The price is too high. I withdraw. Immediately, a martialist withdrew. I withdraw too. After Hun Yu bid, several martialists withdrew. In the end, only Hun Yu was left. Hun Yu looked at the beautiful auctioneer with burning eyes, waiting for her to announce the result. However, at that moment, a discordant voice spread throughout the auction hall. 40,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was the first time Fang Chen had bid on the small knife. He had raised the price to 40,000 top-grade spirit stones in one go. The smile on Hun Yu's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. Fang Chen had raised the price to 40,000 top-grade spirit stones in one go. This infuriated Hun Yu. 45,000. Hun Yu stared coldly at Fang Chen and shouted gloomily. $50,000. Fang Chen called out the price casually without any pressure. Many martialists in the auction hall were discussing this. Is Fang Chen that rich? He actually bid 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hun Yu is determined to get this small knife. Fang Chen's interference will definitely make Hun Yu hate him. It is unwise to offend the ancient soul sect. That's right. Since Hun Yu bid, he must be determined to get it. Hun Yu will definitely be furious when Fang Chen raises the price. I wonder who will get this small knife in the end. Most of the martialists in the auction hall were from Mizar City. They were still a little worried about Fang Chen's bid. After all, he was competing with someone from the ancient soul sect. When Fang Chen raised the price to 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, the elders of the ancient soul sect could no longer sit still. A gray-robed elder suddenly stood up and stared at Fang Chen. Little friend, the ancient soul sect is determined to get this small knife. I wonder if the ancient soul sect will reward you handsomely? Although the gray-robed elder spoke very gently, everyone could tell that his words were filled with threats. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen's eyes flickered when he heard this. I am also determined to get this small knife. I wonder if the ancient soul sect is willing to give it up? I will also reward you handsomely. The gray-robed elder's eyes flashed with killing intent when he heard Fang Chen's words. He asked coldly, Little brother, do you mean that you are not willing to give in? The small knife will belong to whoever offers the most spirit stones, Fang Chen declared. Good, very good. The gray-robed elder glanced at Fong Chen in a cold manner before he sat down. Han Yu stared sharply at Fong Chen and said, "You will die miserably if you challenge the ancient soul sect." Chapter 597. 70,000 Supreme-Grade Spirit Stones. In the eyes of outsiders, Fong Chen seemed to be competing with Han Yu. However, only Fong Chen knew how important this knife was to him. Fong Chen wanted to obtain this knife at all costs. 80,000. When the price reached 80,000 Supreme-Grade Spirit Stones, Han Yu's eyes turned scarlet. He had never imagined that the price of this knife would be raised so high. Before coming, Han Yu had also guessed that the final price of this knife would be very high. However, he had enough spirit stones, coupled with the deterrence of the ancient soul sect. He believed that no one would dare to openly compete with the ancient soul sect. However, something unexpected happened. This guy called Fong Chen actually openly competed with the ancient soul sect. This made the elders, including Han Yu, glare angrily at Fong Chen. However, this was an auction, so they didn't dare openly make a move. Every time Han Yu called out a price, Fong Chen would immediately raise the price by 10,000 Supreme-Grade Spirit Stones. This way, the price of the knife would skyrocket. When the price of the knife rose to 100,000 Supreme-Grade Spirit Stones, Han Yu finally couldn't sit still. He stood up and glared at Fong Chen. "Kid, are you really not going to give the ancient soul sect any face?" he said coldly. Han Yu's voice was full of threat. It seemed as if he would kill Fong Chen if Fong Chen didn't give the ancient soul sect any face. Fong Chen sneered when he heard this. Since he had already obtained the ancient soul sect, he didn't mind continuing to offend them. Furthermore, this knife was really important to him. "The auction is very fair. The one with the most spirit stones wins," Fong Chen said. Han Yu sneered when he heard Fong Chen's words. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He glanced at the elders behind him before shaking his head slightly and withdrawing from the auction. "Kid, I would like to see how you are going to protect Xiao Dao," Han Yu said threateningly before sitting down in his seat. After Soul Jade left, Fong Chen was the only one left. In the end, Fong Chen obtained the knife for the high price of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. When the auction hammer in the beautiful auctioneer's hand fell, she looked extremely excited. This was the highest price in the history of the auction she had hosted. 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones was a considerable amount of wealth even for the Li clan. Fong Chen paid 100,000 top-grade spirit stones and obtained the knife as he wished. When he held the knife, he instantly felt his soul tremble in his mind. "Looks like this knife is really extraordinary," Fong Chen thought to himself. Then, he put the knife into his space ring. Everyone in the auction house was secretly guessing Fong Chen's identity. Such a young boy could actually take out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones so casually. What was his identity? Could it be that he was the young master of some great power in the five-element state? Even the patriarchs of the three great clans of Mizar City were filled with astonishment. He took out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones without any expression on his face. What kind of background does he have? The Lu clan leader said thoughtfully. Even if he were to take out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones in one go, he would still need to hold a clan meeting and have the approval of all the elders. However, this young boy had taken out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones so easily. However, when he thought about Fong Chen's mysterious master, the Lu clan leader felt a little relieved. Perhaps Fong Chen's wealth came from his master. In another area, the Yang clan leader's eyes were filled with greed. The fact that Fong Chen could easily take out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy a knife showed that he was shockingly wealthy. An evil thought appeared in the Yang clan leader's mind. He wanted to kill Fong Chen and take his space ring. He must have a lot of wealth, the Yang clan leader said to himself. Although there was a slight risk in killing Fong Chen, once his mysterious master found out about it, he would definitely be furious. However, the Yang clan leader already had a countermeasure in mind. As he thought of this, his deep eyes glanced at the red-haired Hun Yu in the first row and he grinned. The Yang clan leader wanted to kill Luo Yunyang with a borrowed knife. Investigate this person's background. In the first row, Hun Yu whispered to the elder behind him. Immediately, an elder quickly left the auction house to investigate Fong Chen's identity. Meanwhile, on the stage, the beautiful auctioneer smiled at Fong Chen and said, "The knife has been bought by this young master. The next item will be the finale of this auction." Crash! The beautiful auctioneer lifted the red cloth on the tray and a palm-sized wooden figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Is this some kind of wooden figure? How dare this thing be the finale item? Is there nothing else to auction? I dare to bet that the value of this thing will definitely not exceed the value of the knife. When they saw the palm-sized wooden figure, many of the martialists started to discuss it. They all felt that this wooden figure was not qualified to be the finale item. Of course, this was just their superficial reaction. At this moment, Fong Chen's eyes were filled with a burning passion. Others might not know, but he knew very well that the palm-sized wooden figure in the beautiful auctioneer's hand was none other than a very precious puppet. A puppet! A puppet actually appeared in this auction. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had not expected that a puppet would appear in this auction. In the West Mountain Land, in Jinren Hantian's mansion, Fong Chen had obtained a low-level puppet. Although it was only a low-level puppet, once it was infused with spirit qi, it could instantly block a full power attack from an unrivaled condensing reality realm expert. At a critical moment it could have unexpected effects. That low-level puppet had successfully saved Fong Chen's life. At that moment, Fong Chen actually saw the wooden puppet again. Furthermore, it appeared that this wooden puppet was even more powerful than the wooden puppet he had obtained before. Hearing the countless martialists in the auction house complaining about this puppet, the beautiful auctioneer still had a smile on her face as she introduced it softly. The last Asian auction item is a mid-level puppet. Perhaps everyone does not know much about puppets, but I can tell you that this puppet is extremely precious. If it were not for some special reason, our auction house would not have auctioned it, the beautiful auctioneer said. This puppet, as long as you infuse spirit qi, it can instantly explode with a strong defensive power. It can block a full power attack from a low-level spiritual vortex realm expert. Hearing the beautiful auctioneer's words, many of the martialists were shocked. A palm-sized puppet was actually able to block a full power attack from a low-level spiritual vortex realm expert. Wasn't this too exaggerated? A low-level spiritual vortex realm expert generally referred to a martialist in the first to third level of the spiritual vortex realm. This was considered a low-level expert. As for the middle level of the spiritual vortex realm, it was the 4th to 6th level. As for the upper level, it was the 7th to 9th level. This palm-sized puppet was able to block a full power attack from a low-level spiritual vortex realm expert. This also meant that it could block a full power attack from a third-level spiritual vortex realm expert. Is this true? It can block a full power attack from a third-level spiritual vortex realm expert. If that's really the case, then this puppet is too unimaginable. This puppet is truly worthy of being the king of the finale. It's really powerful. Many of the martialists who did not recognize the puppet were shocked after hearing the beautiful auctioneer's explanation. Just imagine, if he encountered an attack from a low-level spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist and was about to die, with this intermediate puppet, he would be able to withstand the full-force attack from the low-level spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist and obtain a chance to escape. At this moment, the entire auction house went into a frenzy. Even Han Yu was astonished. Why didn't we receive any news beforehand? Han Yu's face was filled with displeasure as he asked gloomily. Previously, the ancient soul sect had only received news that the mysterious knife would appear in this auction. Hence, the ancient soul sect had sent Hun Yu to bid for this ancient soul. They did not have many spirit stones with them. However, when this puppet appeared, Hun Yu's heart was filled with helplessness. This puppet's value was too high. He could imagine that once this puppet was auctioned, the price would definitely soar. "Try your best," Hun Yu said softly. At that moment, a look of surprise flashed across Fong Chen's eyes. A mid-level puppet. This auction is really worth it, Fong Chen thought to himself. Just as Fong Chen was thinking, the auction began. The mid-level puppet will start at 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, the beautiful auctioneer said with a chuckle. Boom! As soon as the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, the price of the mid-level puppet was instantly raised to more than 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Many warriors went into a frenzy. Among the warriors present, there was no lack of hidden experts. The wealth they had accumulated over the years was not to be underestimated. 3 minutes later, the price of the mid-level puppet had risen to 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was just the beginning. Fong Chen did not bid. He was waiting for the right moment. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 60,000 high-grade spirit stones for such a precious puppet. I bid 70,000. If I have this puppet, I will be able to contend with a third-level spirit vortex realm warrior. 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. I must have this puppet. The auction house was in chaos. Many hidden spirit vortex realm experts were calling out bid. The price of the mid-level puppet was also soaring wildly. On the stage, the beautiful auctioneer's beautiful eyes flickered. She glanced at Hun Yu and Fong Chen in the first row, anticipating their bids. Once they bid, the price of the puppet would definitely rise. Looking at the crazily rising price, Hun Yu's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, the elder who had left earlier returned. "How was it?" Hun Yu asked. This person was rescued by Li Xiaoke from the Luoying Peak. After that, he displayed monstrous talent and surpassed the younger generation of Kaiyang City. He was then suppressed by Yang Xiujian, who was a first-level spirit vortex realm warrior. His master suddenly appeared and saved his life, the elder said softly. His master. Chapter 598. Although he did not know who Fong Chen's mysterious master was, at least he had a preliminary understanding of Fong Chen's situation. Novel XS 520. In Kaiyang City, Fong Chen only relied on the Li family. In the eyes of the ancient soul sect, the Li family was not worth mentioning. "Kid, even if I kill you here, your master won't find out." Hun Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. At that moment, the price of the mid-grade puppet had reached 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Many martialists had withdrawn. Even some reclusive experts had thoughts of retreating. On the other hand, some people felt that it was not worth it to spend 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy such a mid-grade puppet. In short, when the price rose to a certain level, most martialists withdrew. This was a normal phenomenon. The wealth of many martialists could not be compared to Fong Chen and the others. Furthermore, Hun Yu of the ancient soul sect was eyeing them covetously. 110,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. This was the first time Hun Yu had called out a price of 110,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. After Hun Yu called out the price, many martialists looked at Fong Chen, waiting for Fong Chen to call out the price. However, before Fong Chen could call out the price, a man wearing a straw hat hidden in the corner called out the price. The man in the straw hat was shrouded in a pitch-black aura. No one could see his face clearly. 120,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The man in the straw hat called out the price. The man in the straw hat's bid immediately attracted the attention of many martialists. Even Hun Yu turned his head to look at the man in the straw hat. When Hun Yu looked at the man in the straw hat, he instantly sensed a familiar aura. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, he cried out involuntarily, The Western Region Pirate Sage. What Western Region Pirate Sage? Even he has come to Kaiyang City? The Western Region Pirate Sage. Heavens, it's actually the Western Region Pirate Sage. When many martialists heard Han Yu's words, they were all shocked. They looked at the man in the straw hat in the corner in shock. Even Fong Chen looked at him in surprise. Who is the Western Region Pirate Sage? Fong Chen asked. Beside him, Lu Lianxue wore a complicated expression on her face without saying anything. Li Xiaoke introduced, the West Region Pirate Sage is a spirit whirlpool realm bandit. As for what realm he has reached, no one knows. All these years, the West Region Pirate Sage has been stealing the wealth of experts in the west of the Five Elements state. As long as the Western Region Pirate Sage makes a move, he will definitely not fail. Li Mingzhu added, until now, the Western Region Thief Saint has never failed. After the accumulation of time, the Western Region Thief Saint has become an extremely famous bandit in the west of the Five Elements province. No one knows how much wealth he has accumulated over the years. The Thief Sage of the Western Regions. Fong Chen carefully muttered this name. The Western Region God Thief spoke up as though he was expressing his attitude. He wanted to obtain the middle-rank wooden puppet as well. The Western Region Pirate Sage's words threw the entire auction hall into chaos. Countless martialists looked closely at their supreme treasures, afraid that the Western Region Pirate Sage would steal them. The ancient Soul Sect elders in the first row also had grave expressions on their faces when they saw the Western Region Pirate Sage. If it had been any other expert, they could have used the ancient Soul Sect's power to threaten them. However, this person was the Western Region Pirate Sage. He feared nothing, not even the ancient Soul Sect. This was because no one had ever seen the true face of the Thief Saint from the Western region. He was truly a mysterious dragon that showed his face but not his tail. Western Region Pirate Sage, a mere middle-rank wooden puppet doesn't seem to catch your eye. Han Yu stood up and looked at the Western Region Pirate Sage behind him. Humph! How dare a little child speak to me like that? I must obtain whatever I want. The Western Region Pirate Sage sneered. Clearly, he did not give Han Yu any face. Han Yu's expression changed constantly when he heard that. He then said, if the ancient Soul Sect master knew that the Western Region Pirate Sage was here, he would definitely be very interested. As soon as Han Yu said that, a powerful spiritual fluctuation emanated from the Western Region Pirate Sage and headed straight for Han Yu. When the elders behind him saw this, their figures flashed and they blocked in front of Han Yu. With a flick of their wrists, they neutralized the Western Region Pirate Sage's spiritual attack. The Great Western Region Pirate Sage actually launched a sneak attack on a junior. How shameful, the elder of the ancient Soul Sect said coldly. If there is a next time, I will definitely kill you, the Western Region Pirate Sage said firmly. When the elder of the ancient Soul Sect saw this, he wanted to fly into a rage. However, when he thought about it, this was Kaiyang City, so he restrained himself in the end. Elder, what should we do? With the Western Region Pirate Sage attacking, there is no way we can obtain the middle-rank wooden puppet, Han Yu said softly. They had not brought many spiritual stones with them to Kaiyang City this time. The Western Region Pirate Sage was known to be as rich as a nation. They simply could not compare to him in terms of wealth. Why don't we give up? An elder said softly. Oh! Another elder glanced at this elder. Then, his eyes flickered before he finally nodded his head. The elders of the ancient Soul Sect immediately reached a unanimous decision to give up on the middle-rank wooden puppet. They could not compete with the Western Region Pirate Sage. After the ancient Soul Sect gave up, no one else competed with the Western Region Pirate Sage. The beautiful auctioneer's eyes flickered as she stared at Fong Chen in the first row, waiting for Fong Chen to bid. Fong Chen had yet to speak. The moment he did, the price of the middle-rank wooden puppet would definitely rise again. At that moment, Fang Chen in the first row pondered for a moment before saying, 130,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. In the end, Fang Chen still called out a price. When she heard Fang Chen's bid, the beautiful auctioneer's eyes were filled with excitement. In the auction house, many martialists looked at the Western Region pirate sage. They did not know what method the Western Region pirate sage would use to obtain the middle-rank wooden puppet. "Little guy, are you sure you want to compete with me for the middle-rank wooden puppet?" the Western Region pirate sage suddenly asked. "Senior, this puppet is also very important to me." Fang Chen nodded his head and said. Suddenly, the Western Region pirate sage laughed and said, "Do you believe that even if you obtain the middle-rank wooden puppet, I can still take it from you quietly?" Many martialists exclaimed when they heard this. The Western Region pirate sage had never failed. Did this mean that he was going to make a move on Fang Chen? Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at the Western Region pirate sage. Although he did not know what methods the Western Region pirate sage had, his intuition told him that the Western Region pirate sage might really be able to do it. However, it was not easy to come across a middle-rank wooden puppet. Fang Chen really wanted it. "Kid, go ahead and bid. An ant dares to boast shamelessly here." Within the python's sword, Ancestor Bronze said unhappily. Obviously, Ancestor Bronze had also heard the Western Region pirate sage's words and immediately reminded Fang Chen. With Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen was full of confidence. A smile suddenly bloomed on his face and he said, "Senior, if you don't increase the price, then this puppet will belong to me." The auction house was in an uproar. It seemed that Fang Chen would not give up so easily. He was challenging the Western Region pirate sage. Was he courting death? Although Fang Chen was the top powerhouse of the younger generation in Mizang City, in the eyes of everyone, the gap between him and the Western Region pirate sage was huge. The Western Region pirate sage stared at Fang Chen for a long time before saying, "Good, very good. I haven't had the impulse to steal for a long time. Just because of this sentence of yours, I will definitely steal all your things and make you a destitute martialist." The Western Region pirate sage's words proved that he would really make a move on Fang Chen. Many martialists looked at Fang Chen with pity in their eyes. There were also some martialists who rejoiced in his misfortune. Hun Yu of the Ancient Soul Sect, in particular, had a mocking smile on his face. The name of the Western Region pirate sage shocked the entire Western region of the Five-Element Prefecture. Even in the core region of the Five-Element Prefecture, the name of the Western Region pirate sage was very resounding. There was no time when the Western Region pirate sage couldn't get what he wanted. Fang Chen was courting death by openly going against the Western Region pirate sage. He really doesn't know the difference between life and death. Hun Yu sneered disdainfully. Fang Chen ignored the shock of the crowd and the Western Region pirate sage's words. He turned his head to look at the beautiful auctioneer on the stage and asked softly, "Does this puppet belong to me?" Fang Chen's words woke the beautiful auctioneer up from her shock. There was a hint of regret in her eyes as she said, "If no one raises the price, then the mid-grade puppet will belong to this gentleman." The beautiful auctioneer had thought that Fang Chen and the Western Region pirate sage would have an exciting bidding war. However, she was disappointed. The Western Region pirate sage had taken the initiative to give up, as if he wanted to reap without sowing. In the end, Fang Chen obtained the final item of the auction, the mid-grade puppet, at a price of 130,000. As a result, Fang Chen had obtained a total of 3 items at this auction. The first was the Thunderbolt Talisman, which cost 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The second was the Mysterious Knife, which cost 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The last item was the mid-grade puppet, which cost 130,000 top-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen had spent a total of 240,000 top-grade spirit stones at this auction. However, he had also gained a lot. After paying the spirit stones, Fang Chun obtained the mid-grade puppet and put it into his interspatial ring without hesitation. He had become the target of the Western region pirate sage, so it was better to be careful. Since old Ancestor Bronze had said that there was no need to fear the Western region pirate sage, then he should have a way to deal with the Western region pirate sage. Therefore, it was safest to put the item into his interspatial ring. If he kept it on him, who knew when the Western region pirate sage would get his hands on it? The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The auction ended just like that. The people of the ancient soul sect were furious. They had come for the mysterious knife, but Fang Chun had appeared midway and made them return empty-handed. Chapter 599. After the auction was over, Fang Chun followed Li Xiaoke and Li Mingzhu back to the Li family's residence. U1 Fiction. LXS Fang Chun was also a little worried about being targeted by the Western region god thief. There was a large amount of wealth hidden in his spatial ring. If it was really stolen by the Western region god thief, he would really collapse. Ancestor, is it really fine? Fang Chun asked worriedly after returning to the Li family's residence. A small fry dares to call himself the god thief? He really doesn't know where I come from, said Ancestor Bronze disdainfully. Ancestor, where do you come from? Fang Chun was a little puzzled when he heard that. When Ancestor Bronze heard this, he felt that he had misspoken. He coughed twice and changed the topic. Kid, you don't have to worry about that. Just focus on cultivating. As long as the Western region god thief comes, I'll give him an unforgettable lesson, said Ancestor Bronze solemnly. Fang Chun nodded. I believe in you, Ancestor. The auction in Kaiyang City had allowed Fang Chun to stand in front of the world. Everyone was shocked by Fang Chun's wealth. A young cultivator actually possessed so much wealth. Even the patriarchs of the three great clans were shocked. After the patriarch of the Li family returned to the clan, he immediately called for an emergency meeting. The meeting was about everything related to Fang Chun. At the same time, the patriarch of the Yang family was welcoming an important guest in the Kaiyang City's residence. May I know why young Master Hun Yu of the Ancient Soul Sect has come to my place? Asked the patriarch of the Yang family directly after inviting Hun Yu's group into the meeting hall. Patriarch of the Yang family, I've secretly asked around. It seems that your Yang family has some enmity with that fellow called Fang Chun, said Hun Yu with a smile. Oh, young Master Hun Yu, if you have something to say, please say it, said the patriarch of the Yang family. Hun Yu nodded. I like Patriarch Yang's straightforward personality. Since that's the case, I'll say it directly. I'm here for Fang Chun. That brat openly went against my ancient soul sect at the auction. I want him dead. The Yang family patriarch frowned when he heard Hun Yu's words. He looked at Hun Yu and said, Young Master Hun Yu, if you want to kill Fang Chun, why didn't you go to the Li family mansion? Why did you come to my Yang family mansion? Patriarch Yang, this is Mizar City. With the Li family here, we can't openly kill Fang Chun. As a result, we need to do it secretly, said Hun Yu softly. The Yang clan leader nodded. Although I really want to kill him, once the mysterious master behind him finds out, my Yang clan will be destroyed. The Yang family elder was a schemer. If there were no benefits, he would not take action easily. Hun Yu chuckled when he heard this. He had already predicted that the Yang family patriarch would say something like this. He said, Patriarch Yang, you also know that Fang Chun possesses a terrifying amount of wealth. If you and I work together to kill Fang Chun, we'll split his wealth equally. How about that? Hun Yu offered a sufficiently tempting condition as he waited for the Yang family patriarch to agree. As expected, the Yang family patriarch smiled when he heard this condition. He said, I look forward to working with you. Elsewhere, the Yang family patriarch and Hun Yu were discussing how to deal with Fang Chun. If Fang Chun left Mizar City, Hun Yu would not need to work with the Yang family at all. He would be able to kill Fang Chun easily. However, Fang Chun had been targeted by the god thief of the Western region. He had been hiding in the Li family mansion, not daring to come out. Han Yu had no good ideas either, so he could only work with the Yang family patriarch. As for what he said about splitting Fong Chen's wealth equally between the two families, that was just a joke. Did the Yang family patriarch have the courage to split the wealth with the Gu Tiger sect? Outside a secluded courtyard in Mizang City, a woman wearing purple tights instantly appeared. She looked around and after confirming that no one was following her, she entered the courtyard. At that moment, a man wearing a straw hat was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, waiting for her. "You have come," said the god thief of the western region. A complicated look flashed across Lu Lianxue's eyes when she saw the god thief of the western region. Then, she walked over to the stone bench and sat down gently. In order to keep it under wraps, Lu Lianxue had returned to the Lu family after the auction ended. She had changed her clothes before quietly leaving the Lu family. Night had already arrived. There was not a single person on the streets of Mizar City. Lu Lianxue had only come to this secluded courtyard after confirming that no one was following her. She had come to see the god thief of the western region. "Lianxue, your divine charm technique has improved again," said the god thief of the western region gently. "Master, aren't you afraid of being discovered by them?" Lu Lianxue asked worriedly. If there were martial artists here, they would definitely be shocked. One of the three goddesses of Mizar City, Lu Lianxue, was actually the disciple of the famous god thief of the western region. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause a storm in Mizar City. "Lianxue, you have developed well in Mizar City. The Lu family has not discovered your identity," continued the god thief of the western region. "Tell me about that Fong Chen," said the god thief softly. Lu Lianxue nodded her head and said, "Master, according to my observations, this Fong Chen should have come from the four great ridges. However, he seems to have a mysterious master. As for other matters, I am not too sure. Yes, this lad has a lot of wealth on him. I am prepared to make a move on him," said the god thief of the western region. Lu Lianxue did not speak. To be exact, she had no right to refute the decision made by the god thief of the western region. "Continue to develop in Mizar City. I will wait for your good news," said the god thief of the western region as he took out a black pill and handed it to Lu Lianxue. Lu Lianxue took the pill and swallowed it. She stood up and clasped her hands at the god thief of the western region before turning around and leaving. What the god thief of the western region did not see was that the moment Lu Lianxue turned around, a few drops of tears flowed from her eyes. After leaving the god thief of the western region's residence, Lu Lianxue's beautiful face was filled with uncontrollable tears. All these years, she had not had a good life. Rather than saying that she was the disciple of the god thief of the western region, she was more like a servant of the god thief of the western region. Under the god thief of the western region, there were countless disciples like her. These martial artists seemed to be his disciples, but in reality, they were all under his control. Earlier on, the pill that the god thief of the western region had given her was an antidote. When they were taken in as disciples by the god thief of the western region, they were poisoned. This poison had no antidote. Only by taking the pills given by the god thief of the western region on time could they suppress the poison in their bodies. In Lu Lianxue's memory, the god thief of the western region seemed to have a shocking conspiracy. He used special means to send himself into the Lu family and gradually became the leader of the younger generation of the Lu family. All these years, every once in a while, the god thief of the western region would appear and give Lu Lianxue pills. Lu Lianxue did not know when such days would come to an end. Lu Lianxue thought about many things. Finally, she retracted her thoughts and gently wiped the tears on her face before disappearing into the darkness. Now, the only thing that Lu Lianxue could do was to work hard to cultivate the divine charm technique. When she was strong enough, she could escape the clutches of the god thief of the western region. In the pitch-black night, Everyone in the Li family's residence had already fallen asleep. Only Fang Chen's courtyard was brightly lit. Fang Chen was in the pavilion, carefully studying the Thunderbolt talisman that he had bought today. This Thunderbolt talisman was a supreme-grade spiritual talisman. After studying it for a while, Fang Chen realized that this Thunderbolt talisman was not as simple as he had imagined. The Thunderbolt talisman's carving method is really exquisite. But why do I feel that there is a different aura in this Thunderbolt talisman? Fang Chen said to himself. Logically speaking, this was a Thunderbolt talisman. There was only one kind of aura in it, and that was the aura of thunder. But why did Fang Chen feel another kind of aura? This puzzled Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was studying the Thunderbolt talisman, he suddenly encountered a ghostly figure that appeared in Fang Chen's courtyard. Although the courtyard was brightly lit, there was no sign of this ghostly figure in the courtyard. The god thief of the western region is here, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately put the Thunderbolt talisman into his space ring and picked up a piece of paper. The space ring was guarded by Ancestor Bronze, so there was no problem. The reason why Fang Chen picked up this piece of paper was to test if the god thief of the western region was as magical as the legends said. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the god thief of the western region had already approached Fang Chen. It was just that Fang Chen did not sense it. Fang Chen's pondering had only lasted 3 to 4 seconds. It was in these few seconds that the god thief of the western region made his move. When Fang Chen woke up from his pondering, the piece of paper in his hand had already disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen was shocked. He looked around and even released his soul power. But he could not find the god thief of the western region. The god thief of the western region lives up to his reputation. At this moment, Fang Chen was completely impressed. The god thief of the western region's methods were too powerful. He had actually stolen the item in his hand without a sound. If he had been looking at the Thunderbolt talisman, he would have suffered a great loss. At this moment, the god thief of the western region looked at the piece of paper in his hand and could not help but curse. "Kid, how dare you play with me, the god thief of the western region?" The god thief of the western region sneered and continued to make his move. Although Fang Chen knew that the god thief of the western region was beside him, he was unable to lock onto his aura. He was even more unable to discover him. Thus, Fang Chen decided to sit down in a lotus position without moving. There was a smile on his face. Half an hour later, Ancestor Bronze finally spoke. "He's gone." "Yes, so he retreated in the face of difficulties?" asked Fang Chen. "I scared him away," said Ancestor Bronze. At this moment, the god thief of the western region's figure appeared in the darkness outside the Li family's residence. His face was filled with shock. How is this possible? The god thief of the western region's heart was in turmoil. The reason he was able to become the god thief of the western region was because he had obtained the inheritance of a peerless bandit when he was young. From there, he had cultivated a special skill. To be able to stealthily open a corner of a martial artist's spatial ring without them noticing, although it was just a corner, it was heaven-defying. Just now, when the god thief of the western region had attacked, he had been shocked to find that there was an aura that was exactly the same as his within Fang Chen's spatial ring. However, that aura was countless times stronger than his. Could it be that there is a peerless bandit hidden by this kid's side? Guessed the god thief of the western region. Chapter 600. Within the Li family's residence, Fang Chen's pavilion was still brightly lit. Music novel. Fang Chen was sitting on a stool, conversing with Ancestor Bronze. "Ancestor, the western divine thief has left." Fang Chen hadn't sensed the western divine thief at all. He hadn't even been able to sense his aura. So if Ancestor Bronze hadn't said that, Fang Chen wouldn't have known. "Yes, he's left." Ancestor Bronze smiled. "Ancestor, What kind of method does the Western divine thief have to be able to enter my spatial ring? Fang Chen couldn't figure it out. Once a spatial ring was bound by blood, no one other than the owner could enter it. Even peak experts wouldn't be able to enter unless they completely destroyed the spatial ring. But if he couldn't enter the spatial ring, then what method did the Western divine thief use to steal other people's belongings? This pirate sage of the Western region must have obtained the legacy of some great bandit. This sort of legacy has a special technique that allows them to let their souls enter a spatial ring for a little bit before using their souls to retrieve items. Old Master Bronze explained. Fang Chen was startled. He hadn't expected the ancient sword continent to have such an inheritance. If it was possible to cultivate such an inheritance, then it would truly be inconceivable. Ancestor, how did you know? Asked Fang Chen. To tell you the truth, when I was young, my reputation as a great thief spread far and wide. In front of me, the Western divine thief was just an ant, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was startled. His eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't expected Ancestor Bronze to have cultivated a great thief's inheritance when he was young. It was no wonder he could easily block the Western divine thief's methods. Crash. Just as Fang Chen was lost in thought, a yellowed book appeared in his spatial ring and landed in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. The Western divine thief wanted to steal your things, but in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. This is the great thief inheritance that the thief sage of the Western region cultivated. I stole it while I was at it, Ancestor Bronze explained. Fang Chen was completely speechless. Indeed, the older the wiser. The Western divine thief saint wanted to steal from Fang Chen, but Forefather Bronze, who was also a peerless thief, stole his most precious item. If old Ancestor Bronze knew about this, he would definitely be heartbroken. Ancestor, can I cultivate this thief's inheritance? Asked Fang Chen. I don't mind if you cultivate the great thief's inheritance because it has its limitations. Your talent in the sword Tao is very good. Just focus on pursuing the sword Tao, said Patriarch Bronze. Fang Chen nodded and put the yellowed book into his spatial ring. He would not think about it for now. He would read it when he had time in the future. After that, Fang Chen continued to study the lightning talisman. Lu Lianxue, who was dressed in purple tights, appeared once again in a secluded courtyard in Kaiyang City. This time, it was the Western divine thief saint who had taken the initiative to contact her. Even Lu Lianxue didn't know what was going on. Pushing open the door and entering the courtyard, Lu Lianxue saw the Western divine thief saint sitting on a stool. His face was filled with anger. Master, why did you call me over? Asked Lu Lianxue with a faint smile. Lianxue, do you really not know about Fang Chen's origins? A terrifying golden light shot out of the Western divine thief saint's eyes as he stared at Lu Lianxue. It was like he wanted to see through her. Lu Lianxue was a little surprised to be asked such a question. She immediately asked, Master, has something happened? The Western divine thief saint stared at Lu Lianxue for a long time. When he saw that she wasn't lying, he shook his head slightly. There is a peerless expert behind this Fang Chen. If possible, you have to form a good relationship with him. Master, what did you discover? Asked Lu Lianxue. Something must have happened. Otherwise, the Western divine thief saint wouldn't have warned her like this. The Western divine thief saint shook his head. You can go back. Lu Lianxue nodded and turned to leave. Seeing Lu Lianxue leave, the Western divine thief saint's face twisted. He said coldly, He stole my great thief legacy tome. The Western divine thief saint was filled with anger when he said that. No one knew the importance of the great thief legacy tome better than him. But thinking about it carefully, to be able to steal the tome without him knowing, it was enough to show just how great of a thief this person was. Looks like I've met my match, thought the Western divine thief saint. Fortunately, he had already memorized all the contents of the tome. Otherwise, the loss would really be too great. Every time he thought of the peerless thief behind Fang Chen, the Western divine thief saint would give up on attacking Fang Chen. What kind of joke was this? To be able to hide from him so easily, this person was definitely not an ordinary person. He was sure that a martialist with such powerful stealing skills was definitely not Fang Chen. Therefore, there must be an expert behind Fang Chen. I can't go find Fang Chen anymore. Otherwise, the plan will be ruined. After saying that, the Western divine thief saint made the decision to leave Kaiyang City. Fang Chen didn't know that the Western divine thief saint was actually a little afraid of him after losing the Great Thief Legacy Tome. He left Kaiyang City in the middle of the night. At this moment, Fang Chen was studying the Thunderbolt Talisman. Before the Western divine thief saint arrived, he had already studied half of it. Now, he continued to study it. Finally, after 2 hours, Fang Chen had thoroughly studied the Thunderbolt Talisman. At this moment, Fang Chen's palm gently pinched the Thunderbolt Talisman. Suddenly, a wild Thunderbolt aura emerged. However, unexpectedly, the Thunderbolt Talisman didn't turn into ashes. In other words, although Fang Chen had pinched the Thunderbolt Talisman, he didn't activate it. Just after the Thunderbolt aura appeared, another aura quietly appeared. This aura floated in front of Fang Chen's eyes and kept changing. Finally, it directly drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen shouted. He felt his soul tremble. Immediately after, Fang Chen felt dizzy. It was as if many things had suddenly appeared in his soul. He tried hard to open his eyes and stay alert. He wanted to know what had happened. What's going on? Fang Chen's head was dizzy and listless. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. An invisible aura drilled into the heart and invaded his soul. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that his soul was no longer trembling. He instantly felt refreshed. What happened just now? Fang Chen was very puzzled. Then, he checked his soul. What he did gave himself a fright. What is this? Fang Chen saw that a picture had appeared in his soul. This picture had complicated lines that he couldn't understand. Kid, this is a soul map, said Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor, this is a map? Asked Fang Chen. Kid, your luck isn't bad. You actually obtained a soul map from a spirit-grade talisman. Ancestor Bronze laughed. Upon hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen instantly understood. His eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold before him in disbelief. Could it be that this soul map is a treasure map? Exclaimed Fang Chen. This soul map was clearly carved into this Thunderbolt Talisman by a supreme expert using some special method, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was completely shocked. He had never thought that the Thunderbolt Talisman he had bought at the auction would actually contain a treasure map. However, this treasure map is incomplete, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was startled, and then a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. He had been very excited to obtain a soul map, but now he had been told that it was incomplete. An incomplete map meant that only by gathering the complete map would he be able to find the treasure. It seems there's no hope. Fang Chen shook his head helplessly and tossed the Thunderbolt Talisman into his spatial ring. That's not necessarily true. Your luck is so good. Perhaps you'll be able to find other treasure maps in the future, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded when he heard that. He could only resign himself to fate. It would be good if he could obtain it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. In any case, he had originally been aiming for the Thunderbolt Talisman. Now that the soul map had been imprinted into his soul, he could still use the Thunderbolt Talisman. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. It was worth it. Fang Chen whispered. If Han Yu knew that there was an incomplete treasure map within the Thunderbolt Talisman, would he go crazy? After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen stopped thinking about it. There were no clues in the vast five-element state. How could it be so easy to obtain the remaining treasure map? He could only rely on his luck. Putting the matter of the treasure map aside for the time being, Fang Chun had to sort out the other items he had obtained from the auction house. In the next moment, Fang Chun took out the intermediate puppet and observed it carefully. Fang Chun had used the intermediate puppet before, so he was very familiar with the usage of the intermediate puppet. With this intermediate puppet, it can even withstand a full blow from a third-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. It's a pity that it's a one-time use item, Fang Chun thought to himself. After playing with the intermediate puppet for a while, Fang Chun placed it in his spatial ring and took out the mysterious knife. The handle of the knife was bright red, like the blood of a human martial artist. There were some carvings on the bright red handle. What exquisite carvings, Fang Chun muttered to himself. Disregarding everything else, just the appearance of the knife was enough to make many martial artists unable to put it down. A good knife was hard to find. When Fang Chun held the bright red handle, he realized that the carvings on it were squirming rapidly. Chapter 601. After a while, Fang Chun understood that the carvings on the hilt changed positions according to the owner's palm. They would only stop when the owner's palm was at its most comfortable position. It must have been made by a master craftsman. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. After the carvings stabilized, Fang Chun realized that he felt extremely comfortable just by holding the hilt. Holding the small knife, Fang Chun felt that this small knife was very magical. His soul circled around the small knife, and he felt an incomparable danger. According to the auctioneer, this small knife can devour souls. It can also easily devour the souls of late orange-level souls, Fang Chun said in a low voice. With this small knife, the power of Fang Chun's soul attack became even more tyrannical. Only a soul cultivator could truly unleash the power of the small knife. Fang Chun held the small knife and a smile appeared on his face. Fang Chun had gained a lot from this auction. The Thunderbolt talisman was one, the small knife was another, and the mid-level puppet was another. The current Fang Chun would not be afraid even if he faced a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. In the dark night, a crescent moon hung in the sky. On the empty street, a black shadow suddenly appeared. As soon as this black shadow appeared, it headed straight for the Li clan's residence. After a while, the black shadow silently entered the Li family mansion and headed for the courtyard where Fang Chun was. "It's here." The black shadow glanced at the courtyard where Fang Chun was and sneaked in. This person was an elder of the Yang family. His cultivation was at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. His mission this time was to kill Fang Chun and then retreat unscathed. Although Han Yu really wanted to kill Fang Chun, this was Kaiyang City. The ancient soul sect was not here, so it was inconvenient for him to move. After the Yang family elder entered the pavilion, he quietly looked for Fang Chun. Fang Chun, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He scanned his surroundings and was on high alert. Sure enough, they came. Fang Chun sneered. He knew that Han Yu wouldn't let the matter rest and would definitely try to assassinate him. Therefore, he had set up a small array formation before going to bed. As long as a martial artist sneaked in, they would definitely trigger the array, and he would be able to wake up. "Come out," Fang Chun said in a low voice as he looked into the darkness. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, the Yang family elder came out. "To think that you would actually discover me." The Yang family elder sneered. Fang Chun noticed him, but he didn't run away. How stupid of him! Did he really think that he could defeat him with his condensing reality realm cultivation? "You want to kill me? You don't have the ability." Fang Chun looked at the Yang family elder and sneered. He didn't know that the person in front of him was an elder of the Yang family and thought that he was from the ancient soul sect. "Fang Chun, I know that you have the Thunderbolt charm and the intermediate puppet, but I won't give you a chance," the Yang family elder said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly launched a fierce attack towards Fang Chun. "I don't need to use the puppet or the Thunderbolt charm to deal with you," Fang Chun growled. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed the 9th level of the phantom sword technique. The complete phantom sword technique was very powerful. It was comparable to a top-rank 5 cultivation technique. Combined with Fang Chen's phantom sword principle, its power was more than doubled. When Fang Chen displayed the phantom sword technique, a strong sword aura appeared around him. The sword aura merged with the hidden star sword and he slashed out. Bang! The hidden star sword slammed into the Yang family elder's body and blocked the attack. However, Fang Chen's body also retreated a lot because of it. Insignificant skill. The Yang family elder growled and once again displayed a fierce attack. He wouldn't give Fang Chen a chance to use the intermediate puppet and the thunderbolt charm. Seeing that the Yang family elder's attack was about to reach him, Fang Chen displayed the phantom sword technique again and blocked the Yang family elder's attack. However, when his hidden star sword blocked the Yang family elder's attack, his eyes revealed a trace of a strange smile. In the next moment, a small knife appeared in Fang Chen's other hand. Under the control of Fang Chen, this small knife directly streaked across the void and appeared in front of the Yang family elder's head. Pucci, the small knife pierced the Yang family elder's head, causing the Yang family elder to let out a miserable scream. Bang! The Yang family elder's body was directly sent flying. At this moment, his soul was trembling and his whole body was in pain. Ah! The Yang family elder held his head and cried out miserably. This sound alarmed the upper echelons of the Li family. The Yang family elder knew that he didn't have a chance to kill Fang Chen. His figure flashed and directly disappeared into the darkness. Fang Chen didn't chase after the Yang family elder. He glanced at the small knife and shook his head. It seems that my strength is still a little low, Fang Chen said to himself. The small knife could shatter the soul of a late orange-grade soul. The soul of the Yang family elder just now was obviously only at the late orange grade. Although the small knife hit the other party's soul, it didn't cause much of an impact on him. In the end, it was because Fang Chen's cultivation was too low. If Fang Chen had condensed the 9th stream of true qi, he would have killed the Yang family elder just now. Work hard to raise my cultivation, Fang Chen said to himself. At this moment, the Li family elder and the others hurried over and asked Fang Chen. The latter said that it was fine. Finally, the Li family elder and the others left. However, after this incident, the Li family residence's security was obviously much tighter. In the meeting hall of the Yang family residence, the dispirited Yang family elder returned. The Yang family elder welcomed him personally. Did you succeed? The Yang family elder asked. That kid is very strong. My soul was almost shattered by the small knife he obtained from the auction, the Yang family elder said weakly. When the Yang family elder heard this, his eyes flickered as he looked at Hunyu. Damn that guy! Hunyu was furious. If he had obtained the small knife, his strength would definitely have increased greatly. However, the small knife was now in Fang Chen's hands. A first-level spirit vortex realm warrior had failed to assassinate him and was on the verge of death. Yang family elder, you have seen Fang Chen's potential. If we don't kill him, he will definitely be a big problem in the future, Hunyu said. Young Master Hunyu, do you have any ideas? The Yang family elder asked. A strange smile appeared on Hunyu's face. Then, he approached the Yang family's patriarch and whispered a few words into his ear. The Yang family patriarch smiled when he heard Hunyu's plan. Let's do it. I will do it tomorrow, the Yang family elder said with a laugh. Hunyu nodded. His eyes were filled with killing intent. 100 miles outside Mizar City, 4 uninvited guests had arrived at a mountain range. The 4 of them were surrounded by a pitch-black aura. As the 4 of them stood there, the surrounding air was about to condense. Big brother, do you sense Old Fifth's aura? One of them asked in a low voice. Although Old Fifth has been killed, his aura is still here. Let's go in. The man called Big Brother took the lead and entered the mountain range. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the mine. Old Fifth is under the mine, the big brother said gloomily. Should we kill all these people? The second brother asked. These ants. Old Fifth's death must have something to do with them. Killing all of them won't be a pity, the third brother said angrily. The fourth brother also wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by the big brother. Let's take a look at where Old Fifth died first, the big brother said. The four of them quietly entered the underground of the mine and arrived at the dark place. The corpses of the 9th and 10th protectors. They must have come to awaken Old Fifth, the fourth brother exclaimed. Old Fifth's corpse is here, the sharp-eyed third brother said when he saw the super protector's corpse. The four of them arrived before Old Fifth's corpse and fell silent. Among the 36 protectors of Yellow Spring sect, the other protectors were weaker than them. The 5 of them were the super protectors. The 5 of them were as close as brothers. In their opinion, the other protectors couldn't compare to them. After Yellow Spring sect was destroyed, the 5 super protectors had split up. It hadn't been easy for the 4 super protectors to reunite. They were prepared to go find Old Fifth, but at that moment they received bad news. Old Fifth was dead. How dare you kill Old Fifth? I don't care who you are. I don't care where you flee to, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Chapter 602. The 4 great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect learned some clues from the traces in the mine. Following these clues, they finally found Fong Chen. Access. For the 4 great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect, investigating Fong Chen was a piece of cake. They soon found out everything. In a restaurant in Kaiyang City, the 4 great protectors disguised themselves as human warriors. They sat on stools near the window, drinking and chatting. Big brother, we've found out who that kid is. The fourth brother looked around and said in a low voice. Tell us. The big brother nodded and said. That kid was saved by a young woman from the Li family from the Luoying Peak. At that time, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But in the end, he survived. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. It is said that he has only condensed 8 strands of Zhenqi. The fourth brother said. 8 strands of Zhenqi? Hearing this, the second brother's face showed a trace of mockery. He said, A kid with only 8 strands of Zhenqi dares to kill our 5th brother? He must be tired of living. Although he is only a warrior with 8 strands of Zhenqi, his combat power is comparable to the peak of the condensing reality realm. The fourth brother added. Hearing this, the big brother nodded and said, As long as he hasn't reached the spirit vortex realm, he is no match for us 4 brothers. Big brother, what do we do now? The third brother asked. This is Kaiyang City. There are 3 big families. If we make a move, we will be discovered. We can only wait. Wait until that kid leaves the Li family and Kaiyang City. The big brother's eyes flashed with a trace of sinister light as he said coldly. Fong Chen, who was living in the Li family, had no idea that he was not only being targeted by Hun Yu, but also by the 4 great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. Right now, Fong Chen had been working hard on his cultivation. 7 days after the auction, Fong Chen finally condensed his 9th strand of Zhenqi. With all 9 strands of Zhenqi, Fong Chen's aura reached its peak. Fong Chen, congratulations. Li Xiaoke was the first to congratulate Fong Chen. As for Li Mingzhu and the others, they did not come. Fong Chen looked at Li Xiaoke and grinned. He restrained his aura and said, It's just the 9th genuine qi. Li Xiaoke and the others had already condensed their 9th strand of genuine qi. He had only condensed his 9th strand of genuine qi now, so it was not something to be happy about. However, in Li Xiaoke's opinion, Fong Chen had not simply condensed the 9th true energy. Back then, Fong Chen had suppressed the younger generation of the Kaiyang City with only 8 streams of Zhenqi. Everyone thought that Fong Chen had reached the limit of the condensing reality realm. Now, Fong Chen had condensed the 9th flash of true qi. This meant that Fong Chen's strength had reached a new level. Perhaps Fang Chen's true strength was already comparable to a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoke felt incredulous. Fang Chen's potential was too heaven-defying. Fang Chen, now that your strength has increased, I'm afraid that even if you fight with Yang Xiujian again, he won't be able to defeat you, right? Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen grinned. In fact, when he condensed his 9th strand of genuine qi, he realized that his strength was already enough to defeat a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Although there was a difference between the spiritual vortex realm and the condensing reality realm, Fang Chen's strength was indeed heaven-defying. A martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm? Fang Chen thought of the old man who tried to assassinate him that day. If he appeared again, he was confident that he could make him stay here forever. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Lu Lianxue arrived. After Lu Lianxue entered Fang Chen's courtyard, she saw Li Xiaoke. Her beautiful eyes flashed and she asked, "Am I disturbing you?" Seeing Lu Lianxue, Fang Chen was also a little confused. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, "No." Then, Li Xiaoke said goodbye to Fang Chen and turned to leave. Looking at Li Xiaoke's departing figure, Lu Lianxue's beautiful face revealed a gentle smile. She walked to Fang Chen's side and stared at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes. "Why are you looking for me?" Fang Chen asked. He only interacted with Lu Lianxue once when they went on a mission together. Other than that, they didn't interact with each other. He also didn't know why Lu Lianxue was looking for him. From Fang Chen's point of view, Lu Lianxue gave him an unfathomable feeling. He actually couldn't see through Lu Lianxue. "Fang Chen, you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes flashed and she asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I just condensed my 9th strand of genuine qi." Knowing that Fang Chen had condensed his 9th strand of genuine qi, Lu Lianxue's eyes clearly showed a trace of excitement. Then she said, "Fang Chen, I did come to find you for a matter." When Lu Lianxue said this, she hesitated and looked a little embarrassed. Lu Lianxue's current appearance was completely different from her usual appearance as one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. Her face was filled with worry, as if this matter was very difficult to say. Fang Chen sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, waiting for Lu Lianxue to speak. He knew that since Lu Lianxue had come, she would definitely tell him about this matter. Lu Lianxue's expression constantly changed. She did her best to control her emotions. After a long time, she raised her head and her beautiful face was filled with charm. Then her red lips gently opened and she said, "Fang Chen, there's something I need your help with." "Help," Fang Chen said. "Although I don't understand your situation, I feel that you can help me. Of course, in exchange, I will tell you a secret," Lu Lianxue said. When Fang Chen heard Lu Lianxue's words, his interest was immediately piqued. He asked, "Tell me." Lu Lianxue glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, the thief sage of the western region should have come to your place before, right?" "Yes, how did you know?" Fang Chen's eyes instantly became sharp as he stared at Lu Lianxue and asked in a deep voice. Lu Lianxue knew that Fang Chen would have such a reaction. She chuckled and said, "My guess was right. Not only did the thief sage of the western region come to your place, but he also failed, right?" Lu Lianxue didn't answer Fang Chen's question. Instead, she continued. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what Lu Lianxue meant by saying this. When the thief sage of the western region summoned Lu Lianxue for the second time, the latter could guess from his expression that he had failed. Therefore, Lu Lianxue had the idea of asking Fang Chen for help. To be able to make the thief sage of the western region fail, it seemed that there must be a huge force behind Fang Chen. Once she could persuade Fang Chen to help, she might be able to escape the control of the thief sage of the western region and become free. Before coming to find Fang Chen, Lu Lianxue had also thought for a long time. She had thought of many possibilities and even guessed Fang Chen's background for a long time. In the end, she decided to give it a try. This was a gamble. She couldn't lose. Once she lost, she would die without a doubt. After a long time, Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice, "Are you in cahoots with the thief sage of the Western region?" When he said this, Fang Chen was also very shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Lianxue, one of the three goddesses of Kaiyang City, could almost become the leader of the younger generation in Kaiyang City. Such a person was actually in cahoots with the thief sage of the Western region. Fang Chen was completely confused. At the same time, he was full of vigilance towards Lu Lianxue. Seeing Fang Chen like this, Lu Lianxue could also understand. Anyone who knew that she was related to the thief sage of the Western region would probably show such vigilance. Before coming to find you, I was indeed in cahoots with the thief sage of the Western region, Lu Lianxue said. Fang Chen fell into silence and didn't say anything. Lu Lianxue knew that Fang Chen definitely wouldn't believe her, so she began to talk about her relationship with the thief sage of the Western region in detail. If she couldn't gain Fang Chen's trust, how could she get him to help her? Lu Lianxue knew that this was a gamble. Even if it was a gamble, she had to do her best because this was an opportunity. A long time ago, the thief sage of the Western region found me and took me as his disciple. He saw that I was beautiful and taught me the divine charm art to cultivate. One day, when I finally succeeded in my cultivation, he used a special method to bring me to the Lu clan's residence. He fed me poison, which would act up every once in a while. Therefore, he would come to deliver me the antidote every once in a while. After an hour, Lu Lianxue finally finished. She stared at Fang Chen without moving, waiting for Fang Chen to speak. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Lu Lianxue. "So you want me to help you escape the clutches of the thief sage of the Western region?" "Fang Chen, I've waited for many years. This is the most hopeful time. I hope you can help me," said Lu Lianxue urgently. "How do you know I can help you?" asked Fang Chen. "The first time the Western region god thief summoned me, he gave me the pill. Then he came to find you. When he summoned me for the second time, I noticed that his expression was different from before. Furthermore, he emphasized that I must be on good terms with you. From these clues, I deduced that the Western region god thief had failed on you," Lu Lianxue said. "To be able to cause the thief sage to fail, that's enough to show your brilliance. I hope you can help me," said Lu Lianxue sincerely. Fang Chen looked at Lu Lianxue. "Do you really trust me that much?" "I'm gambling," said Lu Lianxue. Fang Chen nodded and said, "If I help you, I'll be going against the Western region's god thief." Before Fang Chen could finish, Lu Lianxue interrupted him. "If you help me, I can tell you a secret about the thief sage of the Western region. Everyone says that the thief sage of the Western region has endless wealth. I only know one of his locations." Hearing Lu Lianxue's words, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He suddenly straightened his back and looked at Lu Lianxue. If what Lu Lianxue said was true, then he had hope of obtaining one of the thief sage's locations. "Is that true?" asked Fang Chen. "The thief sage's location this time has countless traps and is filled with danger. I can only tell you the specific location," said Lu Lianxue. "How can you prove that you're telling the truth?" asked Fang Chen. He had no choice but to consider whether Lu Lianxue was setting a trap for him. Chapter 603. Lu Lianxue knew that Fang Chen would ask such a question. If it were her, she would have done the same thing. If Fang Chen didn't ask such a question and easily believed her, she would be suspicious. "In order to prove that I'm telling the truth, I'm willing to take you to the Western region's thief sage's wealth. Once you obtain the wealth there, you can help me," said Lu Lianxue. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "You want me to help you detoxify the poison? To be more precise, do you think I can help you detoxify the poison?" Fang Chen looked at Lu Lianxue with a burning gaze. Her beautiful eyes flickered and she smiled. "You were able to make the thief saint of the West fail. If you say you don't have a great power behind you, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Lu Lianxue's words were very clear. She had her eyes on the almighty backing Fang Chen. The person who could help her detoxify the poison was Fang Chen's almighty backing, not Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a bit embarrassed, but he still said, "Give me your hand." Lu Lianxue didn't know what Fang Chen wanted to do, but she still pulled up her sleeve. Her snow-white arm appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen's large hand reached out and landed on Lu Lianxue's arm. Lu Lianxue instinctively shrank back, but when she realized that Fang Chen was taking her pulse, she blushed a bit. She lowered her head and extended her arm in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen took Lu Lianxue's pulse while conversing with Ancestor Bronze. "Ancestor, take a look at what kind of poison she has," said Fang Chen. Using Fang Chen's hand, Ancestor Bronze began to probe Lu Lianxue's poison. It didn't take long for him to finish. "It's a goo poison," said Ancestor Bronze. "What is a goo poison?" Fang Chen didn't understand. Goo poison is an extremely vicious poison. Refining this poison requires a very precious medicinal catalyst. If you want to cure this poison, you also need this medicinal catalyst. Otherwise, it will be impossible to cure the poison in her body. Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen frowned. Was the poison so powerful? Then is there a way? Fang Chen asked. He was still thinking about the Western region pirate sage's wealth. Old Ancestor Bronze pondered for a moment before replying. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to remove it. However, I have a way. As long as we can find the medicinal catalyst, we can remove the poison. He had learned from Ancestor Bronze that the poison was triggered by a blue-eyed toad that was over 1,000 years old. Fang Chen was speechless. He was very clear about the preciousness of the blue-eyed toad. Even in the Five Elements province, it was in a state where there was no market for it. It was very difficult to find a blue-eyed toad that was over 1,000 years old. Fang Chen looked at Lu Lianxue and said, "You have been poisoned. If you want to cure the poison, you need a blue-eyed toad that is over 1,000 years old as the medicinal catalyst." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Lu Lianxue was extremely excited. She didn't expect that the mighty figure behind Fang Chen could really help her detoxify the poison. "Yes, I have been poisoned by a goo poison. Can you help me?" asked Lu Lianxue urgently. If she could cure this poison, she would be able to completely break free from the Western region pirate sage's control and become free. Just thinking about it made her extremely excited. "You also know how precious the blue-eyed toad is." "I don't have it," Fang Chen said bluntly. Lu Lianxue nodded slightly. "I have been secretly investigating the blue-eyed toad all these years. I finally have some clues." Fang Chen felt that he had really underestimated Lu Lianxue. She was able to endure for so many years in the hands of the Western region pirate sage, and was always looking for a way to escape. 10 years ago, someone found a blue-eyed toad in the Baipo mountain range, said Lu Lianxue. "So what?" said Fang Chen. "The Western region pirate sage's wealth is also in the Baipo mountain range," said Lu Lianxue. "After we enter the Baipo mountain range, we can also look for the blue-eyed toad." Fang Chen nodded. "I can help you, but I can't guarantee that I can find the blue-eyed toad." For the sake of the Western region pirate sage's wealth, Fang Chen was willing to help Lu Lianxue once. "Thank you very much." Lu Lianxue's face showed a trace of a smile. Fang Chen agreeing to her request was within her expectations. After all, no one could resist the temptation of the Western region pirate sage's wealth. After discussing with Fang Chen, Lu Lianxue left. She wanted to return to the Lu family residence to prepare and find an excuse to leave Kaiyang City. Early the next morning, Lu Lianxue settled everything. She then found Fang Chen, and the two of them left Kaiyang City together. Fang Chen informed the Li family that he had a mission to complete and did not know when he would return. The Li family did not say anything. When Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue left Kaiyang City, countless pairs of eyes instantly appeared in the darkness. Young Master Hun Yu, Fong Chun has already left Kaiyang City. The Yang family patriarch laughed. Finally left? Hun Yu sneered and said disdainfully. During the few days they had been waiting in the Yang family, all the elders of the Ancient Soul sect had returned to Ancient Soul City. Now, there was only one elder at the third level of the Spirit Vortex realm who followed Hun Yu to kill Fong Chun. After learning that Fong Chun had left Kaiyang City, Hun Yu immediately took action. The Yang family patriarch wanted to go with him, but Hun Yu stopped him. Patriarch Yang, you need to stay in Kaiyang City and stop the Li family. Hun Yu threw out these words and turned to leave. Of course, when Fong Chun and Lu Lianxue left, the four great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect also noticed them. Big brother, Fong Chun has already left. Should we take action? Asked the fourth brother. The big brother nodded and said, he won't be able to escape from us. After Fong Chun and Lu Lianxue walked out of Kaiyang City, true qi revolved around their bodies. Their figures instantly flew into the sky and flew into the distance. Condensing reality realm experts could fly for short periods of time. However, martial artists who had condensed 9 strands of true qi could also fly for long periods of time. After Fong Chun and Lu Lianxue flew for 3 minutes, Fong Chun frowned. A trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. Someone is chasing us. Fong Chun's soul perception was very strong. He immediately sensed an aura approaching. Just as Fong Chun spoke, Lu Lianxue also discovered it. The two of them flashed and landed on the ground. Whoosh! 2 air-piercing sounds instantly entered their ears. Then, 2 familiar figures appeared in front of them. Hun Yu. When Lu Lianxue saw Hun Yu, a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. Fong Chun stared at Hun Yu. Fong Chun, have you finally stopped being a coward? Hun Yu stopped in his tracks and sized up Fong Chun. He sneered. Fong Chun, hand over the item you obtained at the auction and we can let you go. A third-level Spirit Vortex Realm Elder behind Hun Yu scolded. A trace of murderous intent appeared in Fong Chun's eyes. He hadn't expected that Hun Yu would be waiting for him here to kill him after so many days of the auction. A member of the Ancient Soul sect actually engages in the business of robbery. What's the difference between this and bandits? Fong Chun sneered. Hun Yu narrowed his eyes. Fong Chun, you don't have the right to talk to me about this right now. I don't have the patience to listen to you. You only have one choice. Hand over those items. Hun Yu exuded a ferocious aura as he spoke. His deep eyes seemed to spit out flames. An aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth instantly pressed towards Fong Chun. Fong Chun instantly discovered that the elder behind Hun Yu was a third-level Spirit Vortex Realm Martialist. A third-level Spirit Vortex Realm Martialist is too strong. Fong Chun thought to himself. He had no way of resisting a third-level Spirit Vortex Realm Martialist. Fong Chun instinctively took out the intermediate-grade puppet he had obtained at the auction and held it in his hand. Only an intermediate-grade puppet could withstand a full blow from a third-level Spirit Vortex Realm Martialist. Of course, it was only a full blow. Fong Chun, what should we do? Lu Lianxue's pretty face was grave as she faced a third-level Spirit Vortex Realm Martialist. She turned her head to look at Fong Chun. Fong Chun muttered to himself for a moment before saying in a low voice, "When I tell you to attack later, activate the Divine Charm technique to the maximum and directly envelop this third-level Spirit Vortex Realm Martialist." Upon hearing Fong Chun's words, Lu Lianxue didn't ask for the details. She only nodded. Since Fong Chun had said so, he must have his reasons. It seems that you are not willing to hand it over. Hun Yu looked at the indifferent Fong Chun and sneered. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the third-level Spirit Vortex Realm Elder's figure flashed and directly swept towards Fong Chun. In the process, a powerful aura emerged from his body and directly locked onto Fong Chun. Seeing that the third-level Spirit Vortex Realm Elder was about to attack, Fong Chun shouted in a low voice, "Do it." Lu Lianxue, who had been prepared for a long time, instantly used the divine charm technique the moment Fang Chen said, "Do it." An extremely dense and seductive aura emerged from her body. With a wave of her fair hand, the wild and seductive aura instantly enveloped the elder at the third level of the spirit vortex realm. "You are really courting death." Seeing that Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue actually wanted to fight against the elder, Han Yu's face was full of mockery. When a third-level spirit vortex realm expert attacked, a condensing reality realm martialist would have no way of resisting. Although Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue were the best of the younger generation, they could only feel despair when facing a third-level spirit vortex realm martial artist. "Go to hell," the elder shouted in a low voice. He clenched his fist and suddenly punched out. Crash! Just as he punched out, his body suddenly trembled. Then, he felt a strong charm aura. "Child's play." The elder snorted coldly and punched out again. Two powerful fist auras, one in front and one behind, directly bombarded Fang Chen. Chapter 604. Rumble. The ancient soul sect elder's two fist radiances were too powerful. Even though Fang Chen was far away, he could still sense the extremely powerful aura. However, when Fang Chen injected his spirit qi into the intermediate puppet, the intermediate puppet immediately grew in size. Hiss! Under the ancient soul sect elder's gaze, the intermediate puppet collided with the two fist radiances at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The intermediate puppet could withstand the full force of a low-level spirit vortex realm martial artist. The two fist radiances from the ancient soul sect elder could not destroy the intermediate puppet at all. "Break!" The elder of the ancient soul sect roared when he saw that the puppet had blocked his fist. A wild aura gushed out from his body and gathered in his fist before he punched out. This fist was the ancient soul sect elder's full-force attack. He wanted to destroy the intermediate puppet. At this moment, Han Yu's expression changed drastically when he saw the intermediate puppet not far away. "It's the intermediate puppet." However, he was only surprised for a moment because the intermediate puppet could only be used once. After that, it would be completely destroyed. "Humph! I'd like to see how you block the elder's next attack." Han Yu sneered. Boom! A deafening sound came from the intermediate puppet. When the intermediate puppet blocked the ancient soul sect elder's strongest attack, its body exploded. However, at this moment, Fang Chen silently appeared behind the ancient soul sect elder. He was holding the mysterious knife that he had obtained at the auction. When Lu Lianxue saw Fang Chen's actions, a terrifying aura surged from her eyes. Her aura of seduction instantly increased. She had forcibly used her strongest divine seduction technique to trap the ancient soul sect elder. After destroying the intermediate puppet, the ancient soul sect elder was prepared to continue killing Fang Chen. However, at this moment, his mind went blank. "Damn it!" The ancient soul sect elder roared, trying to break free from the divine seduction technique. "Pucci!" The elder of the ancient soul sect flew into a rage. Lu Lianxue's delicate body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, she did her best to use her divine charm technique to buy time for Fang Chen. Pucci the ancient soul sect elder had just woken up from the seductive aura when he heard a p sound. The next moment, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his head. The ancient soul sect elder's soul trembled. He clutched his head with both hands and roared at the sky. Bang! Fang Chen's body was instantly sent flying by the ancient soul sect elder. The small knife that was stuck in the ancient soul sect elder's head was instantly pulled out. The ancient soul sect elder's soul was the same as Fang Chen's, a late-stage orange-level soul. After being stabbed by the knife, he felt his soul dissipating. He roared at the sky, trying to stop his soul from dissipating, but he was shocked to find that Fang Chen had just stabbed him with that mysterious knife. Fang Chen's strength had not reached the spirit whirlpool realm, so he could not instantly destroy a late-stage orange-level soul even if he used the knife. Even so, the ancient soul sect elder's soul was severely injured and his aura was extremely weak. The ancient soul sect elder clutched his head with both hands and cried out miserably. He roared, "Hunyu, run!" After suffering such a heavy blow, the ancient soul sect elder could not even take care of himself, let alone Hunyu. After roaring, he threw a punch at Fang Qin. When Fang Qin dodged the punch, he leaped into the sky and fled. Fang Qin wanted to chase after the ancient soul sect elder but was stopped by Lu Lianxue. Don't chase. Even if a third-stage spirit whirlpool realm martial artist is injured, his speed is not something we can compare to, Lu Lianxue said. Fang Qin nodded and turned his gaze to Hunyu, who was preparing to escape. At this moment, Fang Qin narrowed his eyes and stared at Hunyu. He had spent so much effort to obtain the intermediate puppet from the auction house, but it had been wasted here. Fang Qin's heart was filled with killing intent. "Hunyu!" Fang Qin shouted. Hunyu's expression was serious. His figure flashed and he fled into the distance. "Can you escape?" Fang Qin shouted and took out the hidden star sword. He used the illusion god sword technique to its peak. Countless illusory swords shot towards Hunyu. Fang Qin, who had condensed 9 flashes of true qi, did not even fear a first-stage spirit whirlpool realm martial artist. He did not care about Hunyu, who was merely at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Damn it! Hunyu, who was fleeing, desperately tried to block Fang Qin's attacks. However, when he came into contact with the attacks, he was shocked to find that he could not block them. Your strength! Hunyu's heart was filled with shock. Fang Qin's strength exceeded his expectations. "Fang Qin, stop!" Hunyu shouted. He had originally wanted to kill Fang Qin, but he had not expected that a third-stage spirit whirlpool realm elder would escape with serious injuries. Fang Qin's strength was comparable to a spirit whirlpool realm martial artist. "Now you finally know fear." Fang Qin's eyes were scarlet as he looked down at Hunyu and said coldly, "Fang Qin, I am a disciple of the ancient soul sect. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, the ancient soul sect will not let you off." Hunyu was terrified as he shouted. When Fang Qin heard this, he sneered. Even now, Hunyu was still threatening him. "You can die now." Fang Qin shouted and an overwhelming aura locked onto Hunyu. Then, he used the illusion god sword technique. Countless illusory swords stabbed towards Hunyu. Hunyu did not even have the strength to resist. He was killed by Fang Qin. When Hunyu's body fell to the ground, his eyes widened. He was unwilling to die. "Fang Qin, let's go quickly." Lu Lianxue was a little worried. After all, Fang Qin had killed a disciple of the ancient soul sect. Once the ancient soul sect found out, they would definitely be furious. Fang Qin ignored Lu Lianxue and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, "You've been watching the show for so long. Are you still not going to show up?" As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, 4 figures appeared in the air. The 4 great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect had appeared. "Fang Qin, I have to say that you are really a genius. You were able to seriously injure a third-stage spirit whirlpool realm martial artist by yourself. You really surprised me." The 4th brother smiled sinisterly. "You have both the intermediate puppet and the soul-devouring knife. You are indeed not simple," the 3rd brother said. "However, the intermediate wooden puppet is a one-time use item. You've already used it. As for that small knife, with your strength, you're still unable to use the full power of the small knife. So, in front of the 4 of us, you'll definitely die," said 2nd brother. Finally, the eldest brother looked coldly at Fang Qin and said, "You killed the 5th brother." When the 4 of them appeared, Fang Qin had already sensed the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Hearing the eldest brother's words, Fang Qin said in a low voice, "If you are talking about the great protector in the mine, then I was the one who killed him. Brat, you dared to kill us brothers. Even if you die 100 times, it won't be enough." The 2nd brother roared angrily. The four great protectors were all martial artists at the peak of the condensing reality realm. They were lucky enough to survive, but their vitality was greatly damaged. After the baptism of time, they had finally recovered to their peak. If it was in the past, Fang Chen might have been afraid. But now, Fang Chen was not afraid at all. "Are the four of you here to die?" Fang Chen grinned and said sinisterly. Lu Lianxue stood quietly at the side, ready to release her charming aura to help Fang Chen at any time. After the battle just now, Fang Chen's position in Lu Lianxue's heart had reached an unbelievable height. A martial artist with 9 flashes of true qi defeated a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm with his own strength. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. "I'm afraid the one who will die is you." The 4th brother had a bad temper and roared directly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, "The 4 of you, come at me together." Hearing this, the 4 of them were completely enraged by Fang Chen. The 4th brother said to the eldest brother, "Eldest brother, let's go together and kill this brat." The eldest brother nodded and said coldly, "You dare to attack the great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. You will die without a doubt." Crash! As soon as the eldest brother finished speaking, the 4 great protectors instantly launched a fierce attack, surrounding Fang Chen in the middle. Before this, they had already arrived and hidden in the dark. They saw Fang Chen defeat the martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm and even kill Hanyu. However, the 4 great protectors believed that Fang Chen defeated the martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm because of the intermediate puppet and the small knife. Killing Hanyu was not a big deal. They could do it too. They concluded that Fang Chen could not activate the full power of the small knife. Therefore, the 4 of them appeared and prepared to kill Fang Chen. Facing the attacks of the 4, Fang Chen's expression did not change. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand. A giant golden sword floated above his head. The rich sword force merged into the giant golden sword. Immediately, traces of invisible aura came from Fang Chen's golden heart and entered the Dharma. At this moment, a brilliant aura exploded from Fang Chen's Dharma and merged into the hidden star sword. The illusory sword principle combined with the illusory god sword technique. In addition to Fang Chen's extremely abnormal Dharma, the giant golden sword, and the recultivated sword force, Fang Chen's combat power had reached the peak. Pucci. The first to attack Fang Chen was the 4th brother. His fist carried a destructive aura as it blasted towards Fang Chen. "You're courting death." With a Pucci, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced the 4th brother's body, leaving no room for him. 4th brother. In a flash, the 4th brother died. The eyes of the other 3 great protectors turned scarlet. They were furious. "Kill him and avenge the 4th brother," the eldest brother roared furiously. The 3 of them joined forces and launched a fierce and domineering attack. Next, as soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden star sword pierced the 3rd brother's body. The 3rd brother widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in horror. In the end, his life completely disappeared and his corpse fell to the ground. How is this possible? At this moment, the eldest brother and the 2nd brother finally realized something. Their faces changed drastically and fear grew in their hearts. Fang Chen's strength was too strong, so strong that they didn't even have a chance to fight back. "Next, it's your turn." Fang Chen turned his head, looked at the eldest brother and the 2nd brother, and said coldly. The eldest brother and the 2nd brother looked at each other and their figures flashed, wanting to escape. Pucci. Fang Chen's wrist shook and the hidden star sword instantly shot out. With an extremely powerful sword force, it directly pierced the eldest brother and the 2nd brother. No matter how the big brother and the 2nd brother tried to escape, they were unable to avoid the attack of the hidden star sword. After the hidden star sword pierced into the 2nd brother's body, it directly pierced into the big brother's body.